Assalamualaikum. आ सकते हैं। अच्छा Is it here, Sheikh Hasim?
Not yet.
Not yet. Surah? Isha tak na karwa? No. I think we want to finish by Maghrib and that's it. So we have to tell him to condense everything. Because we already have, other plan and all that.
I am guilty of a very great sin. I'm also late. And I thought everyone would be here and they would be ready to. Alaikum salam. Excuse me?
Alhamdulillah, how are you?
Absolutely wonderful. For the grace of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So while we're waiting for everyone to come, we can start sharing our experiences, homework. You remember the assignment? Huh? So we need to send you home and you can do your homework. Yes. Because actually, what is the proof that, or what is the KPI that this session, what would be the KPI that we actually achieved anything in this session?
That we are here today.
That we're here, and what we're doing here, we continue doing it wherever we are. So that fikr exercise was to open our eyes and our minds. So wherever we go, we're seeing like that. We say, Subhanallah, Allahu Akbar, La ilaha. We look around and we like the small baby. He's new in the world. Everything is. This is how we should be viewing everything. Everything is. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is creating new situations, new things. And even the old things, as we observed, even the old things that we know about, we didn't really take time to look at them, observe them. So anyone has actually done that exercise? Anyone would like to share some experience? Something that we learned yesterday that we actually found ourselves doing that?
I just
Our Salat, our Quran, or whatever.
I just had a lot more concentration on everything, even going home, coming back, and talk to my family.
Yeah, that's your homework.
I talked to my family. I told them, especially about Salah and the points, makes a huge difference.
And probably you looked at your wife and children and what a great ni'mah, what a qudrat,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
hikmat and
Exactly.
yeah. So that we appreciate you, sir. And that also takes us to another thing. It starts teaching us, or it starts facilitating us to exercise shukr. We're so busy, worried about our problems and complaining, we don't really appreciate it. We're not grateful for what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is giving us.
Can I take your laptop?
What's that?
Take a laptop.
Yeah. جزاك الله خير. الله يبارك فيك. وحضرتكم أين حفظت القرآن الكريم؟
أسأل الله أن ييسر لي حفظه، لم أحفظه شيء.
ها؟
لا أحفظه كاملا.
لكن أين قرأت؟
في مكة. لكن عندي إجازة الحمد لله.
فين؟
إجازة في قراءته في مكة المكرمة.
عند من؟
شيخي سوري اسمه محمد حاتم الطبشي. محمد الطبشي.
كان عندنا الشيخ عبد الغفار الدروبي توفي.
معروف، نعم، الله يرحمه.
هذا أستاذنا.
هو شيخ الطبشي سعيد العبد الله رحمه الله.
ها الضرير
إيه نعم.
كان أستاذنا.
إيه، هذا شيخ وشيخي.
لا يزال
لا
حي.
توفي رحمه الله. له تقريبا 1424 25 هجري. يعني more than 10 years now. الله يرحمه. هذا شيخه. He was one of his closest students.
He was amazing. This was our Ustad in Makkah, from Syria, from Damascus. And he was blind, and he used to memorize everything. كان يحفظ 70 متنا في كل فن. آية من آياته. ما شاء الله قرأتكم، ما شاء الله تمتعتوا في الصبح. جزاكم الله خير. الله يزيد نتمتع أكثر.
نسأل الله أن يتقبل منا ومنكم.
كان من أصحابنا الأستاذ سجاد
الحسن؟ نعم معروف.
يشبهك.
الله يكرمك.
يعني أين هو الآن؟
سجاد في مكة في مسجد كبير جدا.
كان يعني كان رئيس على جمعية التحفيظ.
نعم.
لا يزال.
الآن هو إمام مسجد كبير في مكة.
صوته
جميل. نعم جدا. قراءة الحجازية نحن نقول لها.
وهنا كان صغير أو أصغر. كنا نصلي معه
وما زال ما شاء الله إلى الآن يصلي بالناس.
You need to put Google translation here.
We're talking about various mashayikh.
Let me tease them when you speak Urdu.
No, they'll tease me if I speak.
Encourage you to study Arabic.
No, we were thinking, we were remembering about Makkah and Mashayikh and Qurra.
No, it's a large mosque.
Did you ever meet Qadi Abdul Malik?
No, I always hear about him. I've never seen him. But he has, mashallah, taught many students and shuyukh as well.
From Pakistan. He was the one I was mentioning with Qadi Fatih Muhammad. You must have heard of Qadi Fatih Muhammad, but you wouldn't have seen him.
I know his grandsons, one of them is here.
Yeah?
Ra'i, if you know him, Muhammad Ra'i. Yeah, he's his grandson.
But Qadi Abdul Malik, he was from Multan, huh? And he was a student of Qadi Fatih Muhammad, Qadi Rahim Bakhsh, all these big Qurra. And he was Hatib, Shatibiya, Durra, and all these things when he came. And he's such a simple fellow. So when he came, he was teaching, Quran in Haram. All the Qurra in the Haram, they were all from Multan mostly. So somebody told him, he said, you see, but you don't have a degree, you don't have a proper degree, Sanad, So you should go to the Jamia and study. We had Qism Qira'at. They just started that time. He said, okay, yeah, fine. So he went to the Jamia and he said, he wants. So they gave him a test. They said, look, do you want to teach here? We'll give you a job today. No. He said, no, I need Sanad. He's a simple fellow, So they said, okay, anything has to do with Quran, Tajweed, Qira'at, and actually he ended up teaching there also. Yeah. And then he took all the other things, the other elective courses and all and whatnot. But he kept on, and still to this day, probably he's teaching. There's one Qadi Bashir. I don't know if you saw him. He's also from Multan. Qadi Bashir. I don't know if he's still alive, but yeah. And he was the teacher of my kids. There's one Qadi Bashir. He was also. These were all the students of Qadi Fatih Muhammad. They were shidadun ghiladun walakin rahim kareem. في عان واحد.
Everybody's saying this about Sheikh Abdul Malik.
Yeah, but I mean, they're just like fathers. I mean, more than fathers. They would be very tough, but they would be loving. My ustad, I don't know if you've met my teacher who we studied fiqh and usul, all these things. His name is Mufti Azizur Rahman. He's Pathan, he's from the northern side but he's still there in Makkah, but people don't know him. We used to study in the Haram, and I used to live in Taysir, Amam al-Mahkam al-Qadim. Is it still there?
Just the building.
The building is still there? Shukr. Everything else they've taken. So if I didn't show up, which was very seldom, he would come walking from Haram
To you.
to my house. And I lived on the fifth floor. And he would come walk. What happened? Why you weren't there? This is the kind of teaching that we used to have, you know. Allah. May Allah accept all of them.
That was back in 70s or 80s
Huh?
or what?
Late 70s, early 80s. I was also there in the Haram when we had the war, you know, the Jahiman.
Oh, yeah.
And at that time I was living in Imarat al-Ashraf, right on Marwa. Now they've redone that whole thing, huh? They've rebuilt
Yeah.
everything. It's finished? Or it's
Yeah,
still-
because they expanded Haram from Shamir.
It's gone now. I haven't been there since then.
Yeah, King Abdullah's expansion is all there. It's Haram now.
So, but in those days, we had actually shifted to Hafayr,
Mhm.
because we wanted to see one house. Al-Jawab qabla ad-dar, rafiq.
Oh, yeah.
So we wanted to see how the neighbors are. So we were there. Otherwise, we were living in Marwa, right on top of Marwa. And then that whole incident, they attacked the Haram and they took it. Otherwise, we would have been inside. 2 of my classmates were also killed in that. Americans, new Muslim Americans, killed in that Haram incident.
But subhanAllah,
And then 2 of our other classmates married their wives and took, responsibility. They had 3, 4, 5 children each. So 2 of our classmates, they were Egyptians also, 2 Egyptian brothers. So they married those wives and took responsibility of those kids. Okay, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen wa salatu wa salam ala sayyidina Mursaleen wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in amma ba'd. So yesterday, alhamdulillah, by the grace of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we are learning about the life of Rububiyyah. Ladies are also assembled also? All the ladies have come?
No, not all of them.
few.
A few of them. So most are present or most are yet absent? Most are still absent.
Maybe they'll come later.
Maybe they'll come later, inshallah. So alhamdulillah.
يزيدك شيء؟ أزيدك؟
جزاكم الله خير. يعني كل هذا نور على النور. My quota for the next week. So, alhamdulillah, we looked at the meaning of life and our purpose in life, what was Ubudiyyah, and the tree. I would highly recommend that tree diagram, from time to time, you just look at it and ponder over it, because it's very... That tree, by the way, was designed by my youngest daughter. She's an art student. So so make dua for her that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala may use her and her talents for some good use and some good purpose and something to take her to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And we looked at Iman, we looked at, what is the importance of Iman. We saw that in this world and in the next world, it is the most important thing. And then how to develop it and how to protect it. So hopefully we would have started that process, and we will be, for the rest of our lives, inshallah, consider our Iman the most value asset that we have. Okay? And once Iman is developed, then the Amal that proceed, Iman, Amal Salih. So we try to exercise ourselves on the Amal that should be part of our daily routine, and hopefully these Amal will become more dear to us, you see, and more important to us than our breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We don't miss breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but we miss Quran, we miss Nawafil, we miss Dhikr, But inshallah, from yesterday, that would have changed, inshallah. So now we have a few more things that we would like to do, and then we want to go into our Jismani health. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Dhikr. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem, wa la dhikrullahi akbar. I think probably all of us understand that, right? Wallah. Lam here gives emphasis. Definitely, indeed, verily, dhikr of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is what? Akbar? Greatest. And if you think about it, all of these ibadat, they're actually to facilitate us to do various types of dhikr, to remember Allah. يَذْكُرُ اسْمُ اللَّهِ عَلَى مَا رَزَقَهُمْ بَهِيمَةِ الْأَنْعَامِ. Hajj, it's all about dhikr Allah. وَأَقِمِ الصَّلَاةَ لِي dhikri. So actually, it's all about remembering Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in different ways, different forms, different shapes. Allah Akbar. And the remembrance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is greatest actually. أَلَا بِذِكْرِ اللَّهِ تَطْمِنَّ الْقُلُوبِ. Probably one of the biggest health issues on the planet now is stress. Stress management. It's a multi-million-dollar industry also. The more stress, then the more people actually make money out of it. So really, the establishment doesn't want to stop stress. It wants to benefit and capitalize on stress. Just like all the rest of the diseases that are now, the civil and social diseases that are floating around. So we have, the most complete and most perfect and most effective solution. It's called dhikrullah. Allah bi dhikrillahi tatmain al-qulub. By the remembrance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the hearts become at peace. وَاذْكُرُوا اللَّهَ كَثِيرًا لَعَلَّكُمْ تُفْلِحُونَ. Surah Al-Jumu'ah. And remember Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in abundance, often, that you may succeed. So success is connected to dhikr of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because dhikr of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is also a branch of Iman, right? The whole tree. That is among the branches, among the fruits that proceed from the tree of Ubudiyah. فَاذْكُرُونِي أَذْكُرْكُمْ وَاشْكُرُوا لِي, should be وَاشْكُرُوا لِي وَلَا تَكْفُرُونَ. So remember me, I'll remember you. If we remember Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will remember us. Allahu Akbar. And be thankful to me. Be grateful to me. Do not deny me. And do not be thankless. Don't do kufr. Kufr is what? We cover up things. Actually, kufr in Arabic language means to cover something. So when we are ungrateful, we are covering up the ni'mat of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We don't recognize it. And this is what a kafir is. He doesn't recognize the existence of Allah, although in his heart of hearts, he knows Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is there. In his fitrat is there. Alastu bi rabbikum qalu bala. Already the mithaq was taken from everyone. And actually when the times get rough, you'll see even the hardest hearted kafir, what he does? Oh God, help me. When everything else fails, right? So we don't need to, reach that point in time. We should be thankful and grateful for every ni'mat of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. My ustad in Makkah, Azizur Rahman, Allah yahfaz, is still alive. And he used to live in the old days in Makkah. We used to have these old ribats, these old arbita. They were the old buildings built in the Turkish days. And mashayikh and darawish type of people, used to live in these places, So we used to also have dars. My ustad used to live in one of these. Ribat al-Mas it was called. Ribat al-Mas. Just outside of Haram. And and in his room, it was such an old dilapidated room, these big rats. In Makkah you have these big rats. And we'd be sitting and having a tea and they would be running across the rafters of the roof. The roof was made out of the tree branches, And then chatai was actually the roof in the old days. That's what they used to make. And what we used to notice about him, anything that he used to get, he would look at it and say, هذا نعمة عظيمة. نعمة من Allah. A glass of water, a cup of tea, anything. And he would immediately thank Allah. And we used to go with him for Hajj. And he wouldn't make any arrangements for Hajj. Nothing in Arafat, nothing in Mina, nothing. And he wouldn't take anything except a change of clothes. So we put on ihram and walk from Makkah to Mina, from Mina to Arafat and walk up. He said, Ustad, I mean, you know. And in those days, you didn't have everything available. Even water was very difficult to find, you see. If you didn't have some arrangement, you would be in trouble. So I said, Ustad, what do we do, you know? And no arrangement in Makkah, no arrangement. So he said, so you're whose guest? You're the guest of who? We're Allah's guest. So what are you worried about? When Allah is your host, so what are you worried about? That's showing ingratitude. You're making arrangement. You're suppose you have invited me to your house. I bring my food with me. I bring my my bedding, and we'd be insulted. Anyway, I don't say do that, but I'll tell you one thing. We never saw such a comfortable Hajj as that. Yes, you had to walk a lot, but everywhere Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would open up, something. Food would appear from nowhere, and somewhere we'd have a place to stay in. Even tea, we used to get chai, from nowhere. Allah used to give. Okay, so be grateful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for every ni'mah. Shakiran bi an'umi. Sayyidina Ibrahim alayhi salam, shakiran bi an. He was very grateful for even the smallest of ni'mah. So if we're not thankful for the small things, then how will we be thankful for the big things? May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us among the shakirin. Dhakirin shakirin. واذكر ربك في نفسك تضرعا وخيفة ودون الجهل من القول بالغدو والآصال ولا تكن من الغافلين. Now this is very critical, another dimension or another point. Remember Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala within yourself with humility and in fear. دون الجهل من القول, without being apparent in speech and not loud. The Arabs before Islam, they used to shout and shor sharaba, as we say in Urdu. So that's not the way to remember. The Nabi used to call, you are not calling someone who's, deaf and dumb. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is there. So, with appropriate adab. Now whether we do dhikr in a loud voice or a soft voice, there's many ways you can do dhikr, but it should be with the appropriate adab, with appropriate etiquettes, and know who you are mentioning, who you are remembering. And a time is also mentioned here. بِالْغُدُوِّ وَالْأَصَالِ بُكْرَةً وَعَشِيًّا. This is mentioned in the Quran again and again and again. Morning and evening, morning and evening. How many of you have been in the woods or you have trees around your house and you've noticed in the morning between Fajr and the sunrise, have you noticed birds over there? What do they do? They're not chirping. Yes, absolutely. And you'll see they come at that time and they finish when the sun comes up. They stop. Then they go, فَانْتَشِرُوا فِي الْأَرْضِ وَابْتَغُوا مِنْ فَضْلِ اللَّهِ. Then they go and they seek the rizq from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Nabi Sallallahu says, this is how a mu'min should be. He remembers Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and then لَوْ أَنْتُمْ تَوَكَّلُونَ عَلَى اللَّهِ حَقَّ تَوَكُّلِهِ لَرَزَقَكُمْ كَمَا يَرْزُقُ الطَّيْرَ يَغْدُو خِمَاسًا وَيَرْجُو بِطْانًا. So that is the example of a believer. A person with tawakkul, he remembers Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mornings and evenings with full focus. And then he sets out to receive the rizq. He doesn't go out seeking the rizq, he goes out to receive it. You open your shop and Allah is going to give you. You're not going to take anything, you're not going to seek it, it's going to come to you. In Benuri town, you've all seen Karachiites, they would have seen Benuri town. So the founder of that was Maulana Yusuf bin Nuri Rahimahullah. And this was a fellow that really, subhanAllah, the people of that masjid, they used to know when he was in town because they would feel something in that masjid. When he wasn't there, they would say, we used to feel it. Maulana's not here because we don't take that feeling. He had that kind of. So there was one fellow, you've seen Pakola, Pakola? It's like Coca-Cola in Pakistan. Big company, huge company. And the fellow that was actually owning that company was a very pious man, and Allah Wala kind of guy. And he used to spend a lot, on these madaris. So he came with a big bundle of money to Maulana bin Nuri. He said, Maulana, please take this amount. He said, I don't need it. We have, the budget is full, we have whatever we need for this year, we don't need this, so you take it and do what you like. No, please. And he started weeping and crying, please take this, Marwan was also Pathan. He was a very tough fellow. He couldn't play around with it. He said, no, I'm not taking it. Okay. So he went to the bathroom. And Peshab karna. He went to, go to the bathroom, and so he took off his shoes and put on the slippers to go in the bathroom. So Haji Bakola, we used to call him. So he took that big amount of money and put in his shoe, and he ran away. So when Maulana came back, took off the slippers and put his feet in the shoe. Then he looks and he finds this huge wad of money inside his shoe. He says, SubhanAllah. If you run after this dunya, it comes on your head. And if you run away from this dunya, it comes under your feet. So, we don't go out looking for our rizq. We open up door to receive it. And that should be the mindset in which we open a shop. We, go to our job. We are there to receive our rizq, which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has ordained for us. We're not going to get more, we're not going to get less. Okay? So, dhikr in the mornings and in afternoons, between the beginning of Fajr up until the rising of the sun. And from Asr to Maghrib. This is mentioned many times in the Holy Quran and in Hadith. So these are times which we should have full focus on dhikr of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If we can do in both of these time slots, nothing like it. If we find that difficult, usually at Asr time people here don't find. But if they will really become masters of their own, time, and we learn time management effectively, then probably we can manage to do that. In any case, if we cannot manage twice, at least in the mornings, as we mentioned, some time of khalwa with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So to do concertedly this dhikr, particularly in these times. So in this workshop in Karachi, at those times actually we do these exercises. But here we have constraints that don't allow us to do that. But inshallah you will fix that in your daily schedules, that in the morning, in the afternoon if possible, or sometime in the evening. And do not be among the heedless. Do not be among the ghafilin. And in hadith, مثل الذي يذكر ربه والذي لا يذكره مثل الحي والميت. The similitude of one who remembers his Rabb, Allah Jalla Jalaluhu, and one who does not remember him is like that of the living and the dead. وعن معاذ رضي الله عنه قلت أي أعمال أحب إلى الله قال أن تموت ولسانك رطب من ذكر الله. Sayyidina Mu'adh radiallahu anhu says, I asked Rasul alayhi salatu wasalam, what deed is most beloved by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? What amal? So Nabi alayhi salatu wasalam replied that you die with your tongue wet with the remembrance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So that's might pose a difficulty, How do we know when we're going to die so that time we should have our tongue wet with the remembrance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala?
Do it all the time.
Right? Do it all the time. So we're doing it all the time, then definitely death will overtake us sometime. So we will be continuously engaged. In other words, continuously be engaged as the first ayat, وَاذْكُرُوا اللَّهَ كَثِيرًا لَعَلَّكُمْ تُفْلِحُونَ, in this world and in the next. Allah ما عمل آدمي عملا أنجى له من عذاب الله من ذكر الله. A man does nothing to rescue himself better from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's punishment. In other words, nothing rescues you more efficiently and effectively from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's punishment than dhikrullah, remembering Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وعن معاذ رضي الله عنه قلت أيها ما we already had that. Yeah. This slide needs to be okay, now we're going to do an exercise in dhikr, inshallah. And there's so many adhkar and formulas and ways that we can remember Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So this particular formula, which the people from India and Pakistan, they call the third kalima. When they're small children, they learn all these little kalimas, First kalima, second kalima. It's actually a very nice little program they have. So, and this formula has been mentioned many times in hadith. So we will practice on this, inshallah. But first, let's look at the virtues of this particular dhikr. Subhanallah walhamdulillah wa la ilaha illallah Allahu Akbar. So Nabi alayhi salatu wasalam says, Yusbihu ala kulli sulama min ahadikum sadaqa. How many joints do we have in our bodies? 360 joints. Now today when we talk about exercise, we're going to mark that. So why do you suppose we have so many joints? So that we can sit all day behind screens? Huh? No. Actually, we're supposed to be moving. We're supposed to be on the move, active. Otherwise, what's the use of all these joints, you know? In any case, and these joints are such a ni'mat. If any one of these joints freezes up, then what kind of problem are we going to face in life? You know? Ask anybody with arthritis and he'll tell you. Knee freezes up, hands freeze up, wrist goes out. Life becomes very, very difficult, very problematic. So we need to thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for these joints, in fact. And so therefore, every one of these joints requires that we pay sadaqah. So suppose it was $1 a joint. So $360 a day, that's pretty difficult. No, it's not difficult at all. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala made it very easy. Subhanallah, sadaqah. Alhamdulillah, sadaqah. La ilaha illallah, sadaqah. Helping somebody, sadaqah. You know, even smiling at someone, helping somebody with their things. 2 rakats of duha, it'll cover. Because, and think about that. Why? Perhaps, wallahu alam. 2 rakats of salat will use all of these joints. It's as though we're you know, amaliyan, we're actually operationally thanking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala by using these joints in the most beloved action that He likes. That is the engaging all of them in salat. But every joint is going to be moving in salat. Wallahu alam. Is this still going?
No, turned on.
Looks like it's gone out. Shalash. So that's what Nabi Alayhi Sallam says. That upon rising, so we have to give all this sadaqah for all these joints. So he says, upon rising in the morning, charity is due for every one of your joints. So how do we do that? Every tasbih is sadaqah. Subhanallah is sadaqah. Tahmeed, alhamdulillah, sadaqah. Takbir, Allahu Akbar, sadaqah. Tahleel, la ilaha illallah, saying that, sadaqah. Enjoying good is sadaqah. Forbidding evil is also sadaqah. Amr bil Maruf, Nahi al Munkar, it's all sadaqah. 2 rakats of duha is sufficient for it all. And 2 rakats we offer in the early part of the day, sufficient to cover the entire 300 joints. Alhamdulillah. This is a very interesting hadith. That Nabi Sallallahu met Sayyidina Ibrahim alayhi salam in Jannah. And what he says, I met Ibrahim on the night of ascension. And he said to me, in other words, Laylat al-Isra. He met all the Anbiya, and you know that whole story. So, he said to Ibrahim, so Ibrahim alayhi salam, and we should say wa alayka wa alayhi salam, because he conveyed salam to us. He said, oh Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, convey my salam to your ummah. Wa alayhi salam. And tell them that Jannat is a vast leveled plain of fertile soil and sweet water. So it's a big fertile, plain, but it needs cultivation. Right? So how do we cultivate? Its cultivation is Subhanallah, gharsun fil Jannah. Alhamdulillah, gharsun, yani planting a big tree with Subhanallah. So every time we say Subhanallah, a huge tree. In other riwayats, 500 years a fast horse will run, it won't come out of the shade. So what kind of a tree is that? And what kind of fruit would it bear? What kind of shade would it offer? Subhanallah. So one tree of that nature is more valuable in the world than all that it contains in it. For one Subhanallah, we're getting a tree for that. Apart from other spiritual benefits that we receive. Allah Akbar. Similarly, Alhamdulillah, similarly, La ilaha illallah, similarly, Allahu Akbar. So these are all virtues of this particular kalima. So when we say Subhanallah, Alhamdulillah, La ilaha illallah, Allahu Akbar. So as we said before, Imanan wa ihtisaban. The Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam told us about this. We have Iman on that. And we are hoping for that reward. As though we say Subhanallah, we are seeing that tree, being cultivated for ourselves. Okay? Also, Nabi Sallallahu says, لأن أقول سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر أحب إلي مما طلعت عليه الشمس. So Nabi Sallallahu says, for me to say Subhanallah, Alhamdulillah, La ilaha illallah, Allahu Akbar is more beloved to me, dearer to me than anything over which the sun rises. So what does that mean? Everything. Sun rises on everything. Doesn't discriminate who pays taxes, who doesn't, you know. Suppose we had to pay for the sunlight. If not, they're going to shut it off, you know. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives everybody, even those who are dead against Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, deny Him, openly, you know, rebel against His orders. He gives them sun, water, life, children, wealth, a chance. But most of us are heedless. So, keeping these fadail in mind, we're going to do an exercise. We'll go up to the masjid. Ladies also go up to the masjid. And we will do 100 tasbihs of each one of these dhikr. And we'll talk a little bit once we get up to the masjid. So we'll talk a little bit about the meaning of these also. So that when we say Subhanallah, what are we saying? So we picture that. We say Alhamdulillah, what are we saying? So is it possible the ladies also hear? If we go to the masjid, they can hear from there also? Yeah. So we'll go up to the masjid inshallah and we'll assemble there, ladies in the back, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Subhanakallah. Good. MashaAllah. Very orderly. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wa sallallahu tabaraka wa ta'ala ala sayyidil mursaleen wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in amma ba'd. So if we recall the etiquettes with which we read the Holy Quran, the same etiquettes apply with dhikr, or any ibadah for that matter. With sincerity, with ikhlas, with khushu and hudur, remembering Allah and picturing that Allah is remembering us. And in fact, in the hadith it's mentioned that we remember Allah in a gathering. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala remembers us in a gathering better than us with Him. So the first tasbih that we'll do is Subhanallah. So what do we mean by Subhanallah? Allah is pure, Allah is perfect. Allah has no beginning, He has no end. He's Rabbul Alameen. He's created each and everything, controller of each and everything. So He is above and beyond limitations, above and beyond blemishes. لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم. Even creating, administrating the entire universe, He doesn't even get tired. So we think of the Subhanallah subhanahu wa ta'ala, His purity, His perfection, which the human mind can never fathom. It cannot encompass. So we'll say 100 times, one tasbih of Subhanallah, and try and picture that, you see. Facing Qibla, and then we'll Okay.
Next tasbih that we'll do is Alhamdulillah. So what do you mean by Alhamdulillah? All praise is due to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, right? Why? Because He's Allah. له الأسماء الحسنى والصفات العليا. He has all the most beautiful names and the most beautiful characteristics and qualities. So He's worthy of hamd in any case. Apart and above and beyond all of that, He has given us so many, ni'mats. أسبغ علينا من نعمه ظاهرة وباطنة. And He has given us bounties and blessings, the like of which, if all the computer systems of the world set forth in trying to count the blessings of one human being, that also, He will never count them. So, apart from Allah SWT being with His qualities and His names, He has given us so much bounty. So, He deserves all praise. So, with this mindset and heart set, we say, Alhamdulillah, 100 times. Third kalima we recite is La ilaha illallah. After the dhikri, La ilaha illallah. Nabi is also mentioned as the greatest of all dhikri. So La ilaha illallah. There is no deity, there is nothing worthy of worship except Allah Jalla. Why? Because as we said previously, He's Rabbul Alameen, creator, controller, sustainer of everything. He is the only one that can help us, He's the only one that can hurt us, He's the only one that gives life, He's the only one that gives death. Sickness, health, life, death, wealth, poverty, all situations, all you see, conditions, all this is the creator of each and everything. So, no one is worthy of worship except He who has all those qualities, and those are only found with Allah. So we say, La ilaha illallah. So we take out everything, nothing. Everything other than Allah out of the heart, out of the mind. Illallah. And establishing Ithbat. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So everything out of our minds and hearts and put Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in our mind and heart. Everything out. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. So 100 times inshallah this gift. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. What do you mean by Allahu Akbar? Allah is greatest. What do you mean by Allah is greatest? Everything actually that we know of the creation is comparative. 5 is greater than 1, 10 is greater than 5, right? So there's a relativity. But there's no relativity between Allah's greatness and Allah's creation. So actually the Kibriya of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala cannot be understood by the human psyche. So one of our ulama gives a good analogy. He says, Allahu Akbar, He's greater, He's greatest. Greater than what? However great you think Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is greater than that. So trying to focus and trying to think about the greatness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so we'll say 100 times, Allahu Akbar. So, how does everyone feel? Peaceful? Better than Panadol, better than Tylenol? Right? Relieving from all stress of this world. And how long did it take? We just did this test, what, 15, 20 minutes? So suppose we do this every day, morning and evening. It probably takes about the amount of time that you look at your email, look at your Facebook, look at your Twitter. So, we can give all that stuff a miss. Forget about it. And replace these useless activities with, the greatest, the greatest prescription that we can, administer to ourselves. So inshallah, we'll all make intention that for the rest of our lives, morning and in evenings, we'll fix a time and we'll be consistent with the goal of Islam. Inshallah. Subhanallah wa bihamdika nashhadu an la ilaha illa anta nastaghfiruka wa natubu ilayk.
Yeah, actually I'm coming from my selfish interest. Health topic health. Yeah, I hope inshallah. I want to figure it out.
After Rohani book, this one.
You remember Bob Goldman? He was a coach. So I had an interesting discussion. Oh. Okay.
It takes like 5 years to find one good.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. This is off again. Why does this keep going off?
Needs Panadol.
Huh?
Needs Panadol.
It's Panadol. It's stickable. Hello.
It's the battery.
Huh?
I think it's the battery.
Battery? Hello, hello. Do we have the other mic?
Yeah, sure.
Mike.
Yeah, he was.
Okay. We still have a few items of this module, which inshallah we'll do at the end of the day. Okay? Now what we'll do is we'll take a look at a little bit about Jismani health. Where's our IT guy or our multimedia guy?
I think they're trying to find the batteries for
Okay. Actually, in the meantime, who would like to share a little of this experience with the dhikr? Any atharat, any feelings, any comments they would like to share?
peaceful and you feel naturally disconnected from your surroundings.
Alhamdulillah.
Just naturally disconnected. It's very interesting.
Alhamdulillah. So that's what it was. Okay, one thing is that they asked that the people who are listening outside, so they were not able to join us in the last exercise. So what we did was, probably we've all been doing dhikr all of our lives and we know subhanallah, alhamdulillah, la ilaha illallah, but probably we don't really pay close attention to what we're doing. So we did a practice wherein we all went to the masjid and we sat down, and with the etiquettes as we learned about reading Quran and about humility and submission like in Salat, so clearing our minds and our hearts from other than Allah and ponder over these meanings of this tasbih and doing them, you see, in that fashion. So when we said subhanallah, we thought about the perfection of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the fact that He is, you see, without limitations, you see. He has no beginning, He has no end, He's perfect, He never rests, He never sleeps. So we think about, the perfection of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we say subhanallah, thinking about that for 100 times. Clearing the mind of everything. And then we say alhamdulillah. Remembering that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is in possession of all of the most beautiful names and all the most beautiful qualities, Asma al-Husna, Sifat al-Uliya. So we think about that. And we think about all the blessings and all the benefits that He gives us for every moment of our existence, inwardly and outwardly, all around us, and how He's blessing the entire creation. So we thank Him for that, and we say alhamdulillah and praise Him for that. So saying alhamdulillah, we said alhamdulillah 100 times, trying to have that mind and heart set. And then la ilaha illallah, there is no deity, there is nothing worthy of worship except Allah, because He's Rabbul Alameen. He is the only one who gives life and death and health and sickness, wealth, poverty, the creator of all the creation and the creator of all the conditions. So only He is worthy of worship. So we try and take out everything out of our hearts other than Allah. La ilaha, everything other than Allah, out. Illallah, only Allah, in. Nafi ithbat, nafi ithbat. So we practice that for 100 times. And then Allahu Akbar, Allah is the greatest. How great, how great we think He is, He's greater than that. Unmentionable greatness and kibriya. So we think about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's magnitude and magnificence, and we say Allahu Akbar. So we all decided that inshallah we'll make this a daily habit. As the ayats that we read of the Holy Quran and the hadith of Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and the practice of our pious ancestors. And even though this is a nafil act, it's a nafil. It's not fard on you to sit down and do dhikr like this, you see. But if we will do this every day, imagine the impact it's going to have on us. Imagine the serenity and the peace it's going to bring into our lives. Imagine the stress it's going to release from our lives. And imagine the taqarrub ilallah, the closeness with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala this will grant us, etc. and so on. So even though it is something which is not obligatory, we should make it obligatory on ourselves. Successful people take the system of their life and make it as obligatory for themselves, which we'll learn also about in dieting, we'll learn about in exercise. We make these things part of our life as though it's compulsory. Because I want to enjoy good health, I want to enjoy closeness with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So I make it as incumbent upon myself, even though it's not. Is that clear? So we're not saying this is incumbent, but we're saying we treat it as an incumbency so that we get a continuous and consistent benefit. Okay. So now let's look at bodily health. Sihhat jismaniya. Jismaniya, I've given these terms in Arabic so that we'll learn these terms. Jismaniya yani bodily, physical. So health, first we looked at spiritual health, now we're going to look at physical and bodily health. So number one, let's look at this body. The body is the carrier of the ruh. Imam Ghazali rahimahullah ta'ala, he mentions in the Kitab al-Shukr, in his book of Ihya, very interesting thing. He explains that this body is the vehicle, and the ruh is actually the rider. Now, if we don't take care of our vehicles, what's going to happen? We don't get to the destination. Right? And it's very interesting what he says is that, you see, if we look at the entire creation, then the entire creation, skies and earth is created for what? Does Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala need any of that? Absolutely not. Nothing. So who's it for? There's nobody else out there except us, really. Except Hollywood. Hollywood, they have, but we don't know that. So apparently, the only people that are out there, or the only beings, the recipients of all that, are us. If we look at it, going back to Subhanallah, look at all these stars, the galaxies, everything in the creation. Allah doesn't need any of that. So it's as though He's created this entire universe so that we look up at it and say Subhanallah. That's its purpose. And then if you look a bit deeper, now you'll see that the actual entity which is going to connect with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is our ruh, is our spirit. But that spirit needs a vehicle. And that vehicle is this body. And that body wouldn't remain intact unless it has nourishment. So it needs earth, it needs air, it needs water. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created all of these things, the skies and the earth and all contained in it, to nourish these bodies which are merely the vehicle for our souls. Again, we start looking with different eyes, a different mindset. Our Shaykh in Medina, Shaykh Sayyid Ahmed rahimahullah ta'ala, used to say, he used to give a funny example. He said, suppose, our brother's name? Your name again?
Ibtihaj.
Ibtihaj, yeah, I shouldn't forget that name. Ibtihaj, a wonderful name. So Brother Ibtihaj comes to visit me now. In the former days, people used to ride on donkeys and horses and camels and so forth. So suppose Brother Ibtihaj comes to me, and visits me on his donkey. So I say, okay, Brother Ibtihaj, sit there outside. And I take his donkey by the hoof, and I lead him, with all ikram and ihtiram into my drawing room. I put him on the sofa. And in Pakistan we have the ruh afza. To give him ruh afza, biryani, kurma, and sab kuch kara. So we feed him all of these, delicious, things, kabsa, all that. And, different types of halawa. And then for Ibtihaj, I, some hay and some water I sent up. So Ibtihaj, how would you like that kind of treatment? What do you think? Is that appropriate? That's pretty weird, Sheikh Hashim, I think he needs to visit the mental hospital. Right? Well, if you think so, then probably we all need to visit the mental hospital, because we're all mental cases. This is what we're doing. What are we doing? We are treating the rider as the vehicle, and the vehicle is the rider. This is the vehicle, that's all. And 24 hours a day, feeding it, and clothing it, and housing it, and pampering it, and, make-upping it, and what all did we do to it, massaging it, and this poor ruh, hardly it gets even straw and water, So, actually it should be the other way around. The ruh should be fed all the time, dhikr and talawat and Quran and thinker and fikr and these things. And then, according to the necessity, as Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam we're going to see, he says that the worst thing that you can fill up, the worst vessel that you can fill up, is the stomach of the Ibn Adam. It's enough for the human being that he has a few luqmas, he has a few morsels that keeps his back up straight so that he can remain alive. And if it's absolutely necessary, okay, 1/3 for food, 1/3 for water, and 1/3 for air. One fellow in Pakistan, he said he was at a party and he ate so much, he got indigestion. So we have a thing in Pakistan we call chura. So some little spices, and you just take that and it's supposed to help your digestion. He says, take this chura. He says there's no space for that. So this is what we do. So obviously we're looking for problems. We're looking for trouble, and that's what we have. So, having said that though, the donkey doesn't mean that he's not important. And in fact, there's rules of Sharia. And if you are, inconsiderate to your donkey, you'll have to face him on the day of Qiyamah. So, Allah, it's a great ni'mat. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given these animals, for our food and for our transport, so you have to look after them. Don't put on them a burden that's more than they can bear. Even in books of fiqh, if you're riding, you can't put somebody else on the donkey also if he can't hold that easily. So, and we would feed the donkey appropriately and feed him well because he has to carry us. If we don't take care of him, then what happens? If we don't take care of our car, don't service our car, then what happens? It stops serving us. It stops transporting us. Ceases to function or function efficiently. So, this body is a great ni'mat of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as well. So, the body is a carrier of the ruh and intrinsically connected, each affecting the other. If we have a healthy body, it's going to affect our ruh. And a healthy ruh is going to affect our body as well. Okay? Next axiom, a healthy ruh facilitates a healthy body, as we mentioned. Having spiritual health is going to have a huge impact. And now even physiologically, tests and research has shown us that spiritual health has a huge impact even on your physiological health, on your physiological well-being. Okay? And we'll see more studies that actually have been done on these subjects. And a healthy body facilitates a life of ubudiyah. It's all about living a life of ubudiyah. So if we're sick, unwell, blood pressure, diabetes, overweight, obese, whatever, so what's going to happen? It's going to be very difficult for us to live an effective life of ubudiyah. So that's why we look. And furthermore, and above all, the body is not yours, it's an amanat. We mentioned this previously, right? This body doesn't belong to me. It's property of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and I have to return it back to Him as He gave it. He gave it to me perfect. Right? So, إِنَّ اللَّهَ يَأْمُرُكُمْ أَن تُؤَدُّوا الْأَمَانَاتِ إِلَىٰ أَهْلِهَا. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala orders us to give the amanats, the trusts, back to their rightful owners. Right? So, and actually, this is a big problem for us, and as Muslims, we fail to, like so many shortcomings that we have, we fail to look at this body as being a ni'mah of Allah, and we fail to realize it doesn't belong to us. Eat what I want, drink what I want, sleep when I want, do what I want. No. This is an amanat from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we should thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for it. And the body is an amazing ni'mat that requires shukr. Allahu Akbar. Right? Just think of it. As we mentioned, even one joint goes out, imagine what a problem it's going to be. So, and one of our mashayikh, he has a very wonderful saying. He says, مَنْ لَمْ يَشْكُرِ النِّعْمَةِ فَقَدْ تَعَرَّضَ لِزَوَالِهَا. Who doesn't thank the ni'mat, he's preparing to lose it. وَمَنْ شَكَرَهَا فَقَدْ قَيَّدَهَا بِعِقَالِهَا. Our Arab brothers, they're very wonderful saying. So what he says is that who is thankless for a blessing has undertaken its elimination. You're thankless, so you want to lose that. It's as though you have knowingly and purposefully, decided I want to lose this ni'mat. And juxtaposed to that, who is thankful for the ni'mat? He ties it by the cord of its affirmation. In other words, he ties it up and keeps it for him. And the word iqal is used here. Now our brothers from the Arab countries, especially from the Arabian Peninsula, where they all wear this iqal. Iqal is that rope, you see them wearing on their. Actually, that is the that is originally the dress of the Bedouins. And why they used to wear that is because that actually used to be on the feet of their camels, and then they put it on their head. So what they do is they used to take it off their head, make a figure 8 out of it, you know. And one side of that figure 8 they used to put on one leg. And then the other one they would put on this leg. So the camel could walk slowly, but he couldn't run away from his master. So he couldn't run away from his master. This is called iqal. And from that iqal we also can take aqal. Because aqal, what does it do? It gives you the freedom of movement, but it keeps you from running away from your master. So therefore we have a whole module on siha aqliya to get this intelligence, sorted out. So that requires also a specific attention, but that will be in another module when we come back next time, inshallah. That's a whole day or two. And we'll look at that very specifically, inshallah. Okay. So this body is a great ni'mat. It requires shukr. If we don't do the shukr of this ni'mat, then we're going to lose it, as we see, which is happening now. Who is from Hyderabad, Deccan? Hyderabad, Deccan, alhamdulillah, congratulations. Hyderabad, Deccan is now the capital of the world for heart disease. It's not a joke. It actually is. Hyderabadi, Bagari Began, and Hyderabadi biryani and all that stuff. So eventually it will catch up to you. And it has caught up. In Pakistan, every third person is afflicted with diabetes. And it's on the increase. 1 out of 5 is afflicted with some sort of cancer. So we're seeing it. We're not paying attention, we're not thanking Allah for this ni'mah, then we're going to lose it. And not only we lose it in terrible ways, painful ways. That perhaps, we would come back to our senses and return back to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and thank Him for it. Okay. So, who is more fit, is more able to do amal salih. If you're in better physical shape, it stands to reason that you should be in a better condition to worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and do all these amal that we've been talking about in a better way, with higher levels. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala exhorts us to compete with one another. For money, for positions, for jobs, no. For a bigger place and better place in paradise. Sari'u, sabiqu. فَلِذَلِكَ فَلْيَتَنَافَسِ الْمُتَنَافِسُونَ. For this, compete. However, competition in amal salih for stations with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, positions in Jannah, is quite different than the competition of the world. Competition of the world, like the marketing gurus will tell you, how do you eliminate your competition? MBA stops? MBAs who are MBAs that we have, didn't they teach you these things? How to eliminate the competition, as though it's a war, and it basically is. The competition for this world becomes a war like dogs tugging at a bone. Ad-dunya jifatun, wa-tullabuha kilab. As someone rightly said, that this world is like a dead carcass, and those who fight over it are like the dogs fighting over a bone. So, in this worldly system, and the material, remember the material paradigm? The maqloob, upside down. So everything goes. So competition, would have one limit, and actually physically it happens. There's a book called The Economic Hitman, Memoirs of an Economic Hitman. Have you read that book? Stunning.
Video.
Yeah, it's got some videos out of it. So that will give you an idea that what the worldly competition and its greed, what's the outcome for individuals and for countries and for the entire society. This competition, on the other hand, is quite different. Rahmani and Rabbani competition. This is how we do it, is that we compete with others, and when we see someone going ahead of us, we make dua for him, that Allah give him more tawfiq, give her more tawfiq. And we're inspired to, move ahead and help and exhort one another. وَتَوَاصَوْا بِالْحَقِّ وَتَوَاصَوْا بِالصَّبْرِ. So there's no hasad, there's no jealousy, there's no, hoping that somebody should go behind. We see someone moving ahead, so we want to emanate them. And we make dua for them that Allah give them more tawfiq. And as we ask for more tawfiq for the others, Allah gives us more tawfiq. And an angel is, assigned to us to make ameen for all the duas that we make for our Muslim brothers and sisters. Did we know that? So if you want a position, the best way to do is pray for your Muslim brothers and sisters. And the angel is going to pray for you. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give us tawfiq. So, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala exhorts us to compete in ihsan amal salih. Sabiqu, sari'u. Right? Race, hasten. Inna Allah ma'al ladhina taqaw, wal ladhina hum muhsinun. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is with those who are muttaqis and those who do ihsan, who do things with excellence. Ihsan is basically excellence. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants us to do ihsan and do things with excellence, and that requires strength and vitality. How will you worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala excellently and we've got all of these physical problems? It's going to be very, very difficult. Unless you're somebody like Qari Fatih Muhammad rahmatullah alayhi, which requires huge spiritual power, and he wasn't taking care of himself, that was ibtila from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Right? So, ihsan entails strength and vitality. This is not possible for the weak, for the sick, and those people occupied in malayani, useless and unnecessary pursuits. In Urdu you also say la yani, huh? La yani, huh? What does it mean? La yani. It doesn't concern us. Twitter, Facebook, all this nonsense. Not only it doesn't concern us, it's destroying people emotionally and intellectually and even physically. Now they found the social media, and if we have time, we'll also touch on that. In the social module that we have also, it's another full-day module. So we look into the impact that the social media is having on us. It's amazing. It's frightening, scary. It's even causing genetic, changes in our bodies. Amazing. And I'm not just coming up with that. These are now studies that have been going on for the past many years, and these are the findings that they're coming up with. Science is telling us these things. So, if we're weak, we're sick, we're engaged in useless pursuits and trivialities, so we're not going to be able to race for positions with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on higher stages in Jannah. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Inna Allah yuhib ma'ali al-amur wa yakrahu safasifaha. This is the meaning of the riwayat, that indeed Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves noble things. Things are big things. We were talking this morning about big vision. So our brothers came, yeah? So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves things that are important, things that have meaning, things that, big things. And He likes this trivial and, useless pursuits, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala dislikes. Having said that, so does that mean that, for example, ladies in the house, men in their houses, so we don't, do things like cleaning after ourselves, washing the dishes, washing our clothes? We do. Because there's actually a very high meaning in doing these things. That's why we see our mashayikh and our aslaf, We used to find them, in the middle of the night going into the lavatories and washing the toilets. Some of our mashayikh, we saw that, doing that. When nobody's around, they used to do these things. Why? To learn humility. To learn humility. So they were particular in doing these type of menial things to learn humility. So actually, it looks like a trivial action, but it's actually a very important action. There's another thing. For our ladies, especially those who are from India and Pakistan, from those areas, one of the beautiful things that ladies do over there is jaru chalana. Jaru. They have this broom which is made out of the reeds, and actually they squat down on the floor, and they walk like this, Now that exercise is about one of the most effective exercises that you can do. And if you go to very sophisticated gyms here in America, they'll teach you how to do squat exercises, which is very difficult for Americans to do because they've never done it. But as children, we used to do that, and we used to have also the toilets that used to have to squat. So everybody's knees were in good shape, and everybody was actually easily, relieving themselves. And these commodes have destroyed all of that. That's why now, and even in Pakistan now, we find that now commodes have replaced all these. And now half of the masjid is filled with chairs. Half the people sitting in chairs, 30, 40-year-old young men. Knees are gone. No exercise. Along with all the, the heavy, intake of sugar and refined starches and no exercise, no squatting. So whenever we have these type of, actions and activities, cleaning and washing, our ladies used to take, the spices with the stone, Still we have that in our house. My wife is also from Hyderabad. Yeah. So still we have that stone in the house, they used to take the spices and grind those. So that was, strength training. Yes, absolutely. So they were getting strength training, they were doing cardios, they were doing stretches, they were doing all these things naturally. That's why they didn't need exercise regimes. Life was full of exercises. So when we have these type of things, opportunities, we take them as opportunities. These are not, So if we find a staircase, 3 flights of stairs, and we find next to it an elevator, what do we do? What do we do? Take the elevator. Poor guy. Really. Say Allah have mercy on him. If he would have gone up the stairs, he would have gotten a 2-minute cardio workout, which people are paying $20, $30, $40, $50 just to go to the gym, and he could have. So actually we take the stairs. Unless you have some severe heart problem which your physician is, otherwise, these are opportunities. People, they park as close as they can to the gym and then go and work out. Just park far away from your job and walk every day 5 minutes. No need. Right? So there's practical things that we can do, easy things that we can do to, So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves the high things and He dislikes, wasting our time in trivialities. Okay? Min husn Islam al-mar tarku ma la yani, and Nabi alayhi salatu says, part of the perfection of one Islam is shunning that which does not concern you. We watch the news every day. And 5 minutes later, it's finished and it's changed. It's irrelevant. And we have no influence in any of those scenarios. But we spend hours sometimes doing it. Some people, they see 5, 10, 15 news channels per day. And what was the outcome? The outcome is more stress, more tension, more worry, loss of time. So I think if you would like to, increase your tension and your stress levels, you would like to waste your time, I think that's a great thing to do. Just watch the news all day long. That's what we're doing. So if we'll cut out these things out of our lives, which are not, they have no, impact on our life. They have nothing to do with this. If we have some need to know about something, then there's a need, then fine. If not, then why do we bother? We have more important things to do. Right? So many activities that we've been doing, so we want to spend our time, maximize in these things. So we won't be able to do that unless we leave those things which do not concern us, as Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, instructed us. Okay, so the whole Holy Quran, Sunnah, ulama, specialists, what they have to say about looking after our health. So the Quran, as we mentioned earlier, إِنَّ اللَّهَ يَأْمُرُكُمْ أَن تُؤَدُّوا الْأَمَانَاتِ إِلَىٰ أَهْلِهَا. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala indeed commands you to deliver the trust back to their owners. So, this body is a trust, and we have to deliver it back to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And He's going to ask us, what type of care did we give to it? Okay. وَلَا تُلْقُوا بِأَيْدِيكُمْ إِلَى التَّهْلُكَةِ. Secondly, and make not your own hands contribute to your destruction. In other words, don't destroy yourselves with your own hands. So when we know that certain foods are detrimental, we know that an idle lifestyle without exercise and movement is detrimental. We know, for example, smoking cigarettes. When I was a kid, there was nothing on cigarette packs. Then, probably around the 70s or so, then they started writing, may be dangerous for you, maybe. Then they said it is dangerous to your health. Then they said this is a killer. And now what do they say? I don't know what. They really, but still
selling it.
Huh?
They're still selling it.
They're still selling it. People are buying it like crazy. And they're crazy, actually. Exactly. I mean, we know that we're destroying ourselves, and yet we're paying to destroy ourselves. So this is destruction with your own hand. So is this legal in Islam? Absolutely not.
It says, you're hurting other people too.
Yeah.
Smoking.
And they say that even that's worse, the secondary smoke, you know. And it really bothers me. In my compound, in my house, and where we do this workshop, and I don't allow smoking. You can't even outside you can start smelling it. So we don't allow anywhere near them. So this is knowingly destroying yourselves with your own hands. So what is the hukam? Is this okay, or it's not nice, or it's haram, or what is it? You can give your own fatwa, you know, but I think it's pretty clear. So actually when people say, no, it's just makruh, you know. You're killing yourself, that's makruh. Just like you're not allowed to kill somebody else, you're not allowed to kill yourself. Killing yourself is just like killing anyone else, because that's a human being that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created, and you didn't create yourself. So we're not allowed to destroy ourselves knowingly, and so adopting lifestyle, you know, measures that are knowingly destructive to us is absolutely not on. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give us tawfiq to understand. Nabi alayhi salatu wasalam says, and this is the fundamental of this whole workshop, المؤمن القوي خير وأحب إلى الله من المؤمن الضعيف وفي كل خير احرص على ما ينفعك واستعن بالله ولا تعجز. It's a long hadith. For our purposes, we'll focus on these phrases of the hadith. Number one, a strong believer is better and dearer to Allah than a weak one. A stronger believer is more beloved and he has more khair than a weak one. So what strength are we talking about?
Everything.
Exactly. Every type of strength that will facilitate a life of ubudiyah, it's intended here. Particularly, strength of determination. We have all types of physical strength and otherwise, but we don't have the strength of determination, so we'll end up non-executive. We don't execute. It's like we said about planning, we prioritize, we plan, but then the toughest part is execution. So every type of strength, physical strength, rohani strength, so all the dimensions of strength that we talked about are included. So that's why we included all of these dimensions within the framework of this workshop, even though we didn't have time to cover all of those. But among them, obviously, a strong body is also among the strength that we should be looking at. And even though the stronger believer is better, even the person who is weak in every aspect, but he has iman, still there's khair in him. La yakhlu min khair. So then Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam says a very important principle. Adhere to that which is beneficial. Ihras ala ma yanfa'uk. Hirs. We should have hirs. We should be, be thirsty and hungry after anything that's going to actually benefit us in whatever way. We had a discussion this morning. We find anything that's beneficial for us, take it and use it. Al-hikmah dalat al-mu'min huwa haqqu biha haythu wajadaha. Whatever wisdom and useful things we find from wherever, from whoever. If it's useful for us, take it and use it. Right? So, and radiant health is one of the most useful things that we should be hankering after continuously. Keep asking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for help and do not be feeble and incapable. La ta'jaz. Ajzi mat karo. Don't become helpless and hopeless. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is, He's given you strength, He's given you intelligence, and He's there with you to help you. So don't, incapacitate yourself. As they say in Urdu, himmat farmai. So now the first thing that we're going to, usually in these types of programs or in things that are contained with, the first thing people start looking at is what they eat. But actually, and it's very important as we're going to see, but actually even more important is movement. The proof of that is that you'll find people who are undernourished, they eat all the wrong stuff, but they're very active. For example, in Pakistan, those are from Pakistan, we have our Pathan brothers, They come from the mountains, they come to Karachi, and they drink tea and they eat this white popper, and that's about it, Useless. I mean, whatever they eat and drink, it's useless. But you don't see any stomachs on them. You see them fit and because what? They're all laborers. They do hard labor. You know, they stand out in the middle of the hot sun with this sledgehammer and they break rocks all day long. You know, it's unbelievable. You know, and these guys are in good shape. And you don't find them full. You don't find the hospitals full of these fellows. Also, interestingly, a few years ago there was a terrible heat wave in Ramadan. Not this last one, the one before that. So many people died. None of these Pathan guys died. And they're out in the hot sun fasting also, and they're very particular about fasting and salat and all these things, yeah? None of them were affected by that. But those people who were inactive, you know, they got affected by it. So, movement is extremely critical, and let's look at something one of our ulama, Al-Imam Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah, rahimahullah wa ta'ala, he wrote this, you know, about 700 years ago. So we'll read this together. Since do you have this in your manual? It should be in your manual as well, so you'll have this. So let's read this together. And keep in mind that when this was written,
Brother, we don't have the manual.
you don't have the manual, but we have soft copies. Did you receive soft copies of that manual? No?
Email.
So you kindly give your email address to one of our brothers, Brother Abid?
Yeah.
Yes, give your email to Brother Abid and he will send you soft copy. In that soft copy, you'll find this article. You see it? You guys have it? Yes? Yeah. Movement and stillness exercise from Tib al-Nabawi. You see it? Have it? Okay. So he says, the waste left behind after food is utilized becomes toxic and detrimental if remaining longer than its natural time frame. Food that we eat, you know, if it's not utilized and it remains in the system, so it's going to turn into toxic. And it's going to be it becomes poison. If forced out by medication, the body suffers both from the ill effects of the medication, as most are toxic. So this was even laxatives. So even herbal laxatives, which was all they had in those days, you know, or other elements that they used to use, all types of laxatives, you're saying they're detrimental by themselves. So those medications, those laxatives are toxic and poisonous, while the benefits of the food also are excreted. Because the system doesn't have an opportunity to absorb the nutrients and the good elements of the food. It's just trying to push it all out. So the body is detrimented by the process, it's detrimented by medication, and it doesn't benefit from the food that was eaten. Okay? So, movement is the strongest means to prevent the building of waste. So what's the best way to, ensure that we don't have this kind of problem? Movement. Movement is the strongest means to prevent the buildup of waste, heating of the organs, dissolving those wastes, reviving the body's agility, vigor, and energy, rendering it more susceptible to nourishment. You know what they say now in health, the naturopath, they say it's not what you eat, but it's what you absorb. Because you eat all the best things, but you have a non-functional digestive system. Either you've got leaky gut, or you've got a buildup of fecal matter all in your intestines, and your intestines are not even touching anything of that food, it's just shooting through. So we're not getting any benefit. Okay? So movement, you see, it is the natural cleanser of all these impurities. It takes them and removes them from the body. So it renders the body more susceptible for nourishment, firming the joints, strengthening the sinews, tendons, and ligaments, and protecting against all physical and most temperamental diseases. Physical and mental, emotional movement is fantastic for all of these things. As we'll see, as specialists have mentioned and studies show us, as we'll see inshallah in the preceding moments inshallah. So, however, if applied in moderation, at its appropriate time, along with the appropriateness of other lifestyle measures. So, exercise and movement, if it's in moderation. So if you go down there and start lifting, 1,000 pounds of, heavy weights and all that, it's not appropriate, it's not natural. So you got these, what we call muscle heads, They got these muscles that actually get in their way more than anything else. And if these guys get in street fights, they're finished. They're not agile. Look at Bruce Lee. You see how Bruce Lee was built? He didn't have these huge muscles. He was like a lion, like a tiger. They don't have these huge. They have perfect, perfectly shaped and toned muscles with ligaments and tendons and all that. You see, is all in its proper place. So movement should give us, this type of effect. Okay. So movement, if applied in moderation, to exercise in moderation at its appropriate time, along with appropriate other lifestyle measures. So it's not just about going to the gym and exercising, it's about having a holistic lifestyle. As we said, and that's the title of our workshop. So appropriate times is after the complete digestion of nourishment. So when is the proper time? Okay. We're seeing it okay? Okay? Can you read it now?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. So the appropriate time is after the complete digestion of nourishment. Moderate exercise, that which induces the reddening of the skin and causes the body to moisten with sweat. Excessive sweating is not a great thing, and not sweating at all is not a great thing, because sweating is a natural detox. It's the body's own way of detoxing itself from a lot of, problems. Okay. Exercise that causes profuse sweating is excessive, and therefore it'll have detriments. Over-exercising is as bad as not exercising, by the way. Okay. Any limb frequently exercised strengthens. This is what we call qaida kulliya. The general principle, any limb that frequently is exercised, it becomes strong. Moreover, all faculties respond likewise. For example, if the memory is frequently used, its memorization ability strengthens. Now our apps memorize everything. Our brains don't memorize things. Our brains don't work like they used to. Because we're depending on, we outsource our thinking, we outsource our movement. So all those things are strengthening and we are weakening. Yes. So if memory is frequently used, its memorization ability strengthens. One who frequently reflects, contemplates, the fikr exercise that we did. So one who does this type of fikr and contemplation, so his power of reflection and contemplation likewise strengthens. Likewise, every limb faculty has its own designated exercise. This is a very interesting section he writes. For the chest, recitation. For example, our brother from Makkah, he's a very excellent qari, so he would know about breathing properly. Because unless you breathe properly, recitation requires proper breathing and enhances the breathing. So actually, recitation, among all the other benefits, it also is an exercise of the chest and lungs. Amazing. So these are natural built-in exercises that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has put, in all of these good actions. For the hearing, listening to sounds and voices incrementally from lightest to heaviest. We don't actually listen carefully, We're being bombarded by all these, but if we take exercise, we have another exercise we do when we go out into the forest or into the woods. We just sit and clear our minds from all thoughts and try and listen to all the things outside of us. It's an amazing exercise. So for the tongue, the exercise of the tongue obviously is speech. One who talks can teach, and so the power of speech is cultivated. For the eye is observation. And it's interesting that the people of the villages and in the Arab countries, the Bedou, the Bedouins, they're known for their hittat al-basar. They really can see because they're looking far away in distances. Hunters, When I was, in Makkah and all my children were doing hifz, so they're all getting these huge numbers, the eyeglasses, huge numbers, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and the little kids. So what was happening was, we didn't realize this until quite later. What happens is that all day and night they're just, Quran in front of them, which is full of barakat and khair, but when you don't use your eyes except 6 inches away from you, so they stop functioning properly 8 inches away from you. because we don't use them, we don't exercise. So therefore, it's very critical that someone who is doing a lot of reading, particularly those students of hifz and so forth, the ustad actually should stop them every, say, 20 minutes and 30 minutes and have them look around. Really, seriously. And those of us who are busy on our screens, now people spend, half their life in front of these screens, which have their own detriments. So we should get up and move around and use our eyes and look as far into the distance as possible. Exercise your eyes. Chinese are very big on this. They have whole systems for that. Okay. So for the legs, obviously walking. All incrementally increasing step by step. So we should increase walking at least 30 minutes a day. Everybody should walk. And it is, as Harvard, has released a study, they said that's the all-around best exercise that you can do. If you can't do anything but just walk, that's a great ghanimat. It's a great ni'mat. So at least 30 minutes daily walking. As I said, we can all plan to do that. Park your car 30 minutes away from where you have to go. 10 minutes, yeah. And you'll live a much stressless life. A lot of stress you get just from this parking. Finding a parking place and then getting blocked. Huh? So what you do is you go and park 10, 15 minutes walk away from the place. Very easily you'll find a place to park. And very nicely you'll be able to walk, and you can do your dhikr, you can do your fikr, so you can do so many things and utilize that time in such wonderful ways. So if we'll start thinking like this, inshallah, we'll have automatic and very natural and organic lifestyle changes which will, have tremendous impact, inshallah, on us overall. So for the legs, walking, all incrementally increasing step by step. Horse riding, archery, wrestling, racing on foot, exercise the entire body, and root out chronic diseases. Now, modern science is catching up with that, and they're saying the same thing. He was saying this 700 years ago. Okay, for the nafs also requires exercise. So how do we exercise the nafs? Education, good manners, joy and happiness. Now these naturopaths are very big on this now. You have to actually take out some time and feel happy. Yeah, savoring, they have a new concept, So that's built into our whole system of life in Islam, you see. And now people are synthetically trying to, factor this in. It's there. So for the nafs, education, good manners, joy, happiness, patience, steadfastness, courage and generosity, works of righteousness, love. These are all exercises of the nafs. As one continuously exercises these traits, they eventually become deep-rooted attitudes and firmly grounded faculties. So all of these things, inshallah, will take to heart. Okay. Then, now it's interesting, I should probably mention at this point, that this article is actually taken from the book which is known as Tib al-Nabawi, which actually wasn't a specific book, it was part of a larger book which Imam Ibn Qayyim rahimahullah ta'ala dictated actually, and it's called Zad al-Ma'ad fi Hadi Khair al-Ibad. So it's actually an encyclopedia. Zad al-Ma'ad is an encyclopedia of the life and all the amur and all the affairs connected to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It's an encyclopedia of the life of our Nabi alayhi salatu wasallam, and it's an unprecedented, unparalleled work. And it has such details that, you would be hard-pressed to find a whole committee of ulama to do that in a lifetime. He starts talking about hadith, and then he'll mention the books where it's found that hadith. He'll talk about the narrators of that hadith. He'll talk about, linguistic, delicacies and. It's just an encyclopedia of all types of Islamic knowledge and discipline. And the amazing thing was this was all dictated from memory. While riding on his camel going to Hajj, some of his students and some of those who were with him, they dictated, and he was saying all this, you see, from his memory.
What was the name again?
Zad al-Ma'ad fi Hadi Khair al-Ibad. Something like that. It's in 5 volumes. It's several thousand pages. So this is the kind of ulama that we had in this ummah. Right? So this is part of that book, Having said that, I also mentioned, because sometimes people, they think, these ulama, okay, so we'll get a Quran translation, we'll get a copy of Bukhari, and you know, we're good to go. I mean, why do we need, you know, all of that? Okay,
Brother, I have a question.
yes. Hmm?
There are many authors who have written, who have translated this book. By which author is this?
Excuse me?
So there are many authors who've translated Tibban Nabawi.
This book, Acha, I see.
In English.
In English,
Yeah,
okay.
well, I want to know the author of this one, the one you are showing.
Yeah, this is, actually, this was not written in English, this was written in Arabic, and I myself, I translated this, you know. But I know that there is English translations of it, but this was written originally in Arabic, and it's called Tibban Nabawi, the book which is published now in Arabic. And as I said, it's actually, it's a portion of a larger book, and that was written by Imam Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah, rahimahullah ta'ala, one of the great scholars of the Hanbali school of thought. From the Hanafi school of thought, we have Imam Sarakhsi, who was a great faqih and a great usuli, great alim all around. So he passed a fatwa that the ruler of probably Samarkand or wherever he was, I forget where. So the ruler of that area had him thrown into prison. But what kind of prison they threw him in? Actually, they dug a big pit, and they threw him in that pit, and they kept him there. Now his students used to come and sit on the top of that pit, and he used to dictate from memory a book which was later compiled. It's called Al-Mabsut, which is to be found in 30 volumes. I mean, spread your hands out as far as you can spread, and that's about how big that book is. It's well known, it's in print. And this book is a book actually what we call Fiqh al-Muqaran. I mean, he talks about all the various, you know, schools of thought in the discipline of fiqh. He talks about the Madhahib al-Arba, and he talks about, you know, other mujtahideen outside Madhahib al-Arba and their proofs and their standpoint, and from Quran and Hadith and Qiyas and so forth and so on. And in fact, I've met ulama from the Shafi'i madhab who say we found proofs for our point of view in that book that we don't find in our own books. And that book was dictated by memory. So this was not uncommon. Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, as an example of the muhaddithin, 40,000 ahadith in his musnad. 40,000 ahadith. And we mentioned also yesterday 300 rakats nafil every day. Okay? 40,000 hadith by memory. It's not like he had to go Google it, you know. It was all there in his mind. The text of the hadith, the chain of narrators, all those chain of narrators, their father, their son, their teachers, their students, when they were born, when they died, what was the quality of their hifz, what was the quality of their deen. All of these information, it was all on the fingertips. This is how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala preserved this deen. Inna nahnu nazzalna dhikra wa inna lahu lahafidun. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, we are going to preserve this dhikr, this Quran. And not only preserve the Quran, everything which is in support of Quran. Among that support, the creation of such ulama that have carried on this tradition until today. And therefore we have this information. Alhamdulillah. So it's not like we just grab a translation of the Quran and Bukhari and some other things and, you know, and start, you know, chalo. No, that's not how it works. We go to specialists. And we have in this ummah, mashallah, the specialists of that caliber. And I don't think, and I'm quite sure that no ummah has received, you know, the kind of inayat and the kind of, you know, attention of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and beneficence that this ummah has received. And among that, our scholars and our ulama, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant them all, you know, the best of reward on behalf of this ummah. So he goes on to say, if we reflect upon the way, so this was, yes.
Al-Mabsut, what was
Al-Mabsut.
the name of the scholar?
As-Sarakhsi. Imam As-Sarakhsi. Among the various books that he has written, he has a very famous book in Usul of Fiqh also, which is very popular still to this day. So he goes on to say, if we reflect upon the way of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we will find in the perfect guiding example protecting health and strength, benefiting both in this world and in the next. Salat itself is the most beneficial thing for health of the body, besides all the other benefits. It is the most beneficial thing for the health of the body, dissolving its detrimental compounds and waste, besides what it holds for the protection of Iman and the felicitation of this world and the next. Similarly, Qiyam al-Layl, Tahajjud. If we find anyone who's particular and consistent in Tahajjud, you will see a healthy person, I guarantee you. Definitely. Okay? Similarly, Qiyam al-Layl, Tahajjud, after midnight prayers, is among the most beneficial means of protecting one's health and most preventive in chronic diseases, and energizes the body, soul, and heart. So it protects your health and it protects against most chronic disease and preventive of chronic disease, in fact, and energizes the body, soul, and health. Apart from the main objectives of the salat, as a fringe benefit. As narrated in the Sahihain, Bukhari and Muslim, Shaitan ties 3 knots on the nape of one's neck, back of one's head, during the sleep, imprinting on each knot. He says, you see, Shaitan ties the knot and blows it. And he says, you have a long night. Sleep. Right? So if in spite of this he awakens, remembers Allah, 1 knot unties. If he performs wudu, consequently, a 2nd knot unties. And if he performs salah, all the knots are unraveled, and he faces the day invigorated in excellent spirit. Tahajjud. Some of the ulama say this is Salat al-Fajr, but the majority of the ulama say actually this is the Salat of Tahajjud. So it actually energizes. We think we're losing sleep. You're gaining energy. However, if you're going to get up early in the morning at the time of Tahajjud, you go to sleep early in the night. And Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam did not like to sleep before Isha, and he didn't like any talk after it. We start all of our social things after Salat al-Isha. That should, if we just squash that, we'll see our life, you see, improving 500%. After Isha, shut down. Well, finish. This is my policy actually. If you invite me anywhere after Isha, I'm sorry. Shop is closed. I have an appointment every day with myself. If we learn to keep appointments with ourselves, then we can keep appointments with anyone. The hardest appointment to keep is with yourself. Yeah. This is the time I eat, this is the time I sleep, the time I exercise, the time I make my salat, dhikr, Quran, Ta'awud, so forth and so on. If we can learn to do that, then we can keep appointments with anyone, anywhere. Inshallah.
What
Okay.
about in the winter when Isha is 6 o'clock?
Yeah, but it's 8 o'clock here.
No, I
They
mean,
give you a good time, which is 3 hours, 4 hours. Actually, that's how you're supposed to do it. You make Isha later. Nabi Sallallahu used to do that. Used to prolong the time of Isha. And then after Isha, now you're clean. Wudu and salat, and now istighfar, everything. You're clean. Go to sleep. Suppose we leave this world. So we leave the world clean, free of sin, inshallah. So what we do is we clean ourselves up, then we go to the party, we go to the function, we go to the restaurant, get involved in ghibat, namimat, and all this stuff, And we just spoil and ruin. It's just like, the kids building, the houses in the sand. And then the tide comes up and what happens? Washed away. This is what we're doing. So if we have some good works to do, something which has, it's connected to ubudiyah, one way or the other, that's a separate issue. But as a general principle, this one's also working, no? You're going to energize that one or what? It's working okay. This one is not. Is this working? Yeah. Okay, so similarly, Shari Som, Som Shari, fasting in Ramadan or any type of Sharia, actual fasting according to, because you can fast all types of ways of fasting. There's water fast, there's juice fast, there's, fasting for a certain amount of intermittent fast. But what we're talking about here is fasting according to the rules of Sharia. Okay? Is a means of protecting health and exercise of body and soul no sound-natured person can deny. Okay? Having said that, however, fasting requires that when we break the fast, we also observe the proper etiquettes. If we break the fast, with atom bombs and, like what usually happens here, or among most of our people, samosas and pakodes and all these fried things, it's really, that's probably the worst thing that you can do. Huh? Chai paratha, all these things. You see, now your whole system has gone into sleep mode. you know, and you've actually now cleaned out these toxics and everything. The whole body is sort of resetting. And now we throw all this garbage and junk, Pizza Hut, Dunkin' Donuts, I don't know what all, you know, and so you're just totally defeating the purpose. So that's why if we, again, follow the way of Nabi alayhi salatu wasalam, upon breaking fast in Makkah, Medina, and all these places probably you've all seen. They do the natural thing, and that's the sunnah of our Nabi. A few dates, and they add to that qahwa Arabi, which also has its own, you know, benefits, if you don't overdo it. Coffee is another, caffeine is another long discussion. We won't enter into that one now. But that was the Hadi ibn He used to break his fast on a few dates. And dates are the most concentrated food source on the planet. It has everything. On top of that, it's very easily digested. And immediately the sugars of the date, which is 80% sugar, but you know, good sugar. So that goes immediately in your bloodstream. You get a good, you know, rush, you get a good, you know, energizing. And your system starts, you know, again, readjusting to the digestive process. Now, after offering salat and doing your adhkar and nawafil, and maybe say half an hour later, your system has now come back into digestive mode. Then you go and have a reasonable, healthy, you know, well-balanced, you know, meal. Then that's fine. And then again, for suhoor, we should be very careful that, you know, we need to put the best possible nutrients that we can, because we have to, you know, sustain for the next 12, 15, 20 hours. I don't know how many hours you've got here in the summer. It's critical. So we're very, very good. Every single thing that we eat in iftar and suhoor should be measured and scrutinized and analyzed. Only the best of things and most beneficial things should be placed in our system. Okay, so that type of som is the one that's going to give us these benefits, inshallah. As for jihad and what it comprises of total movement, obviously, now think about this. In the old days, people used to fight like men, you know, with a sword weighing about 15, 20 pounds. Now imagine what kind of shape they were in. And all day long, fighting with swords, you know, hand-to-hand combat, you know. So imagine the type of, and they didn't have anything to eat. As you mentioned, we read in Sirah, sometimes Sahaba had no food at all. They had a date a day, a few dates a day. But look at the kind of shape they were in. Asma radiallahu ta'ala anha, she left with Nabi alayhi salatu wasalam in Hajjat al-Wida. They reached, you see, just out of Medina Munawwara, Abir Ali, you know, the miqat. And she delivered a child. She was 9 months pregnant. So she had the child right outside of Medina. And then right after having the child, she just packed him up, got back on her camel, and rode with Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam and performed Hajj. Riding on camel alone. And the most interesting thing is that the narration of this story, they don't make a big deal out of that. It's not like that was, and just see this. I mean, so, by the way, that was commonplace.
Who was that?
Asma radiallahu ta'ala, the sister of Aisha radiallahu ta'ala. So, that was how they were. Women were of that, you know, physical, well-being. When we were students in Makkah, we heard about one, you know, Bedouin lady. She lived in Makkah. She used to go outside. She used to take one sheep with her. She used to go by herself, go outside in the, you know, in the desert, and slaughter that sheep herself and roast it, eat half of it, have her baby, eat the other half, and come back. One of our friends in Jordan. So he has last I heard, he had 14 kids from this one wife. 14 children. So, and then she developed kidney stones somehow. So they took her to the hospital and said, we're going to remove that. So when the doctor came to remove it, it turned out it was a man. So he said, what do you mean? Man's going to do something? Forget it. She got up and ran out. She went home, she took, you know, one little cup of, you know, virgin olive oil, you know, from the Jordanian, you know, Palestine. And she just drank that, and alhamdulillah, the stones all came out. Yeah. So, the way of life that we used to live was very healthy and very natural. We didn't need, you know, external regimes. Our lifestyle was healthy. So, and as we see, what he's pointing out is that all of these activities that are ingrained and already part and parcel of our religion, they themselves, besides the main objectives, from the health standpoint and even physical health standpoint, what amazing, you know, tools they are, what amazing effects they have. Similarly, Hajj, obviously. The way people used to Hajj, either on camel or on foot.
So it was a fantastic, for your physical health as well. Likewise, competition in horse riding and archery, swimming, also Nabi prescribed that we should teach our children all these things. So, walking and fulfilling one's needs. People used to walk a lot. We read in Hadith, Nabi used to go to Bani Fulan. There was a problem there, then he would walk with Abu Bakr and Umar, and so other Sahabas, they used to walk here, they used to walk there, go to that village, visit so-and-so, janazah, go to the masjid, go back to the home, go out to the field, and so forth. And then, out in the ghazwas, they used to, walking or riding. And riding a camel and a horse and a donkey is also an excellent exercise. It's not like riding in your Mercedes, You hardly get any, movement of your foot now. Now they have cars that drive themselves. You don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
It's terrible. It's musibat, actually. So, before we used to actually have movement built into our life, now it's all been taken out of our life, so we have to replace that movement one way or the other, either organically or artificially, so exercise regimes become necessary. So walking and fulfilling one's needs to his brothers and fulfilling their needs and rights, visiting the sick, joining the funeral processions, walking to the masjid, offering Jummah, Jamaat, even the movement of wudu and ghusl, the exercise helpful in protecting health and excretion of waste, found in these activities is the least of what is comprised therein. As for what they contain, for the attainment of the goodness of the world and the hereafter is something far beyond that. You now must have realized that his, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, guiding example is far above and beyond any other in the treatment of body, soul, and heart, protection of the health, and warding off of their sicknesses. This is unsurpassable in the estimation of one whose good sense and reason is present, and tawfiq is by Allah. So, just recapping, exercise is important or not? Movement is important or not? Extremely. And therefore, we'll just summarize that. You'll see on these slides, you'll notice that exercise benefits, and you'll see HH between two parentheses. HH stands for what? Higher health. So, Sheikh Noor Keller, also a convert Muslim like myself who lives in Jordan, Amman. So, he offers a course which is called Higher Health. And in fact, it just completed. He does this every year, and it's anywhere from 2 to 4 months. It's an excellent course, and a lot of the information I've benefited a lot with these presentations as well. So when you see this HH, then this is a summary of some of his discourses. And that was a course that he offers. And every Sunday there's a 1 hour lecture, and I highly recommend this course to everyone. If you like what we're talking about here, then you must take this course.
Is it online?
It's an online course, Qibla.com. Qibla.com. So Sheikh Noor, he offers this course every year, and every year he says, this is the last time I'm doing it, but he keeps on doing it every year by popular demand. And every year it gets better and better. And the amount of research that is done is just phenomenal, So it's very highly researched and it's very well documented, so it's just a tremendous course, and I highly recommend it. We'll be late with you. So general benefits of exercise: strengthens cardiovascular system, heart, lungs, regulates body fuel, lowers insulin need for handling of body sugar. And now what we understand is that this continuous flow of insulin in the body is highly detrimental and highly destructive. Your body needs to shut down and relax. So this constant munching, if you remember yesterday when all the snacks were going along, so people offered, and I didn't want to take those, because actually this munching is not really a great idea, because every time we munch, and usually there's some type of sugar involved, some type of carbohydrates involved, so every time you eat these things, your pancreas has to send out this insulin to deal with this sugar and this glucose. All these sugars and carbohydrates turn into glucose, and those glucose has to be circulated to all the cells of your body. And the medium of that is insulin. So insulin takes this, this glucose to all the cells of your body. But now when your cells are full, and they say we've got enough, go somewhere else. So this poor insulin is running around trying to find cells that will accept it, And they forget it, we have plenty, go there. So finally the insulin says, wait a minute, enough is enough, Every 2 hours, I have to go through this, I'm going on strike.
I have a question.
So what happens?
Diabetes.
Diabetes. Excuse me.
I have a
Yeah, yeah, uh-huh.
I am diabetic, and when I go to doctor, she says that you have to munch every.
Yeah, that's a difference. So you have to keep your blood sugar up.
So you are saying that insulin will go up, so what should I do then?
Okay, so what you need to do, because actually, we'll go into this a little later, I am not a practitioner, so I don't.
I think what the doctors say for diabetics, have very small meals frequently, and that's because normally nobody eats a small meal
Yeah, that's the
in
problem.
America. So what we are forced to tell them is have very small frequent meals. What ends up happening is diabetics or general population eats 3 massive meals.
3 massive meals.
So it's not the ideal recommendation to have 3 small meals. Ideally, we'd like to say eat small meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but we know nobody does that.
Yeah.
So the second best option is eat
Yeah.
3 to 5 small
But
meals.
yeah, what I would suggest though is that my conviction is that the conventional way of treating diabetes is really not effective at all. And what it appears to me is that they would like to treat diabetes, they wouldn't want to actually cure it. And there's studies now that show type 2 diabetes is pretty much 100%, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the studies which I have read and I've heard, 100% type 2 diabetes is reversible. And there was a study recently in Toronto, and they did it on a bigger level, and they very strictly regulated the intake of 500 patients within 40, and it's interesting, in 40 days, maybe you've seen that study, in 40 days all of them walked out diabetes free. So I would suggest if you have that problem, contact a qualified naturopath, perhaps our brother here would be the person to contact, and look at alternatives, and study, educate yourself, and with mashwara and istikhara, and take educated educated and make educated choices. And there's a lot more than what modern medicine and the big pharma and the petrochemical based pharmacology would have us to believe. Okay, so in any case, if we'll exercise a lot, and in any case, one thing I can tell you for certain, anyone who's got sugar needs to be exercising, religiously. That's for sure. Yeah. So, similarly, it reduces obesity, burns calories, reduces appetite. That's interesting. It really reduces appetite. People who don't exercise, they also get these hunger pangs. This obsessive eating, you'll find this prevalent in people who don't exercise. People who are exercising in movement, they forget about food. In fact, you don't really feel hunger as much as people who are idle. It elevates stress threshold. You're much better, mentally and physically, prepared to take on stress. Lifts your mood. If you don't believe it, just try it. If you had a bad day, go outside and walk. Take a brisk walk, just a brisk walk in nature. See how you feel after that. I guarantee you, inshallah, you will. And add dhikr and fikr to that, nothing like it. So it really does. It really, changes your whole mood. Boosts immune system. This is Sheikh Noor's, I coined this phrase. He says, more cops on the beat after every workout. Because what happens after a workout, actually it revs up your immune system and the antibodies that are generated, there. So actually workout produces more. So it actually strengthens your immune system, mashallah. Boost energy and productivity of body and brain. Brain becomes more active also, definitely. And most important, it's a means to fulfill the promises of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for amal as-salih. We're in better shape, we can do more amal as-salih. Okay, now what if we don't exercise? We don't have physical activity. So we're looking for diabetes, we're looking for weight gain, anxiety, depression, joint and bone fragility, circulatory system problems, breast cancer, colon cancer, among many other cancers, many common chronic diseases, heart disease, high blood pressure, inactivity killing as many as smoking now. Studies show us that people that are, because of inactivity, is killing people as much or more than smoking. In fact, Dr. Stephen Blair mentions that regarding health risk, that low fitness stood out higher than obesity, smoking, diabetes, high cholesterol, and high blood pressure. In other words, it's a bigger risk. Being inactive is a bigger risk than all these other things combined. And in fact, low fitness is the strongest risk for death. And obviously we know nobody's going to die except by the order of Allah. But if we see somebody's inactive, then it's probably a KPI that this guy is not going to be around for long. So may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give us tawfiq and make us active as He created us to be. So what kind of exercises? So these are all different types of exercise that we should have some portion of each. Before you start any exercise regime, ensure that you warm up a little bit, okay? And that can be done by jumping jacks, it can be done by calisthenics, it can be done by various ways, having a brisk walk, etc. Anaerobic or strength training is also very critical. It doesn't mean you have to go and start lifting hundreds of pounds of weights, but some type of strength training, and probably the best for most of us is just the simple calisthenics we learned when we were kids. Push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, squats, jumping jacks. These are all the greatest things. When we were kids, now kids, they play on apps. When we were kids, we played football, basketball, track, gym, wrestling, boxing, all these kind of things. And we used to have to do, 50 sit-ups, 50 push-ups. So to this day, alhamdulillah, if anybody wants, they can come up and give me a punch in the stomach. I'm ready. Yeah, go ahead. From those days, alhamdulillah, because I continued that, throughout my life, I still do that. In fact, the first thing I do when I wake up, I do that. 30 sit-ups, 30 push-ups, 30, leg ups and other things. So it's about 10, 12 minutes, and I'm feeling great, feeling fresh. If I don't do that, I won't be feeling good. So it's very easy. 10, 12 minutes, and look at the benefits and the risks that we're going to save from. So it's an easy thing, we can do it, and if we don't do it, we have a lot to lose, actually. So inshallah, we'll make intention for this one. Usually what we do is we actually demonstrate some of these exercises, and similar, aerobic cardio exercises, anything like walking briskly, jogging, although I'm not a big fan of running and jogging, actually. It has its own problems, there's pros and cons. But brisk walking is a great exercise. Swimming is probably the greatest thing there is. Great cardio, great strength, great all around. Jumping rope. Ladies, you usually used to like to do that. So these type of things, cardio exercises. Stretches. After exercise, moderate stretching is very good and it's actually prescribed. And yoga exercises actually are some of the best stretches you can do are the yoga exercises. Wonderful. Before Islam, we used to do all of these things, standing on our heads and fasting. We used to fast for a week on water to detox. It was great, and you really feel something. And then we used to break the fast with maybe a piece of watermelon or something like that. That's all we'd have for the next day. So for a week, only water, and then maybe one day of just fruit. And then break in slowly other things. And just clean out the whole body. It's just wonderful, actually. So there's things like that you can do. I don't say you have to be so radical, but there's things you can do. For example, our own Shari fast, Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam told us, you see, Thursdays and Mondays, it was Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's habit. Ayyam al-Bid, 13th, 14th, 15th, and so forth. And we can also add to that, a day, perhaps once a week or once a month, only vegetable juices, or only water. So there's a lot of different fasting regimes and detoxing regimes that we can find out about. But again, I would caution that if we're going to undertake these things, then we need to actually take professional help and consultation, because some of these things can be a bit radical and hard on your system, and you may not be in shape for some of these things. So take mashwara of people that know. And then, interestingly now, internal energy exercises. Yoga also deals with this. The Chinese have very, wonderful systems. There's a book which also Sheikh Noor, he's always referring to that, and I have that book. Did I bring it with me? I'll pass that around. It's a very interesting book. These are internal exercises, and the Chinese had developed these exercises since thousands of years. And their medicine, and their exercise regimes are something, outstanding. And unfortunately, we in the West, because of bias, because of ignorance, I don't know what all, but, so this is a book you can pass it around, it's an excellent book, and very simple exercises, and Dr. Stephen Chang is a wonderful person, and he's got beautiful systems, and this is a book which has a complete system of healing through internal exercises, very simple exercises, and I personally have found them very, beneficial, and certain of those exercises I also try and do on a daily basis. So, you can benefit from all of these things. These are called internal energy. Their concept is that you have, just like you have blood flowing in your bodies, you have energy flowing in your bodies. And now we know that we have all these neurons in our brains. It's working by what?
Electricity.
Electric current. So that current actually going through all of our bodies, and the lack of that current or the dysregulation of that current in our bodies causes a lot of problems. So to re-regulate that and regularize that energy flow. So that's a whole science involved behind that, and the Chinese are the masters of that. So we would do well to familiarize ourselves with that and perhaps make that some of our daily practice. Again, posture. Last but not least, good posture. And when we were kids, I should probably say at this point that a lot of this that I'm talking to you today about is the benefit of the training that we got from our mother, because my mother was a dietitian from the 50s and 60s. She was a student of Adele Davis, who was the foremost nutritionist of that era. She was a pioneer, actually. She was the only one around in those days. Some of her concepts have been proven faulty now, but all in all, she did a lot, to bring awareness about health and nutrition, dieting, all these things. So my mother, kept us on all these things since we were a child, and she's also close to 90 years old. She's a certified organic gardener. She's always studying something, taking a class in this or that, teaching something. She runs her own organic garden. She's a permaculturist, and she's always got 3-4 books, reading something and studying something. But she has not accepted Islam yet, so please make dua for her that she's very close. She appreciates. So we had that training since our childhood. And among the training she used to give us, and in schools in those days, in fact, posture. Somebody wrote a book, Sheikh Nu also recommends it. It's called Posture, Get It Straight. Exactly. So, and one of the worst things we can do for our posture are these chairs you're all sitting in, by the way. Just see how you're sitting, everyone's slouched over, leaning. And so what's happening is that our spine is getting, bent out of shape. So, but we need to actually sit up straight, and then our whole internal organ system is going to be in place. Otherwise, it's all being, especially sitting over these keyboards. What's happening, we're collapsing our lungs, we're putting pressure on our internal organs, liver, kidneys, heart, everything is getting, is going through trauma, actually, because of the way that we improperly sit. So we need to be cognizant of our posture, and there's exercises to improve the posture, and we should be cognizant about that. If we had time and space, we would probably do some of these exercises. Would you like to do that, or you would? So can we do that here? Sure. Yeah? Okay. Or we go upstairs? Huh?
Here's fine.
Outside?
It's kind of cool.
Okay, so there's one system. Now there's a lot of exercises that we could do, and there's so many regimens out there. So you can form your own regimen, or if you have any trainer or something like that. I personally am not a big fan of gyms, and I am a fan of doing exercises that you can do anywhere, anytime, right? Even if you're traveling, you're in a hotel room or something, you're in the masjid, wherever, you're in Jamaat or whatever, so you can do these things. You don't need equipment, you don't need all these things. So the best thing for that is the old-fashioned calisthenics. There was a system which was developed in the 60s, that was around since we were kids, and it was developed for the Canadian Royal Air Force. And you can just look that up, if you just look on your smartphones, just punch in 5BX. And if you want to add Royal Canadian Air Force, then you'll see a whole exercise plan. 5BX. Just punch that in and it'll come right out. So there's a whole booklet on that. That was, that was written in the 60s. I think it's the same one, but it still holds, valid. And it's 5 basic exercises, but it's very scientifically designed so that these 5 basic exercises, as you keep doing them, you can, they become more strenuous. There's more forms of the same exercise. And you do more reps, and the challenging nature of that exercise increases. In other words, that you do more strenuous forms of the same exercise. So those 5 basic exercises, they take 11 minutes to do. That's it. 11, 12 minutes, you're done. And you've gotten all of these things actually, basically. There's something that's just like warm up. The first thing is the toe touching is a stretch at the same time. It's a warm up. And then there's running in place, right? Then there's strength, there's push-ups, there's sit-ups, and so forth. The only thing you don't have internal energy in that thing. So go to Dr. Stephen Chang's, or there's another book I can show you. This is a very interesting book if you want to see it. I usually have all these books in my place in Pakistan, all these various things. This is another thing, Qigong, which is other Chinese. And it's also a very simple exercise, but very effective, also dealing with internal energy. Okay, for the ladies just punch in XBX. XBX, that stands for 10 basic exercises. Ladies are a bit more complicated than men, so they need actually more exercises. But good news, ladies, it's not any longer. It's also 11, 12 minutes, that's it. 10 very simple exercises, but they're very comprehensive. And they'll give you a good exercise all around. And generally what we do is when in Pakistan, so my daughters or someone actually facilitate the women and show them those exercises so they can get started.
What do you call?
Excuse me?
What do you call for women exercise?
XBX. It's the same system, but it's designed for the ladies. Yeah, and it talks about benefits of exercise, and tells you how to do those exercises. It also talks a little bit about dieting and other things. So you can just download that and print it out, and you can have that. Okay, so if you want to do some exercises, would you like to do some exercises? So let's do those 5 basic exercises. So we can probably do it right here. Just take your... what we can do is just take the chairs and just give them a push back a little bit, then have a little room in front of you, yeah? Yeah, take up Definitely. Find it? Make a little space for yourself, about as much space as your body, like a cupboard. Space as you need. Okay, the first exercise that we do is toe touching. So hands up above. Maybe the ladies can also follow this, then you can get your own version. Okay? Hands up. Now we're going to try and touch. Now, this is the thing about this exercise, is that we don't strain yourself. Any exercise that you do, don't strain. And if you start feeling any pain, don't. You know that thing, no pain, no gain? I don't totally buy into that concept. If a little pain is okay, but a lot of pain is not okay, you'll end up probably in the hospital. You don't want to do that. Defeating the purpose. So, you want to go down and you want to touch your toes or you want to touch the ground, but without hurting yourself, okay? Second thing is you want to bend your back, starting from the top of your back, each vertebrae kind of bending itself, rather than just bending down from the mid-back. That's going to hurt your lower back. So we want to actually try and feel our top of our back bending over, okay? And then touching the ground as far as we can go without hurting ourselves, and then up. Okay? Same way. Same way going up and going down, okay?
One thing, can we online show to sisters here on the screen on YouTube?
You want to do that? I don't have a...
Oh, I can put. Just one.
Or what I can do is,
Oh, it's easy.
Hmm? I don't have a camera on this.
No, I just show the online
Achha,
YouTube.
achha,
We can just
Oh, okay. Okay, anyway, for the pressing of time, so we got that one, right? Let's try that one. Down, up, 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 down, up. How's it feel? Good? Yeah. Alhamdulillah. We can also be saying Subhanallah, Alhamdulillah, La ilaha illallah. Try and count on your fingers. Okay, what they do is they give you like 2 minutes. So in 2 minutes you should be doing like up to around 30, 40, something like that. But they start out with a few. So it starts out very simple. Yeah? Huh? Did you get it?
Yeah.
Is it on or it's
Play.
I just
Hey Hashim, I have a question.
Yeah.
So when you do raku, are you supposed to be stretching like that, or is that more?
That's a good idea. But anytime you're going to bend over, what happens is if you bend from your lower back, you're going to end up with back problems. So anytime you want to bend your back, you want to bend from the top down, right? So, and ruku' and sujood, we should do it with khushu and khudu'. So if you actually do it with khushu and khudu', it's going to be like that, you know. You're not just going to plop over. You're going to very gracefully, you know. Right? Okay, the second one that we do is sit-ups. Right? So this is kind of hard, you know. But, so sit-ups, do you know sit-ups? Now, one way you can do sit-ups is that you breathe in, and the same concept with bringing your, the vertebrae up slowly. So, right? And then back slowly from each vertebrae going down. Right? And then easier way is just to put your hands back and then, okay? Can you try that? Kind of hard for, but it's doable. Okay? If you can't actually sit up, that's not a problem. You can just, most of you should be able to. If you can't, then just bring your, even if you come up like this is also okay. If you can't get yourself all the way up, just even this much, you'll feel your abs tightening, right? And your lower back is also getting in. So you can start like that. Otherwise, all the way up. And touch your toe again without hurting yourself.
Hit live.
Okay?
A little bit slow.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Everybody can do that?
Just hit live.
It's live.
It's a drag behind it.
It's a little bit.
But it's not a little bit.
Yeah?
Just to
Fine.
synchronize it.
Okay?
Sheikh, in the gyms you see people folding their.
Yeah, there's crunches and actually,
maybe screens here.
there's now debates because a lot of times sit-ups, if you get really extreme, it just, people damage their backs. So it's not a great thing. And in fact, there's another
Okay,
that some of them say is better, which is leg lifts, by doing this exercise. No? This is also giving you the same benefit, right? Feel your abs? Okay? Don't take it up too far. About a foot off the ground. Okay? Right?
Yeah, you feel that.
Now, I used to do this every day, but then I developed a hernia, so I actually had to stop this exercise. So for some, it may not be a great idea, but another thing for your abs, for your core, And this is now, you know, the exercise gurus are really pushing this. It's called plank. Plank is very simple. You can all do this. Clasp your hands with elbows, yeah, and toes, and just hold it. Try this one. Just hold it like this. 30 seconds, 45 seconds. Yeah? That's, see? That's so easy, yeah? Yeah, but this is really a great exercise for your abs, for your back, lower back. Yeah? So just do it as long as you can. If you can only do 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 40 seconds.
Looks like that you are the most fittest in the whole class. You have like
This is a
young
wonderful
old man.
exercise. And it's very safe exercise, as you see. Also. You're not stretching anything, but it's giving you good core strength. Okay, the next one is push-ups. Push-ups, everybody knows that, right? 100, 200 push-ups, no problem, right? Huh? Come on, guys. 30 push-ups, 25 push-ups, 20 push-ups, whatever you can do, so do it, yeah. Right? The thing about push-ups is you want to keep your back straight. You want to keep your back straight, you want to keep your arms, your hands around shoulder, you know, in front of your shoulders or parallel with your shoulders. And you want to keep your back straight, and you want your chest to come as close to the ground as possible without touching. Right?
Jeff, this is the 5BX. This is what you're describing as the 5BX.
Yeah.
This is,
What push-ups and sit-ups. Yeah. So you want to go down. Don't touch your chest, but and then come up straight. And lock your shoulders. Yeah. Okay. And you should actually regulate your breathing. You know, when you're going up, breathe out, and then when you're going down, breathe in. Come on.
So I was gonna suggest something for those that don't wanna get down to that.
Yeah.
That might be a little too tough.
Yeah.
So you could do it against the wall and make it easy.
Oh
And
yeah.
then work your way into that.
Yeah.
Meaning, you could pretty much start as much as basically start here.
Yeah.
So it takes the weight off your chest, off
Yeah.
your back and so forth, and
Yeah.
then you could go lower, you know,
Good.
and then get lower to the ground and work your way into that.
Okay? So everybody do what they can. If you can do it on the ground, fine. If you want, you can do it on the wall. How's that? We have a lot of spectators, but we don't.
In Pakistan, we
what
can't
about
push the weight.
strengthening your knees?
Now, in this regime, the one I have two. I don't have problem, but I mean, I think there's two deficiencies in this regime, and I make up for those deficiencies by number one, squats. So squats, this is how I do squats. So you can try this. Put your hand behind your, keep your back straight. Squat down, right? Keeping your back straight, and then back up. That's it. So that's going to develop, you know, your thighs and your legs, right? And you can coordinate your breathing. And you can also see your whole legs and your calves are getting a good workout on that. Coordinate your breathing along with that. That's the one thing. The other thing that they don't have is they don't have anything really for your biceps, other than push-ups, which will kind of, you know, give. But for your biceps, you want to do some kind of pull-up. And if you look around, we don't see anything to pull up on. So for that, I have another solution, and that is there's a thing called resistance bands.
Yeah.
And I forgot, I have with me, but I left it in the house. So those resistance bands, you just put under your feet, and then you can just lift them like that. So it's like, you know, it's a weight training, but it's a, you can't, you know, carry these big dumbbells around, you know, on the plane. Even the ones that I have, you know, they start looking at it pretty weird, you know, what's this? So those are exercises that we can do, and the last one is running in place, cardio, right? So the last one, what they do is 75 steps, running in place, and then 10 jumps or jumping jacks. So you want to try that one? That'll get us revved up for the rest of the session, yeah? So you count one step with the bringing down of either your right foot or your left foot, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. If you move your hands like this also, that'll also increase your, yeah? Yeah. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I lost count, but let's suppose that we have done 75, okay? Then you do 10 jumping jacks.
Hard questions, be careful.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, that's one set. So actually you want to do around 300. Not 300 sets, around 300 steps. So you would want to do like about 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sets. So that whole thing is working out to be about what? 11, 12 minutes. So suppose you wake up, Alhamdulillah alladhi ahyana ba'da ma amatana, start your 10 minutes, you're done. And you're fresh, you're ready to go. So who's going to inshallah do that?
Inshallah.
Okay.
I partly do.
Yeah?
I partly do.
You do?
What about mountain climbing? Like this? I saw somewhere.
Yeah, there's so many things you can do. So many. I'm just giving you an example. Otherwise, anything that you do is going to be good. But it's good to take professional advice. Probably. How do we?
I don't use a battery, that's why.
Probably you're wondering why we have that wave, huh? You see on my screen I've got that big wave. See that? Why do I have that?
Big way.
The wallpaper of my screen is a big wave. You see that?
Oh, surfing.
Huh?
Surfing?
Yeah. I'm one of the few surfers of Pakistan. Yeah. But I'm from California, so you know, since my childhood. But we have good waves in Pakistan. We don't have, that's not a picture of a Pakistani wave, but sometimes we get waves almost like that.
Are you doing it now?
Huh?
Are you still doing it? Surfing?
Yeah, sure. You come in from May until September, and you'll find me out there every morning, inshallah. My house is only a kilometer away from the sea. That's where I live also. People who live next to the sea, they can't live away from the sea. If we live away from the sea, we get sick. I couldn't live over here for very long. So without the salt water and without the air and
Sad.
So what did you do in Mecca?
How's that name? Huh? We used to go to Bahr Makkah. Raya, and it was beautiful. Every Jummah, we go and have Fajr there in Bahr Makkah. There's the Red Sea. Fantastic. We didn't have waves. There's no waves there, but the sea is just fantastic. Diving, coral reef and fish, and a lot of sharks also. Qishar. Okay, so we're all revved up, okay? Great. So, okay, so how much exercise should we do? So I think, as we said also with any type of regimen that deals with health, it's best to take advice from professionals. So if you're going to start any of these regimens, then I would even this one that I'm talking about, particularly if your age is up or you have any health problems, then definitely take advice from your physician, take advice from specialists before you hurt yourself. Because we want to benefit ourselves, we don't want to hurt ourselves. So like any regimen or any discipline, we need to ask those who are in authority. Okay? But how much, basically, if we don't have any health issues and we're able to do this program that I've just shown you, this should be sufficient for people. If you add to that some extra strength training, some extra cardio, what have you, and 30 minutes of walking at least every day, right? If you learn some of these internal exercises, so I think you're going to find 300% better performance in everything in life, inshallah. You'll find a huge benefit, inshallah. So not too little and not too much. Too much exercise, over-exercising is as bad as not doing any. So moderation is the key, like in everything else that we talked about.
Sheikh, often when we make these suggestions, you find people say, where's the time? I don't have time. So is there any way to integrate, and especially with our Desi community?
This is what we're going to do. We're going to, at the end of this, we're going to actually map out our week. And we're going to have that exercise, and we're going to show you some very basic points in time management that will be helpful, inshallah. So we're going to map that out in our day. We'll actually do that before we leave. And nobody's allowed to leave until they've done it. So this is class work that has to be done, So we'll do that, inshallah. So that's on the one side. The other side of the story is rest. So movement and then rest. If you're not getting proper rest, it's as bad as, not getting exercise. So how much rest do we need? Number one, what I mentioned previously, if we follow the sunnah of our Nabi alayhi salatu wasalam, كان يكره النوم قبلها والحديث بعدها يعني صلاة العشاء. Before Isha, Nabi Sallallahu didn't like sleeping, and after Salat al-Isha, he didn't like talking. So shut it down at Salat al-Isha, that's the best thing. Get up early in the morning, we can easily get up for Tahajjud. If we go to bed at 9 o'clock, we can get up at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning with a full rest. But if we're going to bed at 1 o'clock in the morning, we'll have a hard time getting up even 6 o'clock. And keep in mind that the sleep, quality sleep, is up to 12 or 1 o'clock. After that, it's lifeless. It's not going to revive your body the way early night sleep does. So studies have shown that from 9 o'clock up to 12 o'clock is your best sleep time to get an REM, the deep sleep that really rejuvenates. And your body rejuvenates. Even this exercise that you do, that's actually not when your body builds up. In your sleep, your body actually rebuilds itself. It detoxes itself. Even your brain is drained. Now they've recently, in the past 1 year, they came up with this studies that show how the extra proteins that the brain has to actually excrete. This process all takes place during sleep. And there's a fluid that actually drains the toxins out of the brain, the extra proteins and the waste proteins out of the brain. So getting a proper rest is critical. So the time and the amount, 6-7 hours, some people need more, some people can do less. But probably less than 6 hours is not a good idea for anyone. So, and along with that, Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam had the practice of qaylula. And that is, you see, in the midday, either before dhuhr or after dhuhr, a short rest, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, even if it's only 10 minutes, even only 5 minutes. Another interesting practice of Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was between the sunnah and the adhan of Salat al-Fajr, before Iqamah, Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam would sometimes, you see, lay down on his right side and have a small rest. And I have found that is the most amazing rest that I've ever seen. 5 minutes if you actually fall asleep. Sometimes, in the night you find yourself really tired, and then that time comes and Salat al-Fajr and you want to be fresh. So just lay down, but make sure you can get up. Which is the trick actually. And in the Shafi'i madhab, they emphasize that a lot, and therefore you'll find our brothers from Hadramaut and from Malaysia, they actually just lay down on their right side for a few moments and then they get up for the barakat of sunnah. And even that will be helpful. Even that science has shown that even laying down and relaxing, if you don't sleep in these times, will be helpful and it will help the reset process.
Sheikh, it's between the Sunnah and the
Fajr, or Fajr. Yeah. So if you can lay down and have a little rest, but this is, generally for people, the Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was, spending, half the night or 2/3 or 1/3 of the night in Salat of Tahajjud. So he had, he had reason to be, tired. We just woke up and then we're going to go to sleep again. So it's basically for those people who have a night program, which all of us should be having, as we said. And if we develop that practice, so that will give us a few hours with that khalwa with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that we all need to energize ourselves and connect with our spiritual,
Do you have
sources.
to make a wudu after that? Or
Excuse me? If you go to sleep, definitely. Definitely. Nabi Sallallahu from his khususiyat, that wasn't the case for him. But for us, we need to do that. And the ulama have various viewpoints on what actually, determines a sleep that will break the wudu, and that's a long story. There's various views on that. But in any case, if we fall asleep, basically we need to make wudu again. Okay, so here's something that we'll start with. We'll start with a little exercise that you can do. Usually we have the sheets. In the manual, there's the other thing. The manual, we have worksheets that you're supposed to be working in. But so what we have an exercise which we do, what we call self-activity assessment. So we'll just do this. Let's just have one of you who would like to volunteer. And you would write this down, Jenny, but we'll just have somebody do that verbally. And then you'll get the idea. And this will show us our stance, sort of a gap analysis of our own daily activity. So let's suppose from the time that we wake up, how much movement do we get and how much sitting time do we actually spend? Because one thing is we want to see how much movement we get during the day. The other thing is we want to see how much time we're actually sitting. Because now we know that sitting long periods of time is very, very, very detrimental to health. So it's very, it's a great idea to, if you're sitting, and most of us sit, we're working behind screens, behind our computers. So every 20 minutes or so, get up and move around. Get up and take your laptop and put it on something high and stand up for a while. But don't remain sitting for any extended period of time. It's very bad for health. So one solution that you can do is something like this.
We have an office right now.
You do? You have actually like that?
Yes.
Yeah, we have it.
Ergonomic offices nowadays.
Ergonomic. Oh, wow.
You can request HR to put that in for you.
This is your right as an American citizen.
It's
Great. So we should have been. We should be more concerned about these than anybody else because our health, is about Ubudiyya. So who would like to volunteer for this exercise? Just tell us about your daily activities. It's not a graded test. Don't worry about it. Yes. So from the time you wake up, tell us what you do in your activity. Let's see how much activity you have, movement, and then let's see how much sitting time takes place.
I'll give a situation of a dear brother to me. So he tells me that he'll wake up, he'll go to the bathroom, he'll do his wudu. He won't eat breakfast. He'll have a shake, protein shake for breakfast.
Okay.
He'll go to work, and he works on a desk for about 8 hours. And subhanAllah, alhamdulillah, mashallah, he is the type of brother that fasts Monday and Thursday. He always, when he breaks his fast, he breaks it with fruit. That's his #1 regimen. He says it helps with his digestive system.
Sure.
But he started this diet for about 6 months, and he saw that his weight was going up. Fasting and eating the digestive, and he cut out sweets and everything. And he noticed that it was because he was sitting all day. So now he tells me every hour, as weird as he looks, in front of his coworkers, he'll do 60 jumping jacks, and he'll run in the same spot for 30 seconds.
Sure.
So that is his regimen. 8 hours every 8
Well,
hours.
that's his. Now let's hear yours.
not the typical American.
Yeah, mine is trying to achieve that.
Trying to. So it's not. We're not trying to. We just want to see because people actually they don't realize how much we're inactive or how much we're actually sitting. So we want to do this, and then people it's like an aha. Oh, wow. That's the idea. So who would like to volunteer? Yeah, go
I'll
ahead.
do the generic American experience. It's
No,
not-
just do your own, that's all, that's all.
It's very generic.
That's fine, then we wanna hear.
So we
Yeah.
wake up normally on a working day.
Yeah. Okay.
So we wake up on a working day, 5 days out of the week. Alhamdulillah, pray Fajr. And depending on whether it's winter or summer, you either stay awake from Fajr. to
Okay,
work
but you
or-
woke up, when you woke up, was there any movement?
Yes.
What?
Okay, so the details. So you wake up, get freshened up, do your wudu. That's pretty much all
So you
the
walk to the
movement.
bathroom?
Yes.
You're not carried to?
No. So we walk to the bathroom.
So you walk to
very
the
short
bathroom, that's
distance.
about 10, 15, 20 steps?
Yes.
By the way, you should be getting 10,000 steps at least daily.
Mashallah.
If you have that, what do you call that, pedometer or whatever?
Yeah.
that is? So you need to be getting at least 10,000 steps.
So
we got 50 right there. Okay.
very gradually we get out of bed, a couple of snooze buttons, and then walk to the bathroom.
Okay.
Get freshened up.
Okay.
Do our wudu.
Okay.
Come back, pray sunnah.
Okay.
Pray fard, usually right away. And
At home?
At home.
Not in the masjid?
It depends on the season. I'll be very honest with you.
So when you go to the masjid, would you walk or you drive or what?
We normally drive because it's not, or rather I drive because it's not walkable.
Maybe, okay, fine. And then?
So after that, usually in the summer, after doing very few errands in the morning, if there are any.
Any walking in these errands?
Not really, unfortunately. Making sure the kids are up for Fajr.
Okay.
That sort of thing. And then, alhamdulillah, we are back home if it's, if I pray Fajr in the masjid.
Okay.
And if it's in the winter, you're getting ready to go to work.
Yeah.
And normally for me, I don't have breakfast.
Okay.
On the drive, it's usually tea sweetened with brown sugar or what you call gur.
Good, yeah, great.
Alhamdulillah.
We consume about 1 mun of Mardani gur every year. I bring it from Mardan. Mardan is a special place in Pakistan near Peshawar. They have the best sugar cane probably in the world. And it's really good stuff. Yeah.
And then the work day starts.
Then the work day starts.
We are at work. The parking is fortunately very competitive, so you're forced to walk.
Oh, okay. How much
to the
walking do you
office.
get to do?
I'd say it's probably a block and a half, which isn't a whole lot, but you're
Maybe
rushing.
a minute, 2 minutes walk?
Yeah, I'd say about 2 minutes.
Okay, so we got a minute in there?
Right.
Good. Then?
And then, now here's where it diverges from the generic American experience, because you're a physician, you're on your feet all day.
Oh, that's good.
So,
That's good.
Alhamdulillah for that.
Alhamdulillah.
But otherwise, what I see from my patients all day, I'd say almost in this day and age, it's about 6 out of 10 who have desk jobs, if not more, men. So day goes on around whatever time you take a lunch break, or pretty much eat on the go. And then
So any walking involved?
it's a lot of walking. You're pretty much on your feet. But again, that's my experience.
That's good. Thank Allah.
You're on your feet all day. I'm not so sure if what the measured amount of walking and how much you
You
can.
put that on, it's useful.
Yeah.
Just put that thing on,
Pedometer.
and you'll see, yeah, pedometer.
But you start to wonder, is there too much of staying on your feet? You wonder next day, why are your feet or your knees hurting? And then you realize you just unconsciously stood all day yesterday.
Yeah.
And about 3-4ish, you settle down, do paperwork, and hopefully you hope to get out by 6, inshallah. And then there's a long drive home.
A long drive home, sitting all that time.
A stressful drive in and a stressful drive out. It's a bad start to a day typically. And then home.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
So, time has again flown by. So, in wrapping up this module, exercise, so we can see what the exercise was, and we'll all do this as homework. We'll just go through our day and map down how much walking we do, exercise we do, how much sitting we do. And once we were faced with that reality, and knowing that the risk involved, so we'll now think of ways to inculcate exercise and movement in our daily routine. For example, rather than parking a block away, we can park 5 blocks away. So that will give us, for example, 5-minute walk to the office, a 5-minute walk coming back, walking to the masjid. When we come to the masjid, rather than parking in the lot, suppose we're far away, but we park, half a kilometer down the road, then we can get actually a walk. So if we're concerned with it, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala open up some ways that we can creatively, incorporate these things into our natural. And I'm a big fan of, doing things organically, naturally, rather than going to gyms and doing unnatural. It's not we don't need to do that. Okay, so inshallah we'll. What's the plan for? Is there some lunch or something?
Yeah, I don't know what.
It's a working lunch again? Or what? A learning lunch, not a working lunch, a learning lunch. Something like that. So, inshallah we'll come back right after Salat, and let's see what, if there's a lunch arrangement or something, if we continue. So I think it'll be, Munasib will start, because we're going to start with diet, start with nutrition, and so while you're eating you can sort of analyze what you're eating. Feel guilty about it. Okay. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika nashhadu an la ilaha illa anta.
Are we covering hijab?
We're not going to do that, but we would say that to get into it.
It's become a big thing. Half the U.S. Olympic team, including Michael Phelps, did hijab. He had marks on his back.
Really?
Covering marks.
My son does it. My son's a physician. My son-in-law in Australia. Yeah. So when he was in medical school, he wanted to leave and join the madrasa. I said, relax, take it easy. Just study on the side and you continue this. But once you get done with your basic training, then look into other horizons. There's a lot more out there than what they're teaching you in school. And so
But are there like structured programs offered for like them?
yeah, he actually was. Before that, he was in England, and there's Hakim Salim Khan, who's in Leicester. They used to live in Leicester. And So he actually did a course with him.
So he stayed out in England for a little bit.
He was in England for a long time, he was British nationality. So, so he studied that. He also, he's very active in absorbing alternative medicine and things from where he
It's amazing, alhamdulillah, it's sort of becoming, fortunately, a little more mainstream and accepted. In fact, it's now a fellowship in medicine called integrative medicine. It's actually a fellowship.
Yeah, now they're actually, when we were like, in the 60s, you were talking about stuff like this, you were a quack, you were
hippie.
Yeah, you were a freak, and no one would listen. Even my mother, she was considered like a weirdo. So, but now you have a whole community of naturopaths and alternative.
I think a lot.
I will introduce some of these, some websites and some people that are prolific out there. And, but they're all saying the same thing. And it's interesting that whether they're a psychiatrist, whether they're, whether they are into, aroma.
Yes, aromatherapy.
Whether they're MDs, whether they're surgeons, all of them who have come, and they're all saying basically the same thing. Natural lifestyle, that's all you have to do.
There's a very nice.
Get your diet right, get your exercise right, get some spirituality in your life. They're all saying that.
They say that to all new cancer patients. First thing is have faith in God.
Yeah.
Even the most secular physician says, studies have shown
that's what
that
even though I don't believe it, but I think it'll do you good.
It'll do you good.
It's crazy. But,
it's interesting. In fact, on belief, there's a very interesting discovery in quantum physics called the observer effect. Really something just unscientific yet proven at Stanford almost 7 years ago, that experiments they were conducting with electrons were having outcomes as the observer expected. It was called the famous double slit experiment done at Stanford, that if the observer expected that electrons through a slit make a slit on the screen, it made a slit on the screen. Now when the observer expected it'll make 2 slits on the screen, it made 2 slits on the screen. That's something, just fascinating, that the human mind, it's
the whole thing of placebo. They say, but why does the placebo work?
It literally has a physical effect on matter. That is, something so unscientific. It's called the dustbin of physics, the quantum physics, the quantum dustbin.
So it's not all about what you see, there's a lot of what you don't see.
Don't see and you believe. You actually, and affecting matter, that the human brain, it's the biggest mystery of science right now. How does an observer affect the outcomes of scientific experiments? And mashallah, you mentioned placebo.
Mind over matter. It's a very old expression.
So, that it's literally mind over matter. It's something, what abilities has Allah given to the human mind?
And that's when you don't even believe in Allah. So suppose somebody believes in Allah, the creator of the universe, and he sees with the nur of Allah. Imagine what capability. So there's a lot of stuff out there,
So Hakeem Archurda, does he offer online courses?
He doesn't actually have structured courses, because he's like we're all from the same school, आपका दर्स हो गया हो गया और भी होगा नमाज के बाद भी होगा इंशाअल्लाह Can I sit? أهلا وسهلا أتشرف بحضوركم وحضوركم أهلا وسهلا أهلا وسهلا
Good.
Yeah, some. Yesterday, today, some guys absent.
It's actually those people who pile up stuff for
No, I'm thinking yesterday, maybe example, 30 people from yesterday.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. استغفر الله. الحمد لله رب العالمين، صلى الله وسلم وبارك على نبينا Muhammad وعلى آله وصحبه والتابعين. So I'm Ibrahim, Uncle Ibrahim, all the way in my right, your left. His mother-in-law passed away. Allah yarhamaha. So here is a request for dua for her. So let's all make dua for her, and then please go shake his hand, give him some condolences, inshallah ta'ala. Allahumma ya Allah, ya wahid ya ahad, ya fard ya samad, يا رب العالمين، يا ذا الجلال والإكرام والفضل والإنعام. اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على نبينا محمد. لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إنا كنا من الظالمين. اللهم اغفر لحينا وميتنا وذكرنا وأنثانا وشاهدنا وغائبنا وصغيرنا وكبيرنا. اللهم من أحييته منا فأحيه على الإسلام، ومن أمته فأمته على الإيمان، وأبدله دارا خيرا من داره وأهلا خيرا من أهله. اللهم اغفر لها وارحمها. اللهم اغفر لها وارحمها. اللهم اغفر لها وارحمها وعافها واعف عنها وأكرم نزلها ووسع مدخلها واغسلها بالماء والثلج والبرد ونقها من الذنوب والخطايا كما ينقى الثوب الأبيض من الدنس. وارحمنا اللهم إذا صرنا إلى ما صارت إليه. اللهم ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصل اللهم وسلم وبارك على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه والتابعين. الحمد لله رب العالمين.
So I should tell him. Is he staying here?
Where as far as?
It's going back Pakistan.
I think he has a tour plan. Okay, so I'm not sure what's the exact detail, but I heard a little bit. What do you have in mind?
No, for teenagers.
Oh, this would be amazing, yeah. But you have to tweak some things.
Because
I think what happens is I think YM has like a they make the decision, right? Like what they hold and what they don't hold.
oh yeah.
So contact them and they will figure out who they want to listen from. Yeah. They make their own decision as far as, right?
I think that's what it is.
No, you should say because you can't ready. Huh?
So
What did he say? No, I should know.
It was.
You can't
yeah, this. So the thing is, like they have their for kids. I think they have their devices, different courses like that. And they choose themselves who they want to learn from. And as far as they raise their own, like there's allowing the kids they need to focus. They lose focus very easily. And someone needs to have that serious connection towards it would be great fit, I think. Yeah, I could definitely put a suggestion.
I feel that we should
Go up here and
that's why
he's a great
he has some ideas
He's connected. He's not blind to other aspects here. He's on one side. Well on that side. I'm a kid. I like to think I'm a kid. I know what you're talking about.
I get this special. Have to be self-activated and straight. We need like human touch straight.
So the biggest
do your language trimester. Be a good. This is a first.
With that, they sacrifice.
You want me to just play like one? I want to be Dave. I want to be. I want to embarrass myself.
The thing is, like,
he went all the way upstairs.
my even for me, right? When I feel like more towards the wild side, right? I'm not. No, but
I'm always
that's really something you're going to be very shocked about. It's going to make you want to not Kid is now, was 5 times and what is now a drug addict.
What's your first side? What is the length? It's still 5 o'clock. You're sleeping till 5?
It goes more to, I think, They always allow time to not everybody knows the same age. You know, let's say we don't understand. Not everybody is even thinking about that.
Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh. How are you? I spoke to you Friday about the inspiration that you went to Pakistan. You said you would discuss the inspiration that gave you to live in Pakistan, from Pakistan. So you said you would just let us know a little bit here and there. What was your inspiration to go and live in Pakistan? Other thing I wanted to ask you, because this is a very crash course and all those things. I'm wondering how long you're going to be living here. Anything you thought about the children, teenagers, which you, because of your experience, you lived here as a teenager and then you went there adult time. So your perspective to make them put in a Magello, kids, they don't have respect for parents. Even back home, they're the same thing. But because I feel that this is
for that we have a little module.
Right. I'm wondering if you have
social help people, we try and look into that.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's no Panadol solution for any of these things.
But at least some kind of
issues.
Yeah.
Some guidelines is that we have to start communicating.
Right. I mean, you grew your kids grew up in mashallah, they're educated and this and that. So you have all aspects of experience.
I have seen the world here. I don't know, it's experience that through food and all that. I have a lot of experience, but I can say
I mean, you can.
It's food family. That's why.
Now, experience you have given.
So actually, we still have a lot to cover with what we've already, deliverables that we're supposed to give on this course. And let's complete that. Now probably I'll be coming again in October next year. I usually come once a year. And those places that have done this module, then we go on to other modules. Social module, emotional module. A lot of various topics. It's a lifelong learning process. What we can do. And even this is supposed to take 3 full days.
Crash course.
Well, you're not supposed to crash. If you hear you crash.
I don't know something about your people. Deeper understanding.
For that, we have to sit with those people who inhabit it. We have to sit in a circle in the company of the ulama and who have it. And they would also guide us, give us a format and a framework to learn, and they would also guide us to good resources for our own lives. But without, the presence now, without the company of ulama, not only difficult, but it can be very dangerous because we start giving our own.
Understand something.
Quran got akhta without asma. Okay, so let's get started. Yeah. Yeah.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه. So brothers and sisters, we want to resume. As we have said many times, we'll
say it again, that we have a huge amount of material to cover and very short time to do that. So let's go right to the meat of the matter, yeah. Okay, one last word that we want to say about exercise. Another important thing about exercise is that do exercise that you like to do. Otherwise you won't do it very long. So find things that, activities and exercises that you enjoy doing also, and that will make it all the more easy. As I said, I have my hobby from my teenage years, so I thoroughly enjoy that, and that gives you a tremendous workout. So swimming, surfing, all these kinds of things, they're really beneficial. For example, in America, just about everybody plays basketball, except our uncles probably from Pakistan, they don't play that. Basketball is a wonderful exercise. Gives you a total workout all around. All these kids in the back are smiling. Yeah. But it's true. So if you see a picture of my house, you'll see there's a basketball court. And I play basketball with all the American students who come, I give them a hard time. Yeah. So we continue that. So you need to keep active, you need to keep, and so if we'll do that, then we'll find the Chinese, their outlook is that the human being is designed, is engineered to live 120 years easily with a healthy life. And you find that in China they do. In Yemen we saw people in our Pathan areas, 100 years old in Neshadi. So, but we actually stifle ourselves, and we, like so many other areas. So, be active, inshallah, regimen yourselves, and we talked about sleep as well, we talked about exercise, and we talked about a lot of ruhani exercises. So if we'll incorporate these things in our daily lives, then inshallah we'll find the quality of our life and the whole style of our life, inshallah, on the side of improvement. So, having said all of that, let's move on to hunger and nutrition. And notice that we start with hunger. Because wait a minute, first you eat and then, no. The default mode of the human being actually is hunger. We're supposed to remain hungry for most of the time and eat part of the time, sufficiently. So let's look at what the Quran says about this in Sunnah and Aqwal Ulama and specialists. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا كتب عليكم الصيام كما كتب على الذين من قبلكم لعلكم تتقون. So there's a lot to be said on this. We could probably, continue throughout the day talking about this. But let's look at it from the physical standpoint and what impact it has physically on physical health, apart from what it does to all the social, all the spiritual aspects of fasting. So, and how it facilitates us to a life of taqwa. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that He has prescribed on us fasting as He has prescribed on those who came before us. And as I mentioned before, even before Islam, we used to do this really weird kind of fasting for a week on end without any food and just water and doing these kind of things. So there's different types of fasting that people have been doing, and every deen is samawi. Every deen that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, every version of Islam that has been sent into this world by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through the prophets, fasting was prescribed. And it's part and parcel of the tenets of the religion. And it has an amazing ability to facilitate a life of taqwa. Just to get an idea, I think since Ramadan wasn't far off, right? Picture yourselves in the masjid at Asr time. Right? And that long day, how many hours do you have fasting here? 17, 18 hours. So now just before Maghrib, now just picture everyone there in the masjid, khushu, khudur, everyone is, in dhikr of Allah, tilawat of Quran, and you know, and the dua that people make at that time. Reflect ourselves, you know. And the tears are in the eyes and the heart is full of, you know, love of Allah and fear of Allah. And then Allah, iftar. And then as we said before, I know generally what type of iftar usually happens. Samosa, pakore, chole, and this and that, and everything that we don't see the entire year, we bombard our systems with these things. And then, what's our condition at Salatul Maghrib? Just reflect. I see people are between smiles and horror looking faces. You know? It's a disaster actually. So just see what happened. Before Maghrib, we were in such a ruhani state that probably we don't experience any other time. And then within 5 minutes, we find our state totally changed. Not only our physical state, our mental state, our spiritual, everything. Because we have filled up a vessel, which Nabi Sallallahu says, you cannot fill a vessel worse than that vessel called the human stomach. So, on the other hand, had we have, you see, broken our fast according to the hadith of Rasul Sallallahu taking a few dates, maybe a few sips of water, as our Arab brothers do, and I find that very helpful, a few sips of qahwa Arabi, without sugar, without anything, you know. So you find yourself enhanced, energized, and your maghrib will be a continuation of your asr. So and then we eat with moderation, and then we eat good things, you know. Halalan tayyiban. This one says, eat halal tayyib. So what is tayyib? Halal we understand, but tayyib, somehow that eluded us. Tayyib is everything that is good. It's delicious, it's wholesome, it's nutritious, it's good for you, it's tayyib. So had we have made that our regimen, and eating in moderation, and again, after, you know, a moderate meal, finish, done, tank full, stop. Again, munching, non-stop. This is going to ruin the whole situation. So, we remain, again, back to hunger mode, the default mode. And then at the time of suhoor, which is the time of barakah, the time, the food, everything. And Nabi Sallallahu used to say, you know, come to the ta'am of barakah, the suhoor. And again, that suhoor should be moderate, halal, and wholesome. Halal and tayyiban, and in moderation, something which is, you know, it is appropriate and is, you know, suitable, you know, to continue us in our spiritual journey and physical journey for that matter. So in this way, we find, you see, our bodies purified, we find our minds purified, we find our souls purified. And as a result of that, to adopt a life of taqwa becomes all the more easier. So it's it is probably the greatest vehicle and the greatest facilitator to the life of taqwa. So in elucidation of this, let's just look at what Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyya rahimahullah ta'ala mentions in Tibb al-Nabawi. He says, fasting has an amazing effect in protecting the outer limbs and inner strength, and defending them against corrupt and detrimental matter that, if overpowers them, ruins them. Again, fasting has an amazing effect in protecting the outer limbs and the inner strength, whether it be spiritual, physical, emotional, intellectual, and defending all of these, you know, strength groups against corrupt and detrimental matter that, if it overpowers them, ruins them, physically, spiritually, emotionally, intellectually. It also empties the bad elements waste that prevent their health. The toxins and the waste, and he's talking about this 700 years ago. And now science is catching up and they're explaining this thing scientifically. And he's saying this, you see, at that particular time in history. So fasting protects the health of the heart and the limbs and rejuvenates them from what the hands of passion and desire have stripped them from. Our desires and passion, eat what we want, see what we want, talk what we want, think what we want, do what we want. So fasting, you see, cleanses and detoxifies, you know, all these elements, you see. And as a result of that, it is therefore the greatest facilitator of taqwa. Al-Imam Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah rahmatullahi ta'ala from Zad al-Ma'ad. Okay, so another interesting hadith was sumu to say, it's a long hadith, and among the things mentioned in this hadith is sumu to sihu, fast and gain health. And also in that riwayat it's safiru to sihu, travel and get health, become healthy. And I've tried this many times and I find it to be absolutely amazing. You know, in Pakistan probably I would be on my back, but here traveling and meeting all of you and with your barakat, I'm also feeling very, I forget my age in fact actually sometimes. I'll tell you a very interesting story about this hadith. And had I heard this story, you know, in the grapevine, I probably would not believe it, but since the main character of the story told me this in person, so, and who he was. So there was a scholar from India, his name was Sheikh Jamil Ahmed, and he was the director of the Jami Milliya in Hyderabad, Deccan. Maybe some of our people from India would have known that. And he was a very senior Khalifa and you know, successor of Sheikh Muhammad Zakaria, who was better known as Sheikh al-Hadith from Saharanpur. So he came here to America probably in 1975 or 6 or something, in the mid-1970s. So myself and another brother by the name of Abdul Raqib, marhum, he passed away, he was from New Jersey actually. So the two of us were actually assigned to sort of be in his service, and we traveled around the country with him. We were in Cleveland, so he gave a talk after Salat al-Maghrib, I'll never forget this. So he mentioned this hadith. And in that context, actually, they had gone in a Jamaat, you know, for Tabligh. So they left India and they were going to Australia. So when the Jamaat reached to Malaysia, either Malaysia or Indonesia, I don't remember, but one of those places. So the Sheikh started coughing blood profusely. I mean, he was really, really in trouble. So they had to, you know, cancel the whole, you know, the whole safar, the whole journey. And a stretcher came and they rushed him to the ICU, and they found that the fellow was in last stages of tuberculosis. His lungs were full of blood. So I mean, Dr. Saab will tell us, I mean, it's pretty much over, right?
Yeah, coughing blood is
not a
amazing.
joke. You know, and they took an X-ray, and the guy's his lungs are full of blood. I mean, you know, if he lives, which is doubtful, he's not going anywhere for a substantial amount. So the Jamaat, you know, what to do? So they made mashwara among themselves, and they said, okay, well, if he dies, then Allah yarhamu. And if not, then we'll go to Australia, and, you know, it was 4 months that they were going to spend there, and we'll come back and we'll, if he's still alive, then we'll take him with us. So they went to the Sheikh and they said, Sheikh, you know, we made mashwara and we thought that this is probably the best course of action, and, you know, so this is what we'll do. So Sheikh got, you know, and he was a very small man, very fragile, but he was very jalali, as they say. You know, he stood up, he said, what? You want me to die here like a dog in the bed? No way. And the Amir of that Jamaat was one of the companions of Sheikh Muhammad Ilyas, who was the founder of that. He said, you're in the mentorship of, you know, and you're telling me to die here, you know, like an old woman? He said, you take me with you. And like Abu Ayyub al-Ansari, radiallahu anhu, because he was in his 90s, you know, he was quite elderly. And on the, you know, on the fath of Turkey, you know, then so he died on the way, and he told them, you carry my dead bodies also as far as you possibly can, so that I can say to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, I went in your path living and I went in your path dead. My dead body also was moving in your path. And actually they buried him there in Turkey. He's buried there. So he said, so you do that. And number two, it was Ramadan. And he said, number two, I'm going to fast also. You know? I mean, it's enough that the guy's saying, I'm going to fast also. And then he quoted this hadith. He says, Sumu what sumu tasihu. And I have yaqeen on hadith of the Nabi. So I'm going to fast also. And safiru tasihu. And I'm going to travel. So inshallah, if Allah wants, then okay. So somehow they got him back on the plane. I don't know how that happened, but they did. So by the time they get to Australia, he's sitting up straight in the seat, seems to be fine. So they rush him into the emergency. They take, the x-rays. Lungs totally clear. Inna Allah ala kulli shay'in qadir. So, I don't, say that that's going to happen to everybody, but definitely Sadaqa Rasulullah alayhi salatu wasalam. And fasting has, a fantastic, fantastic properties. A little bit of that we touched and so much that we didn't. So, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give us tawfiq to fast the fast of, what is matlub. So fasting is basically the default mode of human beings. Eating is not our we're not like cows in the pasture, continuously. We eat to live, not we live to, okay? So fast and become healthy. So absence of hunger is actually the cause of 99 of 100 deaths today. Dr. Sal will probably tell us. Studies are showing people are not dying of starvation anymore. I mean, yes, it does happen in some places, but the majority of deaths take place from overeating and wrong eating, not from starvation. Secondly, use hunger positively to live a better, longer, stronger, and happier life. Hunger increases vitality, energy, brain power, memory, freedom of pain, hundreds of illnesses, and most important, closeness to Allah. Right? So, hunger renders food delicious, without which tasteless, offensive, and unhealthy. Sheikh Noor, he says, that the most tasty sauce you can put on your food is fasting, going hungry. When you're hungry, stuff tastes wonderful. If you're full, even the most delicious thing, you're not even attracted to it. Okay. So be intelligent, adopt means of health before your illness. Near my house from Karachi, Guru Mandir area? Yeah. Okay. So there's Qaid Azam, Mazar over there, the big park. So I used to walk there in the morning. That's why I used to take them. I used to see all these old guys walking, I said, why are you walking, sir? So, well, sugar, so I've got diabetes now, doctor said I have to walk home. Okay. And next guy, why are you walking? Well, bypass ho gaya. I had bypass, heart problems, Corey said I have to walk now. So everybody had some problem as a result of that. Now they're walking. So they asked me, why are you walking? You seem to be okay. I said, because I don't want to end up like you guys. So this is basically, prevention is much better than cure. So make intelligent choices while we have our health, let's preserve it, and then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect it and give us, and we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for afiyah. And Nabi Sallallahu kept emphasizing that ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for afiyah. And you haven't been given anything better or more expansive or beneficial than afiyah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So, more people are dying from over and wrong eating than from hunger. That's an Oxford research that obese die 10 years earlier. I mean, it's really a bad news, and that's the number one health problem here in the United States. So, and what usually happens, and also since most of our attendants here are from the Indian subcontinent, so this visceral fat, Dr. Saab would tell you, this fat that accumulates around the stomach. So it's not just around the stomach, it's actually entwined, all into your, it's encompassing your intestines and your digestive system and your liver and lung and your kidney. So it's really causing a lot of problems. It's very dangerous. So we need to really, deal with that and take measures to reduce it, inshallah. So this visceral fat is the main cause for many diseases, including diabetes, heart disease, acne, dementia, gallstones, gastrointestinal disorders, terminal liver cirrhosis, ovarian system cirrhosis, arthritis, insulin resistance, cancer, different types of cancer, breast, esophagus, kidney, uterus, colon, liver, pancreas, prostate, so on and so forth and so on. So it's serious. Excessive body fat linked to 25 to 50% of frequent cancer types. It's West's main health issue, chronic inflammation from over and wrong eating. And it was interesting that Dr. Saab says I don't eat breakfast. And actually, people didn't used to actually really eat breakfast, as a matter of fact. In fact, if you If you look at the Quran mentions that the people of Jannah, when do they eat? وَلَهُمْ فِيهَا رِزْقُهُمْ بُكْرَةً وَعَشِيًّا. Bukratan, washia, in the morning and in the evening. 2 times. Doesn't mean you only get 2 times, but it is mentioned that you'll get all the time, whenever you want. But what's the analogy? The analogy is that it's been said in Arab. In fact, when I was a student in Makkah, in those days, our elder mashayikh who saw the days of poverty in Makkah, which they don't see anymore, but in those days, they said if we used to find something to eat in the early part of the day, forget about seeing something later on. I mean, we found something today, alhamdulillah. Let's see tomorrow. Maybe we find, maybe we don't. Right? So, in that situation, when people used to find, somebody was eating twice a day, he was well off. He both tick-tock again. He was really, in good financial situation. He would eat twice a day. So actually we'll find still, even in our brothers from Pakistan, if you go in the northern areas, you go in Balochistan, you go in the northern areas, you'll find that that's what they do. They eat around 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, they have a little rest, then they go back out in the fields and they work, and they eat after Maghrib. And after Isha, sleep. Probably, even people here in this country, in the old days, that's pretty much how they used to do. So 2 times eating a day is more than enough. 2 good solid meals is more than enough, yeah? So, that whole breakfast thing, how did that, and that's Sheikh Noor, he documents that very interestingly. What he claims is that how this started was in World War I, right around World War I, the food processing, technology was developed. And actually they first developed that to produce, packaged meals that you could feed the troops. Because if a troop is sitting there with a gun and, fighting in the war, it's not easy to, cook biryani and korma and all these kind of things, right? So, to provide the troops with, food. So, but after the war was over and they've developed this industry and they made a lot of money, So how do we continue generating this kind of revenue and getting these kind of profits? So they had to come up with something. So, marketeers, that's their job, how to create demand. There's no demand whatsoever, there's no need whatsoever, and how do we create in people's minds that you need this? So they created this demand in people's minds that you need breakfast. You need to eat a big solid breakfast of cereal, which is about the worst thing you can eat. It's just all total junk. So, but they came up with this big hype, that you need to eat this, and they spent millions, on these cereal campaigns. And now you go in the supermarket, you see, 2-3 rows of all this garbage, and it's all just total junk. So, and just try this, if you go early, you go without, eating in the morning, and you go up to say around 10, 11 o'clock, and then have a good meal, you'll find yourself much more productive. At least I do. If I would eat, like people do in the early morning, then I would be done. Don't expect me to do anything that morning, because just to digest that food and all your power and your energy is now going to your stomach just to try and digest that stuff. So, how is your brain going to be productive? How is your body going to be productive? What type of ubudi, ibadah, or for that matter, productive work would you be able to do? But people are doing it, but they're putting a huge stress on the systems. Is that right, Dr.?
Sheikh, it's interesting you said about the marketing. There was a person literally hired by the US government called Edward Bernays, who's very famous. He wrote the book Propaganda, cousin of Sigmund Freud.
Cousin of Sigmund Freud. Propaganda is the name of the book.
Very famous book.
What's the name of the guy?
Edward Bernays. He's
Edward Bernays.
Bernays, B-R-E-N-A-Y-S. He's the man behind whose philosophy today's America's capitalism is based. Wow. He's the person behind which the word banana republic comes from. He orchestrated the Guatemalan. He was the person hired by the US government. He was hired by the French government to market breakfast and bacon as a meal.
See, so this is all a marketing hype. You don't really need that at all. And you certainly don't need the stuff that they're telling you to eat. If you're going to eat something, eat some good stuff. Eat some dates and nuts and some organic eggs or whatever. But the last thing you want to do is eat that stuff that's just, it's terrible. Just read the ingredients. It's traumatic actually. Okay. So you don't really, so that breakfast type you should understand that. And he also mentioned that 2 meals a day was the status quo in England. It was only after King Henry VIII that he was very well to do, a very affluent or whatever. And he started this thing, you know, bid'ah, you know, he started this. It's interesting, there's a riwayat, it's not a very strong riwayat, but it's mentioned, Aisha radiallahu, she said the first bid'ah that will happen in this ummah is that people eat twice a day. You know? They hardly found food for once a day now. Twice a day? Oh my God. So then how do we eat? What do we eat? So let's see what the Quran has to say. Kulu wa sharbu wa la tusrifu. This is the overriding principle of eating and drinking that the Quran sets out. Eat and drink, but do not be excessive. Verily Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does not like those who commit excesses. Israf. Israf is to use something or do something which is legal, it's lawful, but above and beyond necessity. That's called israf. And if it's not legal, it's called tabdhir. And people who have practiced tabdhir are the ikhwan al-shayateen. So that's even more serious. So, and then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Ya waladina amanu kulu mimma fil ardi halalan tayyiban. Eat what is in the earth which is halal and tayyib. We talked about that. Halal, you know, is halal. But apart from that, it should be tayyib. And tayyib, you know, encompasses all goodness, all forms and all dimensions of goodness, which includes deliciousness. Good food, healthy food will be delicious as well. Okay? And do not follow the steps of shaitan. Verily he is an open enemy. Allahu Akbar.
Sheikh, on tayyib, nowadays there's this phenomenon almost since the 90s of genetically engineered food. And now you have genetically engineered animals.
Genetically engineered food and genetically engineered animals, yes.
And in fact, part of that encroaches on what's considered halal. You have goats, which are actually called spider goats.
Spider goats.
Spider goats. They are genetically bred with spider genes.
They're genetically bred with spider genes.
Yeah, it's already several years old now. It's a BBC documentary. It's online. It's very tragic. We are not up to date as Muslims in general on what's going on. In fact, I asked a scholar about this question. He was a physician, and he said, hold back on that question who you ask. Very few even understand this and know what's going on. What they do is I call it genetic Lego. They take portions of the DNA. It's not crossbreeding. They're literally taking portions of spider DNA
They're taking portions of spider DNA and
splicing it into the goat's DNA.
Splicing it into the goat's
And
DNA.
it is so precise a science, already 6 years old, and the kids, which is goat babies, were 3 years old at that point. So you'd say by now they're 6-7 years old.
So they have babies from this cloning.
Babies to
from this
babies.
Engineering. Yeah.
And the idea is because spider
Yeah,
silk is extremely strong, and you cannot make a commercial quantity of spider silk. So what they've done is very precisely place the DNA of the spider that makes the silk. This sounds like science fiction. I'm guessing 50% of the crowd's not going to believe it.
Yeah.
You could go YouTube, BBC documentary, spider goats.
So why do they want to have those
so
genes?
the goat produces milk,
which
has spider silk in it.
Which has spider
silk in it. And in fact, the goat looks completely like a goat.
Yeah.
And you would not know. So I asked Sheikh.
So why did they want that?
If they make police vests, Secret Service, and Secret Op vests, bulletproof vests.
For the silk?
For the silk, yes. And in fact, there was a fashion show in Italy almost 3 years ago, purely on spider silk clothing. It was on the news.
Wow.
I asked this question to Sheikh Abdurrahman as well. I had to show him the documentary for him to be convinced that this is real.
Anyway, I know they're doing some really way out stuff out there. So we need to
would
be
such an
on top of
animal
stuff.
be halal or haram? Are spiders halal? First of all.
No, you're not going to be eating spiders. That's not.
So if it's an animal that's both,
Anyway, so that's out of the scope of our discussion here, and we have a lot to do, but that just goes to show you that what's going on. And that goes to show you that what we need to do, we need to be educated, we need to be aware, with open eyes, open minds, open heart, open ears. So we're living in a very unnatural and a very complex world today, and we need to understand what we need to understand about it. To try and, navigate through all of this, chaos and all of this, danger. May Allah help us all. Okay, so what's the sunnah approach of eating? As we said before, we mentioned parts of this hadith, that Nabi ﷺ says that no man fills a container worse than his stomach. So a few morsels that keep his back upright are sufficient for him. If he has to go beyond that, that's not sufficient for him, which is probably not sufficient for most of us, then he should keep 1/3 for food, 1/3 for drink, and 1/3 for breathing. That's it. And how much is that? It's not specified how many grams or how many ounces. People know their own stomachs better than anyone else. So you can feel the pulse of your stomach and you would understand that. You start feeling bloated, you start feeling lazy, you've gone well over 1/3, right? So when you're eating and you feel energized, you don't feel burdened down, you feel active, you feel like your love and ta'alluq with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is increasing, so probably you're within those bounds. If not, then as we say in Arabic, al-masla fiha an-nadar, so we need to review. Again, Ibn Qayyim rahimahullah ta'ala, he has really just stunning things to say about all of this. And so we'll just read this. So the heat of the body is continuously dissipating its moisture. This is talking about balancing food with, energy needs. So what he says is the heat of the body is continuously dissipating its moisture, necessitating a replacement of what the heat has dissipated in order for the body to sustain. Okay? So that replenishment is actuated through food and drink. However, when it exceeds the amount that is dissipated, the heat of the body is weakened in its ability to dissolve wastes, which in turn transform into a malicious substance, creating havoc and ruining the body, leaving in its wake a plethora of diseases as diverse as the diversity of those substances. So you can imagine our non-stop munching of everything, kulla mahabba wa dab, as we say, everything. So you can imagine what kind of plethora of issues that we've got floating around in our bodies. Okay? So this is all inferred by the saying of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Kulu washrabu wa la tusrifu, innahu la yuhibbul musrifin. Eat and drink and do not commit excess. Right? Because we need to replenish what we've burned up. The energy that we've burned up and is dissipated, that moisture and that energy, we have to replace it. If it's under-replaced, then we're going to have an issue. If it's over-replaced, we're going to have issues. Okay? So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has guided His servants to replenish the body with food and drink to the extent of what has dissipated therefrom. Okay? To the extent that it is beneficial to the body in both quantity and quality. When this exceeds these bounds, it becomes israf. It becomes israf. Extravagance, intemperance, waste. Both the absence of food and drink or access therein prohibit health and attract illness. The entirety of protection of health is contained in these two divine verses. Which one? Kulu washrabu wa la tusrifu. Kulu washrabu, replenish what has been used. Wa la tusrifu, do not exceed the bounds. And hikmat, in our Muslim physicians, the whole concept of their practice was the balance of the elements within the body. So it's all based on this ayat from the Holy Quran. If we look at it, with the eyes of insight. And as Muslims, as human beings, number one, and as Muslims above and beyond that, we have adab, we have etiquettes. Number one, obviously halal. Number 2, we eat according to the sunnah. So for that you'll find in all the books of hadith, even in the books of fiqh, the adab, the etiquettes of eating. You know? So we should know those and we should learn those and practice those. And eat in moderation. That will enable us to, number 1, fulfill our obligations, religious and social. And number 2, would sharpen our minds and our faculties. Number 3, above that, it will be makruh. It's not, you see, meat for us to eat and drink more than that. So both religion and science are muttafiq alayh, you know. Both science and religion are in complete, in complete agreement, you know, to this concept. So, at the same time, dhikr while we're preparing the food. This is why I really don't like eating out anywhere. I wouldn't like to go to any restaurant anywhere, you know, even whatever. Because who's cooking that? I mean, and with what niyat they're cooking that? With what mental and spiritual, you know, mindset and heart set they're cooking that, you know? And we go to a Muslim's home and the woman, mashallah, is subhanallah, alhamdulillah. Some of our ladies, they're reciting Quran and they have this niyat, they want to please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and serve the guests, you know? So all that is going to have huge impact, you see, on that food and drink, right? So, and as tasty as it might be, or you might think it to be, you know, in the restaurants, are you going to get any of that? No. So, what's the use? So I personally, I really don't like to eat out anywhere. Somebody's house, handmade, by all means. Okay. So, now what to eat? So these are the main takeaways. Having said all of that, so we can't go too much into all the details, but these are main, just like we say, La ilaha, get other than Allah out of our hearts and put Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in our hearts. So simply, let's get all the junk food and all the junk stuff out of our, you know, routine and replace it with good stuff. So what are the things we want to avoid? Number 1, all factory, industrial, processed, packaged, canned, all this stuff that comes in packages, processed, no need whatsoever. The more we can do away with all of that, the more we'll be, inshallah, headed towards the destiny of health, inshallah. Number 2, refined starches, sugars, refined carbohydrates in general. This is probably one of the biggest problems that we have. Most of the stuff, all these snacks is just loaded full of this stuff. So, all refined sugars, starches, which includes white rice, your beautiful basmati rice, I'm sorry to say, it's not a great idea. But you can get brown basmati rice. In Pakistan, it's almost impossible. Now, we're starting to get it. You know, it took decades to try and find. I used to have to go to exporters because they used to send this brown rice because they used to process it somewhere else. They had no clue that you eat it like that. And we're one of the biggest, you know, rice producers in the world, and some of the best rice in the world, if not the best rice in the world. But we don't know how to eat it, unfortunately. And all the goodness of that rice, which is the busi, you know, all the 7 skins are encompassing, you know, each grain of rice, plus the rice germ, where all your, you know, your oils and all your, you know, your vitamins and minerals, the concentration in the oil in a small portion known as the wheat germ or bran germ or the germ, it's right, it's on the tip of the kernel. So all of this is being processed and stripped from the grain, and that's going to the buffaloes and the cows. And mashallah, our cows and buffaloes, you know, 20 kgs a day. And the poor guy that eats it, you know, he's a mess. And what he gets, he ends up with this, you know, a heavy concentration of carbohydrate and a little bit of protein. That's it. And they say, you know, one good portion of white rice is like drinking 2 Pepsi-Colas. You're going to get, you know, the same glucose out of that. So we want to be careful. So these are the things we want to, you know, get out of our diets. And the other big paradigm shift. I mean, so our training goes back from the 60s, you know, and in the 60s, you know, Ansel Keys and his whole theory that, you know, saturated fat is the worst thing you can put in your system. You know, butter, animal fat, whole milk, cheese, it's just terrible. You know, even though our ancestors for thousands of years, that's exactly what they were eating and they didn't seem to have a problem, but all of a sudden it became a problem. Anyway, his theory later on, and so even the nutritionists in the early, you know, in the 60s, 50s, 60s, so this was their mantra, and that's basically what they were saying. But now, recently, it's pretty muttafaq alayh that is a totally wrong concept. And those polyunsaturates that we thought were the greatest things on earth, you know, all this soybean flour, soya, sunflower, and all these, you know, seed oils, which were polyunsaturates, that's what you really want to have in cooking. And that's what everybody's using. And they came to find out that's one of the worst things you can eat. And what happens is once you cook it, it changes changes the chemistry and it becomes toxic. And the more you apply the heat, the more toxic it becomes, and becomes extremely carcinogenic, and it's really a disaster. Whereas your saturated fat can actually hold that heat. So the even coconut oil was like, you know, a taboo. I mean, we wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole, much less butter or ghee or all these things, you know. And interestingly, I read in a book years ago, Imam Suyuti, rahimahullah ta'ala, he wrote that ghee, you know, what they call, you know, they call saman barri, you know, in the Arabs. They say that's the best thing that can go into your stomach. I said, may Allah have mercy on this guy, you know. He doesn't know what we know, you know. But actually now science is saying the guy was talking exactly right. And that is actually the best thing that you can use to cook. Of course, you have, you know, high LDL cholesterol and stuff like that, so you better talk to your physician and he'll sort you out. But generally speaking, you're much better off with these in moderation, saturated fats. So even olive oil, you know, back in the day, olive oil was even a no-no because it was saturated fats. And now everybody knows olive oil is just fantastic. So these vegetable oils, you know, let's do away with it. Go back, and most of you from India and Pakistan, you are using mustard oil, which is relatively good if you find the original one. Coconut oil, nothing like it. Now that's the rave, you know, in naturopathy, everybody's, you know, raving about that. And we left all that in India. Especially in southern India, that's what they use, right? Or did use. So we go back to these things, get rid of these vegetable oils, and particularly, you know, offensive and particularly destructive is the hydrogenated vegetable oils. That's just disaster. And even small amounts has been proven to be very detrimental to heart health. And that's why it's banned in commercial, I think commercially it's banned. You can't cook anything, fast food in these. And that's what they use in Pakistan, India. Banaspati, you know, that's what it is.
And how about the desi ghee? Like I just saw it
Exactly.
in Costco. Like they are selling this called
If it is,
yeah.
actually, and again, but it depends on the milk. Is the milk, you know, free range, organic, fed, or are they feeding it full of hormones and grains and all kinds of other garbage? So it depends. And you know, you are what you eat eats. We used to say you are what you eat. But now they've said, no, it's not what you are, what you eat. It's what you eat eats. So it's not the cow that you eat, it's what the cow eats. That's what you are.
Yeah.
That's what he's made out of, and that's what you'll be made out of after eating it and digesting it within 24 hours or so. Right? So,
Olive oil is the best.
olive oil is very good. Again, you want, you know, virgin, organic, you know, cold pressed. But any kind of oil, olive oil is going to be better than this vegetable oil, inshallah. The problem is that they probably, you know, low grades of it and low brands of it, probably who knows what's in it. But we try and find reputable, you know. So invest in good stuff, inshallah. That's investing in your health. That's investing, you know, in real investment for you. There's really big ways. It's much better to invest in that than invest, you know, in Medicare and Medicaid and all of this, you know, expensive, you know, treatment that you're going to have to face. Saving it, you know, saving pennies to spend dollars is not a wise policy. So I would feel, and obviously good stuff is double, triple, even more the price. But in the long run, it's probably going to pay off 10 times at least. And if you can start an organic garden in your house or on your roof or even around your house, which you can do, then you can probably cut down those expenses hugely. I saw a video. There's an American family, they have 500 square yards or something, small house. Homesteading, right? Not only they produce all the vegetables they need, they're selling now to, yeah.
Restaurant.
And then the guy was asked, well, so what's your monthly expenses for you and your whole family? Huge extended, it's about $12 a month. So, you know, so it's doable. And as a matter of fact, I found that in America, you can probably live as the cheapest anywhere in the world, if you know the ropes. But But if you want to live like the Joneses, then you'll pay like the Joneses. In every respect. Okay. So, fruits and vegetables sprayed with pesticides, which is, it's really getting in Pakistan also now, it's even worse than here. Allah help us. So, if you don't find, except you can't find organics, you're going to have to really wash it well. Some of them are so heavily sprayed, just you don't even want to eat them. Like cauliflower and stuff like this. They spray it so heavily, I mean, you wouldn't want to touch it in any shape. So, animal dairy products, synthetically fed, hormone treated, that's all going into your system, creating havoc. Even farmed and river fish, farmed fish, it's just like these farmed chickens. However, having said that, perhaps if somebody farms them very conscientiously and is very careful about the water and what they feed them, then, maybe it may not be so bad. But river fish also. What's wrong with river fish? Because the rivers are so polluted now that, it's bad. You have to really go out in the middle of the ocean to find anything reasonable. As we said, it's a very dangerous world. It's getting very difficult. So you do the best you can do. And if you're moderate in your eating and drinking, you're consistent in exercise, your rohani health is strong, then hopefully, a lot of these toxins and things, the body itself will clean itself to a large extent. So we do the best we can do, Baqi. Okay. Deep frying. The worst thing you can do, really. It's the worst stuff you can eat, and that's how we break our fasts. All over the world, in fact, is what I've seen. Except for the Jaziratul Arab. They're the only people that really, that use the good sense. Otherwise, everywhere all this deep frying stuff, and they deep fry it in that vegetable oil or that plastic ghee. So, let's make a New Year resolution that this Ramadan we're not going to break our fast with samosa, pakori, whatever, inshallah. Dates and kahwa or something, fruit, or inshallah. Who's going to do that? Inshallah. Everybody. This is why I say this workshop, what we do is generally we want couples to attend. So we want the couple, because we want the man and wife both. So everybody's on the same page here. Otherwise the man goes, we're not going to have any fry. What? Or the woman says, we're not going to have, what? So we won't be able to actually understand, the method behind the madness.
Wives have to take the pledges, not us.
Huh?
Our wives need to take the pledges, not us.
Take the who?
Pledge.
Take the pledge. Take the pledge, but you have to be supportive. Otherwise, if you raise an issue, then she's going to, poor thing, she'll be karishan. So we need to educate ourselves, everybody. Husband, wife, children, everybody should be educated about these things. So, and keep in mind that 22nd, there's another Sheikh Noor, he keeps saying, 21st century capitalism does not have your interest at heart. They're not trying to do you any favor, Their marketing team could care less, you live, die, or otherwise. So they want to make money, and however they can do that, that's what they're going to do. So don't, fall prey to that kind of thing. Okay, that's what we don't eat. So what do we eat? Number one, eat when you're hungry. Which is probably, you'll find, is not that often.
Right time.
Huh?
Right time.
But real hunger, not this hunger that's synthetically, because we eat so much all the time that our stomachs have been expanded and psychologically we have this craving. I mean, real hunger when the body actually wants and needs. So general recommendations would include natural vegetables, fruits, legumes. The more the better, And particularly our people, I don't know, Muslims worldwide, except for people like in Thailand. Nobody eats vegetables, hardly. And if you serve vegetables to the guest in Pakistan, it's like, you slapped him in the face. So what's this? Sabzi. But if you serve me, I'll give you a big kiss and I'll say, wonderful, may Allah bless you, because you've done me a great favor. So we want to increase in vegetables, fruits, natural legumes, even though some people might have a problem with some of these things. Natural, organic, animal, poultry, dairy. Again, yes, it's more expensive, but let's invest here rather than in hospital bills. Deep sea fish. The reason for deep sea, so it's farther away from pollutants than other fish. Even fish near the, near the shore, who knows, what it has in it.
The same like wild fish.
Excuse me? Wild fish, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, wild fish from the sea. Yeah. Now, we're lucky because we live near the sea, and I also do spear fishing. So we go out and we just around the rock formations and spear our own fish. That's what we got. I have bought fish in the market, I don't know when, years. Okay, so fermented vegetables and dairy. Dahi, alhamdulillah, from the subcontinent, that's something. You should be making dahi every day in your house. Make it. Don't buy the one make your own. Just warm up, just like we did in Pakistan, India, do it here also. Make your own dahi. Get some culture or just take some dahi and make it. So you could be making that every day. Extremely beneficial. Fermented vegetables also, sauerkraut, kimchi, all these kind of things, you know. It's wonderful.
Chef,
And yeah,
on fermented vinegar, I'm guessing.
vinegar is wonderful.
So,
Full of probiotics.
So now vinegar, about grape vinegar, can we have grape vinegar?
Sure, why not? Vinegar traditionally was made from grapes or dates or whatever. It became wine, then it turns chemically into a different thing altogether. It becomes wine, and then it continues the process, then it turns into vinegar. So when it turns into vinegar, now it becomes clean and it becomes halal, even though there's traces of alcohol still in it.
Right.
Yeah, so it's not like, you know, you can be totally alcohol free, like these minuscule things, people get all bent out of shape, you know. But actually, you'll be hard pressed to eat anything that doesn't have some content of alcohol. Fresh fruit has alcohol in it. Your grapes, they start sitting for a while, they start, you know. So
if it's in an American grocery store, not a halal store, that says grape vinegar, you can purchase.
well, I don't know the total science behind that. So, but I'm assuming that yes. I mean, vinegar, what do? They turn it into vinegar. I mean, what is it? But again, I haven't done a thorough research on that, on the science behind that or the technology used behind that. But I would assume so. So you better check it out if you have doubt. Those are our ulama who have actually, you know, gone into detail. Sheikh Ahmed Sakar, rahmatullah alayhi, he from the 60s. The 60s and the 70s, he had that big book, you know. I don't know if that's still in print or that's still valid. Excuse me. Yes, sister.
I make apple cider vinegar at home, so it's.
Excuse me?
I make.
She makes vinegar at home. May Allah bless you.
Apple cider vinegar.
Apple cider vinegar.
It's good.
You make it from apple cider?
Yeah.
You make it?
Yes.
Wonderful. Why don't you send the recipe so we can also start making it?
Also good for high cholesterol.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful for so many things. Fantastic. In fact, Nabi alayhi salatu says, "Ni'mal idam al-khal." It's a wonderful salad. Yeah. There's a long story behind that also, but it was something that the Arabs would. Yes.
You said apple and dates, so you said grapes and dates.
Excuse me.
You said vinegar from grapes and dates. So I was wondering if I make with apple, so it's okay.
Yeah, that is.
So you can't hear, so you can use mine.
You said that vinegar from grapes and dates are good. So I was wondering if I'm making with apple, it's good?
Yeah, wonderful.
That
Sure. You can make it from any of those things, but apple cider vinegar particularly is very beneficial. I keep it in my house all the time. Okay. So cooking oils, again, we already mentioned that. Natural ghee, olive oil, coconut oil, sesame oil, you know, good, pure, unrefined, unprocessed, sesame oil, peanut oil, palm oil also was a big no-no. We wouldn't touch that. Again, for the same reason, it's a saturated fat, but it's much better for cooking than the other ones, as it turns out. If you get one that's not highly processed, probably most of it is very highly processed. Saudi Arabia, most of the oil is palm oil, but it's very highly processed, so I'd be skeptical about using that. So all fat oil uses sparingly. It's best to cook without oil. Add the oil after cooking. What we like to do is we like to steam or bake vegetables, and then pour olive oil on top. Just like the Arabs do with food, you're eating food and these kind of things. So they do that a lot. So you actually, cook just in water, boil or steam or bake. It's wonderful. and then pour your olive oil on top. You can add a little vinegar also on top. Delicious, you know. Actually, in India and in Pakistan, they eat masala. They don't eat food. You know, somebody said, "How do you know something's an Indian dish?" So I say, if you know what you're eating, that's not Indian. Not really Indian. You're not supposed. Number one, they put so much spices, and number two, they cook it to death so that there's no life of any type. So we've destroyed all the food value. And I have nothing against spices. Spices are fine. We're going to see that spices are medicines, in fact. In fact, the Chinese, they say, what's a weed? You know, weed? They say a weed is a medicinal plant that we don't yet know its use. Every plant has some medicinal use, but we don't know all the uses.
No, here we have sham masala, everything here.
Hmm?
We are here, sham masala, every natural masala.
Yeah.
Importing from Pakistan and here.
So that's not a problem, actually. The spices we're going to see are wonderful things. They're wonderful medicine. But the problem is when you fry it so long, it probably changes the nature of it. So, okay, this is Dr. Sabi would know about this, the gut biome, you know. Since we don't have much time, we want to move on. But we'll just talk about that. You know, before we didn't really realize this, but in our gut, which means your intestines and all this lower area, you know, our immune system is there, our digestive system is, so many things are there, even it's affecting our mental health, everything. We've got around 30,000 different species of good bacteria. We understand bacteria is all bad. No. We have a lot of good bacteria, and therefore these antibacterial things that kill all bacteria are really not a good idea at all, because a lot of bacteria we need, even on our skin, using these antibacterial soaps and detergents and hair things, you know, are killing a lot of very important bacteria that we need even on our skin. Our ancestors didn't use any of these things, and they were much better off for it. So, gut health is now, you know, a huge issue now. I think everybody, even mainstream medicine, they're talking about this, and yes, this is really a big deal, and we have to look after it. And there's a lot that we can talk about that if you just look up gut biome, you know, all the naturopaths and mainstream medicines even talking about it. And this is a very new science, which is...
Stool transplants are mainstream now.
What's that? What's that?
Stool transplants.
Fecal transplant, yeah, I heard about it. It's pretty extreme, but it makes sense, because actually, yeah, so we won't talk about that. That's not very, it's not a very...
So how about giving probiotics, vitamins to kids for this gut health?
Wherever you have money involved, you have to be careful. And vitamins, minerals, probiotics included, all these things, it's huge industry now. A lot of money is out there being made. So before you want to start taking supplements and all that, you get hold of a good naturopath who will guide you, and supplements need guidance. Otherwise, you just buy all this junk, it probably hurt you more than it will help you. Having said that, obviously probiotics, good ones, which are necessary for you, that will be a good idea, provided you know that you actually need that, it's a good brand and it really works, and that your physician would tell you, not me. But I'll tell you, be careful.
The pediatrics mentioned every time, like you have to give these vitamins, probiotics to your kids, because they are like growing.
Who says?
The pediatricians, whichever we take to the doctor office. So it's like a normal thing these days to give even like a healthy kids to these vitamins.
Ask him, Dr. Saab, just be honest with me. If I go and I buy this prescription, what's your kickback?
So in the US it's illegal, kickbacks. Openly illegal, of course there are.
But gifts are okay, right?
That's also been clamped down very severely, but you do it by other means. It's still done, but very hard to do nowadays. But having said that, probiotics are not yet mainstream recommendation, although they should be. Vitamins, there's pretty much every single person should in America take vitamins because everyone's deficient.
We don't get in our food what we were supposed to be getting. That's basically why. However, you know, you need to talk to Dr. Saab and he'll guide you on that. Otherwise, you're going to get, you know, hoodwinked. If you know this.
There are only very few brands you can trust, really. very few brands. In fact, some of those called halal, they get gelatin from countries, Muslim countries, and the gelatin's from donkeys and dogs and rats.
So, Allah may help us. So anyway, there's a lot. So as we said, this is just kind of an eye-opener course. I hope that at least takeaways will be that we have a lot of study and a lot of research to do and a lot of personal education to do, right? This is not sufficient for anyone. Okay? So, you can look into this, the gut biome and other ecosystems that we have, and now science is unfolding now. So we just would like to talk about, in the light of what we were saying, so we need to be educated, we need to look at what we're eating, how much we're eating. We need to understand these terms, natural, organic, processed. What does that actually mean? What's the definition? What are the benefits? What are the harms? And I have a package of articles that may be helpful. And who wants those can probably, whoever's coordinating here, give your email. And we'll send you, we have a whole package of articles that talk about all these things, or most of these things, which would be helpful. And perhaps would open the way for you to further educate yourselves. And then we talk about macronutrients as we did before. So we need to have some understanding about proteins, carbohydrates, fats, what's their functions, what are the sources, which are good, which are bad. And here's a chart that's pretty good. I mean, you can find this even on the internet. That's where I got this one. But it shows that, what are better carbohydrates, proteins, fats, what are your better sources for these things, what are less good sources and what are not very good sources. So you want to remain right in the middle of this chart, eating the best possible things in ratios that are suitable for you. After giving all this presentation. So, and then your micronutrients, which is what we just talked about, your vitamins and minerals, what's their functions, sources, how much natural, unnatural. So we need to become educated, it's not a 5-minute discussion. It's quite a complex thing, as Dr. Saab said, it's become complex with the complexity of the life that we live. But we need to become educated about that. Coming from the Adele Davis era, it's like, 20,000, milligrams of vitamin C and huge amounts of vitamin E and A and D. So, but we definitely need to educate ourselves and deal with it appropriately. Calories is also another issue. It's not just about how much calories you eat, it's the quality of those calories. People, it's pretty much common, people know that, you need around 2,000 calories a day. But you need good calories. For example, you might get 100 calories in a date, and you get the same 100 calories in a teaspoon of sugar. Domino, white, processed, chemically, infused. So which of those 100 calories would be better for you? I mean, obviously. So it's not just about calories, it's about the quality of the calories and the nutrients that come along with those calories. So if we're going to put something in our system, we want it to be beneficial, as beneficial as possible. Because we only have so much we can put, so we want good stuff inside there, okay? So I would, like we did, there's another exercise that you can do. It may help you to bring a little bit of aha kind of thing, that you just, like we do with the exercise. So from the time you wake up and you start munching, what actually do you eat in the course of the day? Just check yourself, see. And you might be surprised, you might be shocked also, And then we see, we wake up in the morning, what do we start with, what do we have for breakfast, and then snacks, we go to work, and then tea, coffee, and all the lawazim, In Pakistan, they say chai wa gaira. Chai wa gaira? So I say, give me the chai, leave the gaira. I don't want the gaira. So, and then what we eat for lunch, what we eat for dinner, snacks. So if we actually look at that in the course of the day, we'll find probably that it's not looking very good. So maybe we need to really, so once we actually are faced with our intake, so this exercise may help us to realize where we really stand and might help us to take measures to correct it, okay? Is that clear? So you can map out, your food intake and your drink intake and see. So develop a plan for yourselves, and this is a book list which Sheikh Noor recommends in his course of higher health. So I've included it here because there's a lot of good resources here, good books here that can help you. So you probably got that on your. Do you have that on your presentation? Yep.
Yes.
So yeah, the ones with asterisk, those are more recommended, but they're all good, mashallah. Okay. So we have how much time to?
Also 3:15.
Let's just say a little bit about prevention and cure until Asr, and then after Asr we'll go back to our origin, Rohani health, and let's finish, what we wanted to, what we can finish on that, and we'll wind up our program for the day, inshallah. So, prevention and cure, the overriding principle is this. Al-wiqaya khayru min al-ilaj, which means prevention is better than cure. So how will we prevent? All the stuff that we learned, the Rohani, Jismani, all the stuff that we've learned about it, we'll try and put that. Probably we won't need doctors and hospitals and medication and all that. Probably we'll stay. When I was a kid in the Rocky Mountains of Colorado, we heard the name doctor. I mean, we knew that there was somebody called a doctor, but we never saw one. Nobody needed a doctor for what? So I don't even remember if there was a doctor in town. Must have been, should be, but I never saw him. I don't know where he was. Nobody was really sick. You would get a cold, a flu once or twice in a year as a kind of servicing from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Is basically what it is. And you carry on with life, that's it. So there's no need for doctors, no need for hospitals, no need for... So, but now, because of the fact that we have totally distorted our whole style of life, living a totally unnatural life, so all these unnatural diseases are afflicting us. They're civilizational diseases, actually. Cancer is the manifestation of this unnatural life that we're living. That's what it's about. Unnatural cell growth, right, Dr. It's unnatural cell growth. And why do you have unnatural cell growth? Because you're living an unnatural life. So naturally your cells are going to grow naturally. So if we start living a natural lifestyle, we'll find much of this, going back to normal. So that's the main thing, the main takeaway that we should have from this. And so, whatever we learned in the preceding modules is the best medicine. The Quran itself is the greatest means of health and wellness on the planet. وَنُنَزِّلُ مِنَ الْقُرْآنِ مَا هُوَ شِفَاءٌ وَرَحْمَةٌ لِلْمُؤْمِنِينَ. So it's a shifa itself. So, whatever we learn, if we put that in practice, probably we won't have much need for a cure. So all dimensions of health interact. So the need is a holistic approach. So all of those areas that we talked about, all of these, we look to ensure our health in all of these areas, spiritually, intellectually, physically, emotionally, socially, environmentally. Inshallah ta'ala, we probably won't be having the need for much of a cure. So, one of the most important keys to health is an operational commitment to Sunnah. Operational commitment to Sunnah. Yani, what we learned from Sunnah, for example, we learned a lot of things today, we put that into practice in our life. For example, that 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, that itself will drastically improve our health. Following Sharia with full strength to the end of one's life. For example, the masnoon du'as and all these adhkar that we, full of health in every dimension. So, using these du'as and these adhkar for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's help and protection, this also shows our understanding of, our imani, ta'alluq with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and our understanding that from Him and Him alone comes help. So our constant ta'alluq and our ruju to Him, the most powerful means of help. And Mu'min does his utmost to reach his goal, and in what assists him in reaching it. And Radiant Health is a key assistant. So we're cautious and we're cognizant of our health, because it's going to help us, inshallah, reach our goal. So making the best health choices possible before you're sick, right? Again, Ibn Qayyim rahimahullah ta'ala, a short, actually it's not that short, but let's just read this and suffice. He says, the ultimate objective of health care and treatment is to guard the body for the duration of its appointed time. And the objective of the medical practitioner is to protect the body's elements through an appropriate plan. Okay? And the objective of the medical practitioner, Dr. Saab, what he says, is to protect the body's elements through an appropriate plan as per the divine design. Just as the sky, earth, and all creation have been designed all in perfect balance, harmony, and justice, maintaining their balance, if one ponders over the guiding example of Rasulullah ﷺ regarding health and well-being, he will find it, as always, the finest example possible for protection of health and well-being, which rests upon wise and appropriate management of all of these things. He's saying this 700 years ago, by the way. It rests on wise and appropriate management of food and drink, clothing, housing, ventilation, sleep, wakefulness, movement, stillness, marriage, excretion, and retaining of nourishment. All of these things require balance. If the balance of all these factors is achieved in accordance and harmony with the specific body, geographical location, age, and customs, the physician has to look at all of these things. And that's what they used to do. Then what happens? Health and well-being are more likely to continue until one's appointed time comes to a close. Considering the health and well-being are among the most sublime bounties, magnanimous gifts, and gracious conferments of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it behooves one granted a portion of tawfiq to look after, protect, and guard them from whatever negates them. Right? So health and well-being is something that we really need to look after if we have the least amount of, intellectual cognizance. So in fact, general well-being, afiyat, is the most sublime benefaction without exception. This is evident from the following narrations. عن ابن عباس رضي الله تعالى عنه نعمتان مغبون فيهما كثير من الناس الصحة والفراغ. Two bounties, benefactions, beguiled and deceived are many therein. Health and time. We don't take care of our health, we don't take care of our time until we lose it, and it's too late. وعن عبد الله بن محسن الأنصاري رضي الله عنه من أصبح معافا في جسده آمنا في سربه عنده قوت يومه فكأنما حيزت الدنيا بحذافيرها. Subhanallah. Who arises with a sound, a healthy body, secure in his heart, possessing the day's sustenance. That's it. It is as though he has been granted the world in its entirety. He's got everything he needs. Do you need more than that? Allah. The rest is a burden. Similarly, عن أبي هريرة رضي الله تعالى عنه أول ما يسأل العبد عنه يوم القيامة من النعيم أن يقال له ألم نصح لك جسمك ونروك من الماء البارد. The first question of the servant will be asked regarding the bounties and good things granted him by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. ثُمَّ لَتُسْأَلُونَ يَوْمَئِذٍ عَنِ النَّعِيمِ. We'll be asked about all the bounties and benefits that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala granted us. So the first thing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going to ask, did we not grant you health and well-being in your body, quench your thirst with cool water? Some of the Salaf, the pious and learned ancestors, have said that the meaning of na'im is health and well-being. You'll be asked about, na'im, the biggest ni'mat of na'im is health and well-being. Did you use it? Did you look after it? And Abu Bakr radiallahu ta'ala anhu, صلى الله اليقين والعافية فما أوتي أحد بعد اليقين خير من العافية. Allah Akbar. Ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for yaqeen and afiyah, as no one is given any bounty after yaqeen better and more beneficial than afiyah. This narration has joined the maximum well-being of both the worlds. The salah, the goodness, piety, well-being of the servant in both the worlds cannot be complete without yaqeen and afiyah. Yaqeen wards off the calamities of the hereafter, while afiyat wards off diseases of the temporal world in the heart and the body. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant us all tawfiq. Okay. Did you want to take a picture of it? Did you get it? No? Yeah. You want the formal one also? It should be in your book. Is it there in your book? Yeah. Yeah. So those who have the soft copy, it should be there also. You need the first one? Okay, winding up. 90% of good health is happiness in the heart. We were just talking about that, right? Happiness in the heart, that's one of the major, health factors. Happiness in the heart is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, not from the creation. Allah bi dhikrillahi tatma'innu al-qulub. And 90% of sickness is from despair. Science is telling us this now. Someone who doesn't smile is sick. That's what the Chinese say. Guy's not smiling, he's sick. Okay? Body will cure itself, given the chance, inshallah. Body is programmed like that. Give it a chance, give it a natural lifestyle, it will cure itself, inshallah, in most cases. So the chance is following what we learned in this workshop, inshallah. So we follow these things, inshallah, you give your body a chance, it will sort most of the things out. Okay, this is a pharmacy. What's a pharmacy? What's in that?
CBS.
Huh? Yeah, it's almost obvious. Turmeric, ginger are the strongest antibiotics on the itlaq, on the planet. I mean, it doesn't get better than that. Garlic, ginger, cinnamon, cardamom, cloves. All your stuff in your cupboard is mashallah. Okay, that's one pharmacy. Want to see another pharmacy? Here's another pharmacy.
So this is the spices we used in food. So we are actually eating like.
That's saving your life, particularly the haldi. If you didn't have that, you would have been gone long ago. Yeah.
So actually, we are testing food.
But don't overcook. But that's the problem, actually. The problem is that how you prepare it. Because you take all those spices and fry it up in the oil. So I'm wondering what's left of the nutrients after you do that. Probably not a whole lot. So what you should try and do is put those spices in at the end of your cooking. It may not give you that same fried spice taste that is signal to it, but it'll be much better for you. For example, how I eat eggs, I take a boiled egg, I take olive oil, I put turmeric, black pepper, because turmeric needs black pepper or kalonji with it to actually get the benefit out of it. To enter the bloodstream, it needs actually a vehicle. So salt, turmeric, black pepper, and a little cayenne pepper. Mix that all up in olive oil, and I dip the boiled egg in that, and it's delicious and nutritious, and it gives you, it really gives you a spike. That cayenne pepper really gives you a kind of a rush. It's wonderful. So, this is also a pharmacy. And so, food, spices, herbs are medicine. Yes, and this is how, our ancestors used to treat. They used to treat with these things more than anything else. Medicinal herbs were, sort of, a supportive or a side thing, but mostly it was done through this. Okay. So the most powerful medicines on the planet may be in your kitchen cupboard. Honey, dates, black seed, kalonji, probably the strongest immune system builder there is. That's why it's a cure for everything except death. I mean, how is that possible? Because any bacteria, any pathogens attacking you, kalonji with strengthening your immune system just knocks it out. But Israel alayhi salam is not going to be affected by that. So death is not, it's not going to be able to stop. Other than that, potentially. Now, it's one thing for something to potentially, yes.
Regarding the kalonji, there is a hadith about it curing any disease except death and so forth. The narration that I got the chance to read talks about the way that they administered it was they actually crushed it with olive oil and they would actually put it underneath the nostril and have that.
There's different applications.
So, so is that the way you're supposed to, or any way is fine?
Anyway, actually, our company also makes the oil, and we make it purely. It makes it easier to actually. It's not simply what you eat. It's what you can absorb. So what I generally do is I grind it up. I grind it up with flaxseed and kalonji, and isbawan. And it's kind of like a bowel cleanser at the same time, immune system builder. So it's a good application. So anything we find our ancestors doing, try it. If it works out, fine. Otherwise, it's not the only application. And, you know. But the point I wanted to make: suppose somebody takes that, but it doesn't get cured. So one thing is that it potentially has the power to cure, but it doesn't mean that you're going to be cured. If Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants you to be cured, potentially He has put the cure there. But maybe your cure is to be sick. Because we need to actually get closer to Allah and cry some more. And that's our medicine that we need to have. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you will be cured, but it is potentially a cure for all diseases. Okay?
So, Sheikh, quick question on the cure about Fatiha and the Quran being a cure, or
absolutely
something separately like Zamzam. There's two separate questions.
Zamzam lima shuribala. Whatever you, and that again, it depends on your yaqeen. And we just talked about that, what you were saying. So your own, perception, your own yaqeen is going to have a lot of impact there. And what was the other one?
The Quran, the Fatiha.
Yeah. The very interesting study recently, you might have seen that they found that water has memory. And it's affected by people's attitudes, it's affected by... So actually, that whole concept of reading, Quran or, these afghar and then reading on water and somebody drinking that, actually now science has shown that actually this is very powerful stuff. So there's a lot of things out there that, is amazing. And now science, سَنُرِيهِمْ آيَاتِنَا فِي الْآفَاقِ وَفِي أَنفُسِهِمْ حَتَّى يَتَبَيَّنَ لَهُمْ أَنَّهُ الْحَقُّ. We will continue to show them our signs in the horizons and in themselves until they come to realize it's haqq. Who? All these discoveries, Quran said that 1400 years. How did Muhammad know about that? So these are all things that, turmeric, as we said, this is one of the, there's so much studies been done on this and so much to be said about this, amazing. Ginger, unbelievable. Garlic, again, these are the most strongest things. They're much better than all these antibiotics. Cinnamon, cloves, black pepper, and. So, if we incorporate all those things that we learned and we, use these things, inshallah, we'll find that most of our problems should dissipate in the right time. So, we have 2 minutes left. So maybe we want to talk a little bit about detoxing. And as we know already, we came to find out that fasting is probably one of the best detoxers you can do. So fasting should be there, shari fasting, you can do water, as I mentioned, water detoxing, water fasting, juice fasting, one day on nothing but some vegetable juices. Okay? Yeah, we can distribute these, by the way. We've got a lot of these that somebody printed in the last workshop. Extra. Fruit. One of our Hakims, Hakim Archaleta, his mentor, Hakim Taqi Rahmatullah in Karachi, used to say that, take any fruit of the season and go 24 hours, just eat that, that's it. It'll clean your body amazingly. It's a great detox. Any fruit of the season, like here we've got apples, grapes, whatever it is. Fruit of the season, just go at least one day with just that. It'll do wonders to clean you up. Okay? Exercise is great detoxing as well. internal, external exercises, detoxing regimens. There's a lot of regimens out there in detoxing. One that's quite good and it's simple and it's not difficult also. And it's one of the Sheikh Noor's students, Dr. Rehan. He's in I believe he's in Austria somewhere. And he's got a website called Mystic Medicine, mysticmedicine.com. He's got some good stuff. And he's got a detoxing. It's a 4-week detox regimen. A liver, colon, kidney, and lung detox. 4 major organs. So he's got very easy, very doable program. It's very nice. And
so, Chef, this is a website.
Yeah.
Mystic Medicine.
Yeah, Mystic Medicine. You can just
Google that.
Google it.
Chef.
A word about cancer, because this is, a big deal, obviously. You've got around 60 to 90 trillion cells in your body, right? And you've got tens of thousands of microtumors in your body that everybody's got. And what usually happens is that your immune system knocks it out. That's what's supposed to happen. But because our immune systems are immune, we don't have any they're so weak, so they're not able to do that. And as we said, that since we're living such an unnatural lifestyle, which nurtures cancer growth and tumor growth, so we've got, a headache, to say the least. So tumors need independent blood supply through a thing known as angiogenesis. So they need actually a blood supply. If you cut off that blood supply, he's gone. And there's an easy way to do that, actually. And that is, there's a lot of foods that stop this process, and they're called anti-angiogenesis foods and substance. And this is a list of those things that are very useful for that. Okay? If you want, you can just take a picture of that. So if anyone, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect us all, is afflicted with cancer or knows someone that is, you can suggest these things to them. No.
Chef, on cancer, I probably have several questions. I'll ask a few most important ones. Of course, we all know it's a huge market. It's probably the biggest market in medicine.
Yeah.
And there's conventional treatment. There's such a stigma with cancer that it's almost impossible to recommend anything other than conventional treatment.
Which is probably the last thing you want to recommend anyway.
It's literally toxins. I mean, historically these used to be arrow toxins and this and that toxins to kill the cancer. And if some of my cancer patients, I recommend to them take these antioxidants and all that. And I found out early on that they were specifically asked not to take antioxidants because the medication is supposed to be an oxidizing medication to kill the cancer. So it gets really very difficult.
For that, there's a website, a wonderful website. It's called The Truth About Cancer: A Global Quest. Have you seen that?
I've seen the video.
Ty Bollinger. I mean, he's devoted his life. He lost his father and mother and all these other relatives. And since he was genetically prone to these kind of things, so he just, committed his life work. He and his wife, that's what they do.
Right.
He was an accountant and he
Canadian.
I think he's American. I think he's American. Or I'm not sure. But you can see that The Truth About Cancer Global. He went all over the globe and documented, hundreds of practitioners that have cured thousands of people in 4th stage cancer. I mean, these guys, you got 3 days to live, man. Get ready to go. And they came out of it. Nicholas Gonzalez was a pioneer in a lot of this stuff, and he mysteriously died recently at a very young and healthy age, and that's a big question mark, So, and we have others that they met fates like that, But now, since the cat is out of the box, you have so many people that now are aware of these things, and so many physicians themselves that have now realized them. So there's a pretty good fight going on, to uphold what's real out there. You can see that I mean, just about anything you want to ask about cancer, I mean, you'll find on that website. In fact, they have a documentary which is 9 episodes. In fact, I bought that. I rarely buy those, you know, those summits and all that. I
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
So, having said what we have said, and we have a lot more that we can say, but we have other things that we want to move on to. So this is, as I said before, this is, you know, just a sort of eye-opening. And there's so much to learn, there's so much to educate ourselves, and the necessity is really there, because we live in a world that's full of danger, and it's full of toxins, and it's full of, you know, unnatural idiosyncrasies that we have to be educated about and deal with. And it's a responsibility as Muslims to, and this is part of the test and trial of living the life of a human being in the time that we live in. So may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give us all tawfiq to take ibrat and you know, make this a part of our daily plan, if not on a weekly basis, to educate ourselves, find good sites, find practitioners, and start educating ourselves, and most important, make the adjustments in our lifestyle that we learned about. So inshallah, after Salat al-Asr, we'll come back. We'll go back to our Rohani module, and we'll wind up our sessions. Unfortunately, you know, I'd like to continue on, but that's the nature of life, you know. We gather for the sake of Allah, and we will depart for the sake of Allah. So inshallah, directly after Salat, we'll again Subhanallah.
Also, the Friday we can
Halim based. So actually we're doing this workshop on a monthly basis. All over. Well, we have done it up to now only in Karachi, but now people have heard about it from places, Lahore, Islamabad, so, and probably we'll be going online with it. We can only accommodate a few people. In Pakistan, we only accommodate 10 to 20 people max. Because it's a workshop, you want to interact with people, exercise. So they come, it's a residence.
Educated or uneducated?
Generally, they are, professionals. They actually, I designed this course.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
What's in here? Brother Blue, Ayaz.
Allahu Akbar. سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. استغفر الله. استغفر الله. استغفر الله. لا إله إلا الله.
What's the elevator putting? Falls into the elevator. Sleeps in the elevator. No. Comes out of the elevator. No. It bounces out because the elevator door closes until he's like, oh. And then he finally comes out, he's like, and then the elevator door finally opens. He goes like,
क्या अभी 3:30 हो गया नमाज कितने बजे होगा 1 घंटे बाद हो गएगा हाँ ATM के स्टोर रूट 1 क्या करना है पे वहाँ फोर्ड का जो नहीं है फोर्ड स्ट्रीट दुकान पे वहाँ पे उधर है टेक्निकल सेंटर में
बुजुर्गों के मांगे बड़े हो गए ना
नाइट्स टू गो वगैरह मैट्रेस विटामिन की दुकान है
Oh, good. Yeah, sure. Great. That's it. Yeah, good. Wonderful. However, it's important to don't treat yourself. Get ideas from this, but check with specialists. If you have any serious.
هي ست كاملة ولكن أنا جئت ببعضها.
Oh, yeah. Okay, quick, you want to see what we can do for pull-ups? There's a lot of things you can do with these, but this is what I do every day. Just, I need them a bit heavier.
Oh yeah.
I have a heavyweight one. Yeah.
What is it?
So just
you can keep that. I just have to.
No, I have them.
The rest they have at home.
I have.
Heavier one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
More bands
for
on
demonstration. Yes.
more bands.
Yeah. So just, like this. So you're actually getting your biceps, worked out. So you just, do 30 of those or 50 of those is like that. And that'll complete this part, right? Then you're ready to go. To join the battle of fighting nafs, shaitan and bad habits.
This is on BBC. Goats with
What did she say?
This is on BBC. Now, what's interesting is to know the
that?
my dad.
Yeah, you want to do
This is 2016.
$5.
These goats they're 3 years old, and if you look at them, completely normal. They're already 3 years old. So this is 7 years ago. You have to be concerned. Is it already on our plates?
Can you sell?
You're selling as halal.
Go back to the earth.
Becoming stronger, huh?
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Before we start with the next main module, as we promised, we want to do one little sort of lesson in time management that will help us a lot, hopefully, inshallah. So, do I have a marker here? Alright, two things, important, urgent. Right? What do we mean by important? Essential. What else?
Necessary.
Huh? Necessary. Huh?
Mandatory.
Mandatory.
Priority.
Priority.
Maybe important is first and urgent is wajib.
Huh?
Maybe the important is first and urgent is wajib.
Okay. For our purposes, since, by the way, on this, we have a 3-day workshop for time management, which is very powerful and it really helps a lot.
Get it done and get it done now.
Which one? Important?
Important is get it done.
Okay. So for our purposes, important, we will define important as anything which takes you towards a worthwhile goal. Anything which takes you towards a worthwhile goal, that's important. If it's not taking you towards a worthwhile goal, it's not important. Okay? And then we have urgent. What do you mean by urgent?
Time factor.
Time. It's connected to time, yeah?
Now or never.
Huh?
Now or never.
Now or never. Yeah. Urgent means something, if I don't do it now, I can't do it later. Because if I can, it might be important, but I can do it later. Something is important, but I have to do it now, otherwise it's gone. Something might be important. I have to do it now, but it's not even really important. So we have 4 possibilities, right? So the whole thing, everything that we're going to be faced with in life probably can be classified under these 2 dimensions. So these 2 dimensions times 2 equals what? 4. So we have what we call a quadrant. So number 1, we call it Q1. Important plus urgent. Okay? Then we have a thing called Q2, which is important but not urgent. Okay? Then we have a Q3, which we call it's it's not important, but it's urgent. Not important, but urgent. How do you, we'll explain. And then you have Q4, which is not important, not urgent. Okay? Example. Important and urgent. Like what?
Praying.
Huh?
Praying.
Like where we just came from. Salat al-Asr Jama'ah. It was important, obviously, and it was urgent because Iqamah was called, so we had to be there. Important but not urgent.
Food. Meals.
Huh?
Meals.
A meal. That's good. That's good. Yeah, it's important to eat, but it's not urgent. We can, if we don't eat now, we can eat an hour later. We can eat tomorrow. Is that okay? No.
Later.
Let's have another. Any other?
Check.
Better example?
Check email.
Huh?
Check important email, maybe not now, not urgent.
Check emails. You don't have to do it now. Do it next week.
Doctor's appointment.
Depends.
Something urgent. Yes.
Yeah. Cool. For example, you have an electric bill. Its due date is 3 weeks from now. So it's important because if you don't pay it, you won't have electricity. But you don't have to pay it now. You can pay it next week. You can pay it 10 days from now.
Listen, wife.
Huh?
Schedule it.
Listen, wife.
Huh?
Listen, wife, not urgent.
That's Q1. Q1, absolutely. And for her also, vice versa. Then you'll have a happy marriage. Otherwise, if you want to have an unhappy marriage and a disaster, then yeah, I agree with you.
My wife is not here, that's why.
Huh?
My wife not here, that's why.
No. So she hears that. So Q3, it's not important, but it's urgent. Hmm? Suppose somebody hands you a bowl of ice cream and you would like to eat it while it's ice cream. And you're in Karachi and it's 100 degrees outside. So if you want to eat it as ice cream, so it's what? It's urgent to eat it now, otherwise it'll be sherbet. You know? But is it important?
No.
Not really. It's probably very unimportant that you eat that. For example, a lot of the phone calls that come. One of the practical examples is now we have these, caller identification. So we see all this, our friend or this, they're calling, they're going to waste our time. But if you want to answer it, you have to answer it now, because in 2 seconds it's going to cut off. So sometimes we have a lot of things like that that actually are, they seem to be urgent, but if we think about it, it's not really very important. And then we have things that are not urgent and they're not important, like
Web surfing.
Huh?
Web surfing.
Web surfing, Facebook, Twitter, watching games. Like in Pakistan, they watch these cricket matches.
5 days.
It's crazy. I mean, it's just totally useless.
Watching you. They're losing it anyway.
Right? So, it's not important, it's not urgent. So, how do we deal with that? So, we talked about prioritization. So, this is going to help us prioritize things. Because if something is important and it's urgent, what do?
Immediate.
Like Nike says, just do it. Do it. Do it. Get it out of the way. You have to do it. We have something that's important, but it's not urgent. What do? Plan. Exactly. But don't leave the plan, because this is one day it's going to become a Q1. For example, that electric bill. There's a lot of things in life that are really Q2s, but they're going to become Q1s. So dealing with it in Q2 is much less stressy, much more easy, right? Paying your bill a week ahead of time is easier, or the last hour of the day. Because they're lined up and they have the same problem that you have. So effective people, they take these Q2s and they treat them as Q1, get them out of the way, get it done. But we don't, busy ourselves and we neglect doing these. So you have to look at the importance and you have to look at the urgency and prioritize and then plan. Okay, Q3s. It's urgent, but it's not important. So like these calls and stuff, some of them you just really have to, even though it's not really important, but for social correctness or something. So this one, what you want to do is you want to filter. Try and, as much as possible without breaking social, contact stuff. So you want to filter that. And Q4, not important, not urgent.
Avoid.
If we just do this, imagine how many hours a day most of us would actually now gain. Our 24-hour day would seem like now it's speaking 26. And if we look at it, there's probably a lot of things that we're doing that we just don't. Ma la ya'ni. And this is the meaning of the hadith. Ma la ya'ni, Q4s. Right? And if we learn the art of filtering out these kind of things, like I told you, after Isha, I just don't go anywhere. I'm sorry. Even my students, they're shadi. In Pakistan, shadi, both badi masala na. So, but I'm sorry, I don't go anywhere after Isha. If I accept yours, I have to accept his, and my whole life is going to go in shadis. And since it's not mine anyway, so why do I? If you invite me after Zuhr, now the Baluchi, the poor people from Baluchistan and Sindh, I accept their invite because that's 11 o'clock in the morning. Da'wat the walima, 11 o'clock in the morning. God, with relish I will go there. I love it, that's wonderful. But after Isha, forget it. Okay, so if we learn to filter these things out, we learn to, plan these Q2s effectively and timely. And then ultimately we'll find that these Q1s, which are usually, taking up our whole day and night, we'll find these, managing them. We'll find these, being dealt with as, actually they were Q2s, but we just neglected and they become like the wife issue. If you don't, if you're not communicating with your spouse effectively, which you might call that a Q2, but you're going to have Q1. A consistent and a constant Q1, which usually ends up in disaster because we don't communicate. I'll talk to her later, we'll do that. And so what happens is, lack of breakdown in communication, wrong thoughts, shaitan, nafs, and then we have a disaster. So, this is a tool that, you can immediately start using. The next thing that we want to is, do you have in that, is the DS sheet mentioned there? Yeah. Here, you can make this on your own. This is a sheet, you can pass it around. What you do is you just make like a diary, like you would do any kind of a diary. But the thing is, this diary starts at 4 in the morning. Your diary starts when? 8 o'clock in the morning. And it ends when? 5. 8 to 5. So in other words, 8 to 5, you know, that's when you live. Before 8 and after 5, free for all. I mean, what kind of a, you know, I'm a human being the time I wake up until the time I sleep. So the time I wake up until the time I sleep, I want to have this all planned. And maybe part of the plan is sleep. Maybe part of the plan is relax. But I want to have it planned. I want to have it, you know, a system. Then I will, inshallah, by the barakat of that, and also on the tawfiq, I'll benefit from this time. The Arabs, they say what? Al-waqtu sayfun. In lam taqta' bihi qata'ak. Time is like a sword. If you don't cut with it, it cuts you. So, and this always gets me. We have a lot of time to kill. Time to kill? What are you talking about? Time is killing you. You're not killing time. Time is killing you. You're going, every moment you're going closer to your grave. Now, what are you doing? What am I doing for that? Okay, so I strongly suggest that what you can do is, I think I have a picture of this. So what I do is, we have a diary that actually is very engineered for this, but it's a little costly, and then to put leaves in it becomes even more costly. So what I do is I just have a spiral all-around notebook, which I make this myself, you see. So here, you have your weekly plan. Here you have your to-do list. You do it, mark it out. So you can plan for the whole week. We can put in the slots, populate, you know, the days. Okay? So if you'll make something like this is your whole week. From the time that you wake up until the time that you sleep. And you populate that. And you fill it up. As we said, you know, fill your time with good actions. And don't give time to nafs and shaitan to, you know, intervene and spoil your days and weeks and months in life. Okay?
Yes, sister.
Excuse me?
They want to see the plan.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm just, I have actually, I should have a picture of this, yeah. Here. Okay, here's your, what happened to the screen? Is it on?
Yeah, it's coming.
Yes.
Yeah, over there.
Okay, so this is your to-do list. So when you get to-dos, the first thing, did I mention this GK book, right? The first tool we use, we have a little book like this in our pocket. If something comes in mind, we have something to do, write it down here. When you go home, when you do your daily planning, which I strongly recommend, start your day with 15, 20 minutes, half an hour, plan your day out. Probably a lot of you are more professional, you do that anyway, when you get to work. But we're at work when we wake up, because our work day starts. Work is our JD is Ubudiya, from the time we wake until the time we go to sleep. So our work day starts as soon as we're. So, starting our day probably after Ishraq or something like that, as soon as we can during the day. So take from whatever you've written down in this book, put it in your to-do list. And then take your to-dos and then populate, you know, your daily schedule. Okay? So then your daily schedule will look something like this. What happens? Is it showing up there?
No, it was.
No. What happened?
No.
Yes, I'm coming.
Hmm?
Yeah, showing now.
Yes.
Okay? So this is actually now what I don't even write that down. I just make columns here and just write to-dos and then bring them over to the other side, which is your daily schedule, right? So you got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, from the time that you get up, right? Now I was traveling when I made this, So you can see these are times which, the times that are blocked off, these are constants. So for example, the first thing you block off is your salat. The first thing you want to start is the most important activity of the day, which is salat, right? So just block off. If you're in a masjid, you're in muqim somewhere. So you just block off the whole, so that time is you got an appointment with yourself, with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So in Dhuhr, actually I was traveling and it was coming at different times, so those were variables. But otherwise, when you're at home, for example here, this time is between Asr and Maghrib, it's my habit that I don't go anywhere, I sit in the masjid and do things. So I block that off. So anyway, I have an appointment, sorry. Right? And I do. Okay? So here's a time for you. So your food is there, your amal is there, work times are there. So now you have a map of your day and you have an idea what, as we said, vision, you know. So I have a vision for the day. Not only a vision for your life, the vision for today. What do I want to achieve today, you know? How many of us have gone through the day and said, you know, the day went by, we couldn't get anything done? The reason why we couldn't get anything done, we didn't have anything to do. What do you mean? We didn't have anything to do. If we had something really important to do, we would have written it down and make a plan. If we don't do that, it's as though we really don't have anything to do. We're not really firm and we don't really have azam, determination to do. But when we write it down and put it here, inshallah, it's going to help us a lot. Believe me. Okay?
And also we can schedule our day as per the namaz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the first thing, in fact, yes, exactly. So the first thing you want to do, top priority. So you will start populating that with your top priority. And as I said, you have statics. So the first thing you're going to populate it with is salat, which will remind you that the most important activity for me today is my salat. So the first thing I block those off. Anybody says meeting, this, that, sorry. I have an appointment with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So, and then similarly, and our amal, you know, and then, so we have an outline of our day in front of us. And then we keep this open in front of us. I usually keep this right there open, you know, next to my laptop, and I'm looking at this so we don't forget. Okay, so is that clear? Any questions on this? Now the homework is, and we would do this if we had a little more time, so actually we'd start making our weekly schedule, putting all those amal that we practiced. Finding a time in our daily schedule for Quran recitation, for dhikr, right? For exercise, for all these exercise, for fikr, all these things that we did, we'll look and find actually spots and write it down in this. So it actually goes in our daily plan, right? Can I entrust you to this homework? Well, I'll do it inshallah. It's for you, it's not for me, right? For you and for Allah subhanahu. So kindly do that and fill out those things and plan out your day, plan out your week. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you know, place barakah. There's a riwayat that basically says, وَلَا أَقْلَ مِثْلَ حُسْنِ التَّدْبِيرِ. The best kind of use of intelligence is creating a good plan for things. Tadbir. Planning well, you know, to do things. And obviously we, as Muslims, the saving grace for this whole planning process is that whatever we plan, in the end of the day, what Allah plans, that's what's going to happen. So don't be, you know, all, you know, stressed out when your plan fails, by the way. Because it will. Invariably. But at least it will give you a direction to move in. Now, if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala plans otherwise, don't get frustrated, because what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants to happen, that's going to happen. This is merely our planning process as human beings moves us in the right direction. The outcome, as I said earlier, that's not in our hand. We have a vision of the outcome we would like to see, but actually we will see what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants to happen. Not more, not less. So if it doesn't work out according to our plan, that's not a problem. Similarly, if circumstances change and we start seeing other things, be flexible to change your plan also. This is the difference between Americans and Japanese. There was a study on the planning process of Americans. Americans, they make this really complex plan and rigid plan, and they're going to do it even everything crashes, but that's the plan, sorry. In the Arab world also I saw this. النظام فوق كل شيء. They say that the system is above everything. I said, come on, what are you talking about? System is for us, or we're for the system, you know? So a system is good to guide you and help you and facilitate you, but when it's going against you, and it's not facilitating you, then throw it and redo it. Okay. The Japanese, they plan, but they plan loosely and they keep their eyes open. They have lateral vision, you know. So if they get indications that something else would be more, they jump on it. Americans don't. That's why, you know, Japanese knocked out Americans in a lot of markets, and you know, because and there was a very interesting study that was done on that. It was called the rise and fall of planning. It's an interesting study. You might see that. So, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make it easy for us. So, I strongly suggest planning, but don't over plan and don't over depend on your plan. It's merely to give us guidance and give us direction and help us and facilitate us. And keep in mind that what Allah plans and what Allah wants, that's what's going to happen. Not more and not less. So when our plan fails and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's plan, you know, remains, so we have to be happy with that and know that's best for us. So accept it. Okay. So we began with the beginning and we'll end with the end. So what is the end? Fikr of death. So that might sound a bit morbid, but that's the one reality of life. There's only one certainty in life, and that's called death. And when you mention death, you know, to a non-believer, he says, don't talk about that. But we definitely talk about it, and we think about it, and we prepare for it. And the person who's lucky that understands this whole, you know, format, so he sees death as has been described as al-maut tuhfat al-mu'min. It's a gift to the person in the mind. Because now he leaves this world of taklif. Taklif meaning responsibility to follow all these rules and regulations and, you know, deal with all the complexities and difficulties of life and calamities and now move on to a life of rest in the grave and then a life of enjoyment in Jannah. If we prepared, if we're fortunate. Otherwise. So, contemplating over death is also an exercise that should be done consistently, constantly. We had a friend of ours, you know, one of our pious, you know, fellows, he was a factory worker. And he went in Jamaat, he went in Tabligh, and he, you know, developed himself a bit, and then he went on to further. Became a very pious and very saintly kind of fellow. And he had actually prepared his grave, and he had the marking there and everything, and it was all ready. And he had a picture of it also. He used to show it to us, you know, this is where I'm going. And I'm preparing for that. And he's there now. So if we're lucky to think about our death and prepare for it, then we're the luckiest people on the face of the earth. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Kullu nafsin dha'iqatul maut. Every soul shall taste of death. وَجَاءَتْ سَكْرَةُ الْمَوْتِ بِالْحَقِّ. And the pangs of death came with truth. Even Nabi alayhi salatu wasalam, you see, had to experience the sakarat al-maut. Allah inna lil-mauti la-sakarat. The pains and the difficulties that everyone will have to pass through, you see. But if we pass through that successfully, there will be no pain thereafter. So it's about preparing for that. وَمَا تَدْرِي نَفْسٌ مَاذَا تَكْسِبُ غَدًا وَمَا تَدْرِي نَفْسٌ بِأَيِّ أَرْضٍ تَمُوتُ إِنَّ اللَّهَ عَلِيمٌ خَبِيرٌ. No soul knows what it will earn tomorrow, and no soul knows in what land it will die. And Nabi alayhi salatu wasalam says, أَكْثِرُ مِنْ ذِكْرِ هَادِمِ اللَّذَّاتِ. Remember frequently the destroyer of pleasures. Death. هَادِمِ اللَّذَّاتِ. Destroyer of the pleasures. Imam Ghazali rahimahullah ta'ala, he writes, you know, about this in Ihya. He says, death is a tremendous thing to fear, but most people are heedless of it. Many people do not even talk of death, owing to their absorption in worldly affairs. Some talk of death while their minds are occupied with other things, doing them little good. It is important from time to time to recollect upon death, excluding the thought of all other things, imagining death staring one in the face. One should think of one's friends and relatives, recalling how they were placed on the bier, carried to the grave and buried under mounds of earth. One should imagine their faces and their high ambitions, what changes the dirt would have wrought in their handsome faces, how their bodies have decayed, their children orphaned, wives widowed, relatives left to weep, their fortunes distributed, clothes left behind, never to be worn by them again. One should then say to oneself, I shall suffer the same fate one day, any day. How these people lying in their graves used to laugh and talk and indulge in lusts, now lying in the dust. They didn't like to talk of death, yet they have fallen prey to it. Once intoxicated by their youthful vigor, laying today in their graves forsaken. How deeply absorbed they were in the affairs of the world. Now their hands and feet scattered, their bodies food for worms crawling on their tongues. How hardly they once laughed, their teeth now decayed and fallen. They made ambitious plans for years to come, unaware of death looming over their heads. Little did they realize on the last day of their lives that they were destined to spend that very night in the grave. Exactly the same as my case, planning today for years to come, oblivious of my fate tomorrow. So we said plan, but as I said before, planning is to give us direction and move us in the direction to face this fate, to face death, be prepared for it. So this is also an exercise that we need to do on a daily basis. So fikr al-maut is something, that we need to embrace and we need to plan for it. So the last exercise of the day is that we'll all go up to the masjid for the last time today. And we'll sit. Usually we do this exercise out in my place, we go out into the desert. And we make imaginary graves and we sit and we ponder over it, that I'm going to this grave. So we'll sit, we'll close our eyes and we'll ponder over this. Death is coming, Israel comes. My soul is being extracted. My body is now taken, for ghusl. After ghusl, it's being wrapped, in the coffin. They take my coffin to the masjid, or the place of janazah. Janazah is performed. After janazah, they carry my body into that grave. I'm lowered into the grave. Stones are placed over the grave. Earth is placed over the grave. Total darkness. Totally alone. No father, no mother, no son, no daughter, no wife, no husband. No one except our Aman. Munkar and Nakir, Man Rabbuk, Ma Dinuk, Man Nabiyuk. Who was your Rabb? What was your way of life? Who was your Nabi? And that grave will either expand if we answer those questions, we prepared for those questions, then the grave expands, like a garden of Jannah. Bedding of the Jannah. A window from the Jannah, the fragrance of the Jannah, and we'll sleep peacefully until the day of Qiyamah. After Qiyamah, entire insaniyat, entire humanity, every single action of theirs is scrutinized. What is this book? Every single action, every single thought, every single deed, nothing is left. So the weighing of the deeds, good and bad, over Sirat, crossing over the bridge over Jahannam. If we're lucky, at the Hawd of Rasul alayhi salatu wasalam, if we are lucky to be met with Nabi alayhi salatu wasalam and given a drink by his hand from Hawd al-Kawthar, no thirst will be experienced thereafter. Otherwise, the other ways. Then finally, final abode of paradise, final abode. So the exercises, we ponder over this. Cut off all other thoughts. Job, forget the job, forget the family. Because in the grave, it's all going to be gone. Every single thing is going to be removed from us. Only 2 pieces of cloth and into the grave with our amal. So now for the next, say 10 minutes, even though to spend 10 hours in this exercise would be a small amount. So for the next 10 minutes, let us empty our thoughts. Quietly, we'll go up to the masjid. All of us sit down and imagine, you see, this manazil of maut. The actual maut taking place. We're being prepared for a janazah, our janazah, being laid into the grave, thinking how it's going to be in that grave. And stations thereafter. So inshallah, for the next 10 minutes, inshallah, let's do this exercise and we'll share our reflections there.
We're coming down back.
Yeah, we'll come back there,
Sheikh Hashim. يستخدموها هنا يترجموها بالانجليزي بالترجمه عندهم مشكله. الله يحفظك الله يسلمك.
يحيى بلا أصل هندي ولكن كان دائما مكتبة تحفيظ القرآن
هذا يفهم موسى بلال.
موسى هذا أخوه.
هذا
موسى هذا أخوه الصغير.
الإمام نعم.
نعم.
موسى بلال ما شاء الله قارئ
نعم كل الإخوة هكذا. أخوهم الكبير كان من زملائي، كان طفل صغير كان يجلس عند المشايخ وكان ذكي
ما شاء الله. موسى بلال قارئ ولغة. نعم كل سنة كان يختم بالقراءات في رمضان، كل سنة رواية. كل سنة نعم.
كبير إخوة هكذا.
فلا تعرف؟ لا والله الأخ لا أعرف إلا شيء وما أعرفه يعني عن قرب، ولكن معروف يعني إمام مشهور في مكة. الشيخ موسى بلال له تسجيلات حتى. كان أحد الإخوة سائق تاكسي بدوي. كاستمر بدوي مع أخي يوصله بالسيارة في رايد، فهو كان يشغل شريط موسى بلال ويقرأ، فأعجبه قال هذا مين؟ قال له هذا اسمه موسى بلال باكستاني. فهذا الأخ يقول والله هذا مو باكستاني.
ليس باكستاني هو هندي.
يعني
نفس الشيء.
بالنسبة له يعني يظن أن يعني العجم عجم، لكن سبحان الله شتان.
وأبوه أبوه رجل صالح حفظ القرآن خلال 40 يوما. كان مريض وحفظ القرآن. السلام
Yep, they have one. These are the leftovers. We don't have anything. Did it have mayo? Huh?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So, who would like to share their experience with us? This is usually very interesting. The people, it's very beneficial for us to hear what people, experience in this exercise.
I tried to imagine. I could not imagine myself.
Huh?
I tried myself to be there and put myself in process, but I could not think that I can be doing this.
So it means that we need to practice. Because this is the one reality of life. This is what's going to happen to us. And if we can actually envision that and we can actually ponder over that, there's a dhikr that you can do that will help. And it's mentioned, Allahumma barik lana fil mood wa fima ba'da al-mood. Allah give me barakat in mood and what is after mood. And when we say that, we think about death and we think about the various stages. 25 times say that. You can think of the various stages. Allahumma barik lana fil mood. Think of the Malik al-Mood is coming. Fima ba'da. And then after my soul is taken, a picture will be taken. So we actually picture this. So it's just like it's an exercise, it's a muscle. Like all muscles have to be developed, so we have to develop this muscle of, and this, faculty of envisioning death. Because this is the one reality of life and we're going to see it and it's going to be, definite. And when it's coming, nobody knows. Who else would like to share this? Yes.
We have to prepare ourselves in the beginning by buying a grave, making a well, last well. Then everybody can. Then in the beginning we have to focus on Allah, dua every day.
So, but in this exercise, somebody had what was your feelings, what was your atharat? Yes?
My breathing was much more heavier when I thought about death. The breathing part was much more heavier.
So you were actually picturing?
Yes, the heart felt very heavy.
Yes.
The outcome is that I have to make my Tawbatun Nasuh because before going for death, I must have all-out pledge with my Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala.
That's what the outcome is supposed to be. Whether we can picture or not, but if this realization takes place, I have to get it. And therefore that takes us to the last chapter. Would ladies like to share with us? One of the ladies in New York, she said, I saw myself in the grave and I saw him in this small place, there's nothing there. And then I thought about the house that I'm living in, I have all this furniture and I have all these things, and why? I'm not taking any of that with me. So he said, the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to go home and I'm going to clean out all of these things that I don't need. So what happens is we start thinking that the real life is ahead of us. We don't need all of these things. We don't need all of these engagements. We're not preparing ourselves, you see. So may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give us all tawfiq. And this is, again, something that we should do every day. Put it into our plan, our daily plan. It's the most important activities that we should be focused on. And so this takes us to Tawbah, as our brother rightly said. The end result of the fruit of this exercise is that we need to turn back to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But what is Tawbah? Tawbah is to turn back, go back. We're running away from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, فَفِرُّوا إِلَى اللَّهِ. We were runaway slaves and we realized that, now we want to be obedient slaves. So we turn back to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as obedient slaves. Which means we have to change our lives altogether. So from a meaningless life, we put purpose in our life. From an unhealthy lifestyle, spiritually, physically, emotionally, in all dimensions, we try and live a healthy lifestyle as a mu'min al-qawi. To be more beloved and more valuable in the eyes of Allah. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So, basically, Imam Ghazali defines Tawbah that it is the act of cleansing oneself from all sins, cleansing the heart. Tawbah Nasur. The guy brother said, what is Tawbah? Just sort of, another Tawbah, sincere Tawbah is that we clean our hearts from all sins, which requires a lifelong effort. So from all sins, we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to excuse us, and that's called istighfar. What we did, we ask Allah to excuse us, that's called istighfar. Tawbah is, in the future, I won't do that. So that means we have to stop doing what we were doing, and we have to correct ourselves. Since we have a shortage of time, so we'll go right to cleanse the heart from all sins. So what do we have to do? Number one, be sorry. And I think that's achieved, alhamdulillah. We look at our lives, we look at the qabr, and we'll immediately see what have we prepared for that. So we're sorry for our wrongdoings. And number two, we stop. Stop doing the wrong things. And then what do? We resolve, do you see, to change our lives. And then we return the rights. What rights are due to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, repay Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If we have salat which is owed to us, if we have sawm, we have any other wajibat towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, fulfill those rights. Fulfill the rights to His creation. If we owe anybody something, money, or honor, or blood even, so get it paid up here, because in the akhirah it's going to be very difficult. Especially the court, you see, between the huquq al-ibad is very tough, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is very forgiving and merciful, but everyone is going to be in sweat, some up to their stomachs, some up to their necks, some drowning in their own sweat from the panic of that day. So people are not going to be in the mood to forgive one another. So therefore so let clear our accounts. If we have any ghibat, take excuse from people. If we mention anything that somebody wouldn't like to have heard behind their back, go to them and tell them, I said this, I'm very sorry, please excuse me. And if you think that's going to make things worse, then whoever you told those wrong things, go to those people and tell them, this guy I told is all lies. He's a great guy, he's wonderful, and so forth and so on. And give sadaqah in his name, make dua for him or her, and clear those accounts. If we owe people money, if we owe people even blood, somebody's killed someone, then he surrenders, and people have done this, you see. We have a lot of stories of our Islam. So may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give me and all of you and all Muslims on the planet the tawfiq for Tawbah Nasur. And last but not least, dua. The dua is mukhal ibadat. It is the essence of ibadat. And Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam used to end all good activities, you see, to ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allahu Akbar. Amman yujib al-muttar idha da'ahu yakshifu as-su'. Is he not, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who responds to the desperate one when he calls upon him and removes evil? رَبَّكُمْ تَضَرًّا وَخِيفَةً إِنَّهُ لَا يُحِبُّ الْمُعْتَدِينَ. Call upon Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in humility and privately. Indeed, He does not like transgressors. وَإِذَا سَأَلَكَ عِبَادِي أَنِّي فَإِنِّي قَرِيبٌ أُجِيبُ دَعْوَةَ الدَّاعِ إِذَا دَعَانِ. And when my servant asks me, O Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, concerning me, indeed I am near. I respond to the invocation of the supplicant when he calls upon me. وَقَالَ رَبُّكُمْ ادْعُونِي أَسْتَجِبْ لَكُمْ إِنَّ الَّذِينَ يَسْتَكْبِرُونَ عَنْ عِبَادَتِي سَيَدْخُلُونَ جَهَنَّمَ دَاخِرِينَ. And your Lord says, call upon me, make dua, I will respond to you. Indeed, those who disdain from my worship will enter Jahannam, rendered contemptible. And the Mufassirin mention that istiqbar is not to ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Offer dua. And in hadith, لَيْسَ الشَّيْءٌ أَكْرَمَ عَلَى اللَّهِ مِنَ الدُّعَاء. There is nothing more noble in the sight of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala than supplication. الدعاء مخ العبادة وفي رواية الدعاء هو العبادة. Supplication is the essence of worship. In a variant narration, supplication is worship. the epitome of, your slavery to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. As a slave in front of his master with his hands raised. كان رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يستحب الجوامع من الدروي وما سوى ذلك. And as for what he used to ask for, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he used to ask comprehensive supplications. And for that I recommend that the adiyah of the Rasul alayhi salatu wasallam is documented in books of dua. We should have those books and we should recite those duas. That would show us what Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam used to ask for. And it would give us insight into his inner character. So may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant us all tawfiq. Allahu Akbar. And then finally, if we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in hardship, in ease, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will respond to us in hardship. So dua should be part and parcel of our daily activities. But dua with istihdar, with our heart and minds attentive. And I've mentioned quite a lot of hadiths, which there are some hikam also, interesting. مَشَأْنُ وُجُودَ الطَّلَبِ إِنَّمَا الشَّأْنُ أَن تُرْزَقْ حُسْنَ الْأَدَبِ. So this is telling us something about the adab of dua. It's not the point that you have, talab that you're asking, but the point is to be provisioned with gracious adab. In other words, what you're asking for, Allah's going to give you what He's going to give you. Actually, the real question is your adab with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, your etiquette, and your approach in the way, your character, and the way in which you're approaching Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. ما طلب لك شيء مثل الافتراض ولا أسرع بالمواهب إليك مثل الذل والافتقار. Nothing pleads on your behalf like iftirar, being muftar, being ourselves, helpless in front of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's qudrat and ni'mat and rahmat, right? Nor does anything speed gifts to you like dhulli wal iftiqar. Make yourself poor and needy in front of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This will speedily bring the gifts from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala towards you. لا تطالب ربك بتأخير طلبك ولكن طالب نفسك بتأخير أدبك. Do not press claims against your Lord for the delay in your talab in that which you're asking, but instead press claims against yourself for the delay in your adab. If we find that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not answering us, it's our fault. We're not displaying the adab and the etiquettes that we should display with our Lord. لا تستبدي منه النوال ولكن تستبدي من نفسك الوجود الإقبال. Deem not his giving to be slow, rather deem your approach to him to be slow. You find you're not getting, you're the one who's slow, not Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And finally, متى أطلق لسانك بالطلب فاعلم أنه يريد أن يعطيك. When he sets forth your tongue with request, know that to you he wants to bequest. So if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave you tawfiq to ask him, it's a sign from him that he wants to give you. So inshallah we'll end our session and our day inshallah with dua. And the method in which we'll do dua is that I will mention some manthur dua from Quran and Sunnah, and then we'll all make our own duas silently. We don't know whose dua Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going to accept. Like in Hajj, somebody gets accepted, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, okay, everybody accept. Somebody in Salat, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is accepting, everyone accepted. Okay? So, yes.
MashaAllah, a lot of what needs to get done in self-discipline and ibadah, ubudiyya requires determination, it seems like.
Yeah.
Are there tips?
Inshallah, after Salat, because we have only a few minutes before Adhan, so let us make dua before Adhan. I'll be sitting after Maghrib, I think, yes?
Before the dua, Asif,
Yeah.
he has an announcement.
He has an announcement.
Maybe you want to do that after the salah and so forth?
Yeah, do it before the dua.
How many minutes before dua?
How many minutes do you need?
It's about 4 minutes.
Okay. Quickly.
So, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So, all of you, inshallah, already have a copy of the survey. If you don't, raise your hand. Inshallah, I can provide a few to you. Basically, yeah. So basically, what I would like for everyone to do, inshallah, is to quickly fill that out. And we want everybody here to actually be a part of the planning of what we need as a community to learn from these programs and so forth. And that's only going to happen if you give us some kind of feedback, some kind of, some comments, some concerns, some ideas, So that's all that I would like to do. And I definitely do not wish to take any more of the dua time from the Sheikh, because I'm really finding this workshop really beneficial. So if you could please fill this out, I'll be here at the gate after the salah and I'll collect these from you. Okay? Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi
Wa alaikum salam. Jazakumullah khair. Please do, because actually we're all learning, myself included. So these evaluations are very helpful to give us guides how to improve. So, inshallah, we'll offer dua as I said. All of you see, will make our dua individually as well, and ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for everything. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, adada khalqihi wa rida'a nafsihi wa zinata kalimati al-mullah nafsi thara'an alayka anta kama athnayta ala nafsik. اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما صليت وسلمت وباركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. اللهم ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكن من الخاسرين. لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إنا كنا من الظالمين. لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إنا كنا من الظالمين. اللهم ربنا اغفر لنا ذنوبنا وإسرافنا في أمرنا وثبت أقدامنا وانصرنا على القوم الكافرين. يا حي يا قيوم برحمتك نستغيث أصلح لنا شأننا كله ولا تكلنا إلى أنفسنا طرفة عين فإن تكلنا إلى أنفسنا تكلنا إلى ضعف وذنب وخطيئة وإنا لا نثق إلا برحمتك وارحمنا برحمتك تغنينا بها عن ربك من سواك. يا مقلب القلوب ثبت قلوبنا على دينك ويا مصرف القلوب ثبت قلوبنا على طاعتك ويا منور القلوب نور قلوبنا بنور معرفتك. اللهم اهدنا واهد بنا واجعلنا سببا من اهتداء. اللهم اغسلنا من خشيتك واحمل به بيننا وبين معصيتك ومن طاعتك ما تبلغنا به جنتك ومن اليقين الذي تهون به علينا مصائب الدنيا. ومتعنا اللهم باسمائنا وابصارنا وقواتنا ما احييتنا واجعل وارثا منا واجعل ثأرنا من ثأرنا وانصرنا على من عادانا ولا تسلط بذنوبنا من لا يخافك فينا ولا يرحمنا ولا تهجر مصيبتنا في ديننا ولا تجعل مصيبتنا في ديننا ولا تجعل أكبر عنا ولا منا ولا غير ولا إلى النار مصيرنا رحمتك يا رب. اللهم إنا نسألك خير ما سألك من نبيك والسيد محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم. أعوذ بك من شر ما استعاذك وأنت المستعان. اللهم ربنا تقبل منا من كل من حسنا والدعاء وصل اللهم وسلم على سيدنا محمد وسلم تسليما. سبحان ربك رب العزة
Alhamdulillah. So lastly, I would like to seek indulgence from all of our brothers and sisters. You were so kind to actually come and participate in this program, and I was not able to deliver what I should have. I'm not equipped, I'm not qualified to actually sit in this place. So anything that I might have said, any shortcomings on my part, and my inability to communicate what should have been communicated, so I ask that you kindly excuse me, and that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala excuse me, and that He may take us all to perfection, and He may, accept all of us and make us means, not only of living a life of hidayah, a life of holistic health, but it means of spreading the same in the entire humanity. وآخر دعوانا الحمد لله رب العالمين والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
So, after Maghrib,
Brother, if you want to talk to him after Maghrib, he'll be sitting in the Musalla some time. So if you want to have some questions answered, he'll spend some time with you.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Please forgive me for not being here yesterday. I'm going to personal
I didn't do anything.
You were here. Allah willed you to be here. Alhamdulillah.
If I would like to know
I would just preach and probably I'm going to be exhausted. It'll probably be around the middle of January. Plus I have to get things sorted out.
I'm leaving on 21st and I'll be back on 14th.
January.
Anyway,
contact me, let's see.
I like I was worked out on my employee.
Yeah. And then we'll introduce you to our whole structure of Budia business model, which is very critical because we will have a whole model of how to conduct our business according to the order of Sharia, and we have some from Niyat, how to make our business a Budia. And like that, we have to make every sector, a life of a Budia. So we did quite an extensive work on that. about 50 people involved in that. 3 or 4 year effort, and now that it's a trust, and that organization is up and running. So we'll introduce that.
I'm trying to teach my employees.
Yeah, of course.
Both secular and
This is for you?
can do better.
We'll start with this. Okay. الله اسمه الله يتقبل يرحمنا ويرحم
حمزة.
جزاك الله خير.
मैं क्या पता नहीं बंदा कितने चला गया है
It was long.
Exactly.
A survey of that. And then you lost your piece like that. Yeah. Oh man, just come here for a second. I can come too. How to stay healthy, not eating vinegar. How to... No, vinegar is good. Apple cider vinegar. Vinegar is
الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تكونوا كالذين آذوا موسى فبرأه الله مما قالوا وكان عند الله وجيها يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله وقولوا قولا سديدا يصلح لكم أعمالكم ويغفر لكم ذنوبكم ومن يطع الله ورسوله فقد فاز فوزا عظيما إنا عرضنا الأمانة على السماوات والأرض والجبال فأبين أن يحملنها وأشفقن وأشفقن منها وحملها الإنسان إنه كان ظلوما جهولا ليعذب الله المنافقين والمنافقات والمشركين والمشركات ويتوب الله على المؤمنين والمؤمنات وكان الله غفورا رحيما. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. إذا زلزلت الأرض زلزالها وأخرجت الأرض أثقالها وقال الإنسان ما لها يومئذ تحدث أخبارها بأن ربك أوحى لها يومئذ يصدر الناس أشتاتا ليروا أعمالهم فمن يعمل مثقال ذرة خيرا يره ومن يعمل مثقال ذرة شرا يره. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
On the behalf of MCMC and this community, we would like to thank Sheikh Hashim for coming here and imparting his knowledge in this community. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give him a long life, bless him. And this, inshallah, whenever he is in the States again, we would love to have him in the community again and inshallah give us his wisdom and knowledge. This was a unique experience. I have attended many educational programs, but his access that he did was an amazing experience. And many who are sitting here, and they have benefited greatly from it. So Jazakallah khair Shaykhana, may Allah bless you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.